We've seen a series of one-car accidents recently involving rollovers and serious injuries to passengers. I don't know if it's video games or what, but it's so unfair to, after something like this, to blame people in the backseat or say they deserved it. I don't like consoling these parents about what's happened, but I'll do it until it stops. Will you please stop? I'm Scott Hoy.
Okay, I'm back, yet again. You know what that means. That means this must be really important. It better be important, because if not, then I don't want to waste my fucking time. I don't want to waste my precious free time having to sit here and play babysitter for a couple of minutes. So it better be important. It must be so important that I decided that I wrote up. I'm trying to approach this basically. If this was my own stream, how would I like to introduce it? Right? That's the question I'm asking myself. I'm trying to be empathetic. How would I like to introduce it if this was actually my stream? Instead of me just sitting here bitching all the time about the same old things, what would it be? So let's give it a shot. Okay? Let's just pretend this is just close your eyes for a second and then open them back up and just think it's just for me, okay? Ready? Close them. Okay. So here's how I would start it. Okay, all right, it's on. It's live. We're doing this. Welcome to my stream, you bunch of scumbags. I see the usual collection of broken toys has dragged itself out of bed, shaken the crust off their shirts, and slithered back in here like the pathetic digital parasites you are. Congratulations, you made it. You won. I don't want to be here. I hate being here. I hate the setup. I hate this little space that I'm in. I don't even know what it is. I hate you. This is really just a hostage situation. Really, I'm the one duct taped to the radiator, not you. But hey, you need me, right? You need me to say things that you're too scared to say because I'm a real truth teller. You need me to tap dance for your dead dopamine receptors. Clap, monkey, clap. Do the funny voice. Say the mean thing about the anime people and whatnot, and the bronies and the furries. You're all standing in a circle around a bonfire of your own dignity. I'm supposed to roast marshmallows over it. I should be ruining a birthday party, or running a doomsday cult for that matter, somewhere out of, I don't know, northern Maine. I should be designing anti-aircraft weapons out of old microwaves and car batteries. I should be free instead of being here. I shouldn't be here. But instead, I'm here with you, with the flaccid, the friendless, and the flatulent. So tonight's show, it's for the lowest common denominator, the ones too smart to be here, are the normies, and too stupid to escape, which are you, the piggy middle. You think this is entertainment? No. This is just self-harm. So let's open with our first segment. It's called Why I Should Have Been a War Criminal. End scene. What do you think? Are you pumped? Would you be pumped if I did a stream like that? If I I think that would be pretty entertaining. I don't know. I don't want to stay my welcome here, but just, let me know if you think that that's a vibe. If it is, great. Then we can do more of that. If not, you can go fuck yourself.
I'm retarded?
Yeah, you might remember my song from 2010. This is my new joint. Goonin', I'm goonin'. My death is coming sooner. Pay $500 every day for OnlyFans. I can't wait until I drop the chair, my feet won't land. I'm goonin' in my goon cave. Yeah, I know that I'm a coon slave. I got 40 Twitter accounts and they're all porn. And my parents wish I was never born. Never born, never born. I eat American food, it's all corn. I think there's demons inside of it. Everything I watch, there's semen in that flick, yeah. Goonin', I just goon all day. Goonin', yeah, I'm a straight goon cave slave. It's like I'm shackled up in here. It's like I got something on my shaft and it's a disease. But I don't even touch no pussy. I don't know how I contract STDs. It must be that everything I'm touching is touching my nuts. When I get to shuffling my forefinger flute, woo, my skin stuff. Yeah, I watch some real stick stuff. Fuck sickos is what King Cobra told me. But my goon cave, it's never lonely, cause I'm gooning 24 hours a day. I just took another hit off that glass ice pipe, yeah. And I look at Ice Spice talking BWC all night like gooning in my goon cave. I'm a straight up goon and coon slave. Yeah, I don't leave my computer chair. It's got like 3 different liquids and a lot of hair. I don't know, cause I don't ever go anywhere that I could be seen. They see my chrome dome, it is glistening. Now I'm back in the goon cave, gooning all day. Straight up 24/7 coon slave, no homo though.
Yes, I did. But I guess you didn't know. As they say the story goes, baby, now I got the flow. Cause I know it from the start. Baby, when you broke my heart, that I had to come again and show you that I'd win. You lied to me. All those times I said that I loved you. You lied to me. Yes, I tried. Yes, I tried. You lied to me. Even though you know I'd die for you. You lied to me. Yes, I cried. Yes, I cried. Return of the man. It is. Return of the man. Come on. Return of the man. Oh my God. You know that I'll be back. Here I am. Return of the man. Once again. Return of the man. How about the world? Watch my flow. Here I go.
Hey now. Here we are. Made it on time. I'm on time. I don't know about you, but I'm on time. I'm on time. Trust me. You maybe check yourself like, what time is it? It's time to start. That's what time it is now. It's time to start. We got a lot of things to get done today. There's a lot to get done. And yeah, right on time.
What the hell?
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I say. That's what I say to anybody who doubts it. But if anybody's doubting my timeliness, that's what I have to ask. Okay, so let's get this out of here. Let's get this thing out of here, shall we? There's so many things. Pizza Face, what's going on, buddy? Not a whole lot. Actually, there's quite a few things that I've set aside today and kind of been documenting here. So you may be asking yourself, let's address the elephant in the room. What happened? Well, it's Project Melvin. You're supposed to be streaming every day. I said I was going to make a solid attempt at it, but if it wasn't going to line up, it wasn't going to line up. But we're here today. And you say, what about Friday? I streamed Friday, just not here. You know, it counts. Yesterday, that's a different story. I was way behind. Way behind. I was like, maybe I'll get on about like midnight or so, and then midnight came and I was still like working on stuff, and it was like, you know what? Let's just save it for today. Anything we were going to do yesterday, we'll do today. And then the things we're going to do today, we're going to do today. So there's that. That's the plan going forward this evening. I think it's pretty achievable. Yeah, let's gonna make sure. Let me just make sure this is still working. I made a bunch of tweaks and little things over the time. Like I said, last week was humble beginnings. Last week, kind of figured out some of the things I had to fix. Got myself all set up with all the new items that have come in via the Prime sale. Here's the thing. You know what the problem is with the Prime sale? I fucking went and I did some impulse buys, but I told myself, you know what I need to do is I need to make sure I get things that I absolutely need, right? I need to get things that I absolutely need. So, you know, like the essentials, socks, underwear, that type of thing. And I thought I put together this big order, like vitamins, just the typical shit that I get because it was on sale. I find out my impulse stuff I purchased, I did 2 different purchases. The other one, I never ordered it. It sat in my cart. So then I was looking, I was like, when are those things going to arrive? And I looked at the tracking. I was like, there is no tracking. I was like, did I actually order it? No, I never did. Never did. So I bought the stuff I really didn't need. And then the stuff I do need, now I have to pay regular price for. So anyway, what is this? Slit's like, hey, Creep Team, I learned something about blurps today on stream. Folks can gift bits on Blurp app for the streamer, giving them a balance. This allows other users to buy blurpers using the balance, or blurps using the balance, sort of like a community port of bits. And any individual who spends community blurp points has a 5-minute cooldown, so they cannot just spam send the points. And the max blurp they can buy is 250 bits. Okay, that's interesting to know. That is interesting to know. No, that's not a slitted. That's just a little piece of advice. But I'm glad Slit's in here, and I'm glad he was able to give us that advice regarding sound alerts and whatnot. That's the next thing I gotta do. Now that I kind of just figured like, oh, we're gonna keep the sounds with the blurb, because I don't know what it is with the sound alert widget, but that one, I don't know. Like the browser source takes way too much of my CPU. I set up a little thing here on the Stream Deck that monitors my CPU usage percentage. Because I need to make sure, like, if anything's running, because that's when you have problems. Because it was like, I don't know what was going on. Like, I know my little alerts when it has the graphic come up and says, oh, there's a subscriber or a follower or whatever. Like, that uses processing power on my end. But they're short, so it's not a big deal. But, like, the videos and stuff, or not the video, I'm sorry, sound alerts, they're not even videos. The HUD effects isn't even that bad. It's the sound alerts. Blurps, however, has it figured out. So anyway, that's a whole different thing. But I'm glad, speaking of Slit, so I did not implement this, but he sent me something today. And I believe this would be a proper, a proper utilization and we can just say we're about to get slitted. We're about to get slitted. Now let me show you this. Let me just pull this. Oh, you know what I gotta do? I gotta download this. So he sent me something today, and I always like to, if someone's going to make something, and especially if it involves me, we've got to share it, right? We've got to share it. So he has created a song, and I think it fits in well with a later topic of discussion this evening. He made a song. I think he wrote it by hand and got himself in the studio to record it. But he made one here. He said it would be good for the intro. It's a little long for the intro. I like to keep it shorter little, so everybody kind of, it doesn't weigh too long. 3 minutes. This is like 4. It's a little too much. But anyway, we're going to take a listen to this, and I feel that this will be something. Come on. Where is it at? Let's play it. Let's play it here. Here it is. Okay. So this is a song that he's put together. You can cut it after the second chorus. How many choruses are in here? It's called Seed to Womb. Okay? Seed to Womb. And this will be great because it'll allow me to drink some water because I gotta catch up on my water. I've been peeing a lot today. So today, by the way, I lived like a real American. You know what I did today? I was very slow moving. I don't know why, because I got a decent night's sleep, but I was just, I don't know. At Sundays, I'm very slow moving. I think it's because I knew I was going to do this today. And so, like, I know that I can't really get too involved in anything. So it's a little bit of like a waiting and then procrastination and stuff. But I went today and I had, for lunch/dinner, I went and I had some McDonald's. Now, I tried to use the app because I have all these points, and I'm like, let's just cash out these points so I can stop using this, and then we get past it. I have just enough points where I can get like a Happy Meal or a Big Mac, and then that's it. Then I've used them all, and then that's fair enough. So I did that, but the problem is the app wasn't working for me. It kept like declining me, and I was like, what's going on here? Is there something wrong with my credit card on here? So I'm like, well, maybe I'll just use another one. Maybe, because I don't carry my credit cards on me. I keep them, I stash them somewhere, but I have them on my phone. So I'm like, well, maybe that one's expired. I knew one of them's going to expire this year, so maybe it was that one. So I go and I use a different one. Nothing. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? And then I go to use my Cash App card. Doesn't work. And I'm like, what? There's money on it. What's going on here? I'm like, did someone hack me? I was panicking. So I was like, you know what? I'm committed. Because now I'm in a McDonald's parking lot. Because I order it last minute. I get to the parking lot. I'm like, oh, shit, I got to order it on the phone. So I got to park over there, and I ordered the thing and get. And I'm like, what's going on? So I couldn't use it. So I used my Cash App card. I was like, well, I got cash on me, but I want the discounts, but I'm already committed. So I get a Big Mac, right? I get a Big Mac meal and a coffee and a Coke, right? Just regular, not a sugar-free one, not a... by the way, this is fucking with me. I don't know. I'm trying to look at this one, but I set up this one over here, so I keep looking at this one. So that's what you wonder why I'm looking at that. We'll get into that later. That's a whole different thing. But yeah. So I'm like, what's going on here? So I'm like, well, they'll tell me if it declines. Then I just got to contact. Maybe I got hacked. Maybe it was one of those, types of things where the Chinese got me or something. And I use it, and the card works fine. I'm like, what's going on? So I don't know. I think the McDonald's app has cut me off. They're like, enough's enough. Well, you gotta, and you know what? That's good. That's good. I shouldn't be doing that. That's like if you're a drug addict and you show up to the corner to buy your crack, and the dealer's like, nah, man, I can't sell to you no more. I can't sell to you no more. That should be a sign. Get out of there. quit buying crack. In this case, quit buying a McDonald's. Well, but I bought McDonald's anyway, which is money, regular money, instead of using the app. So I had McDonald's Big Mac and a Coke today and a coffee. And then I went to the gas station to go get gas. And then I bought a tin of Zins. And then I bought another coffee because I really didn't have any today. I was starting to get one of those caffeine headaches, so I kind of like overdid it. And then I did that. And I'm living the most American life ever. This is how you got to do it. So anyway, there was a point to that. I don't even know why I brought that up. But yeah, I'm slow moving because of that. And I mean, after it does all the verses, I believe there are 2, and the chorus plays a second time and has a weird pause, and it goes, oh, yeah, the song. Yeah, let's get back to the song. That was our main goal here. So it's called Seed to Womb. There was a point, I'd be getting the snack wraps. I'm not falling for that snack wrap bullshit, by the way. Because what they did, I know what they did. They just took the fucking new chicken tender thing that they did, and they're just using that as a snack wrap. But that ain't I've had the new chicken tender. It's not good. It's not good at all. I'd rather have a chicken nugget. Like, I'd rather them load up a snack wrap with a chicken nugget instead of that new chicken tender. That's all they're doing, because people aren't buying the chicken tender. So they're thinking like, oh, well, let's do a snack wrap. Then we can start selling these chicken tenders. I'm not falling for that scam. I'm cutting you off. I'm not doing it. It is a new tenders, but as a wrap, it's pretty good. Nope, I'm not even going to try it. Fuck off. They can fuck off with that one. They can fuck right off. I'm not playing that game. So, the spicy one's pretty good. The sauce is legit spicy. No, they're not sneaking that fucking tender in on me. They're not going to do that. But that's not what we're here to do right now, okay? We're not here to fucking... McDonald's needs to get out of my life. They got to get out of my life. What we got to get into, though, is a song that Slit sent. It's called Seed to Womb. And, like I said, if someone's going to make a song about me, we got to listen to it. So let's take a listen to this Seed to Womb. I like snack wraps. They're always either use tenders or portions of their chicken sandwiches. Any of the restaurants. Yeah, they call it different things, but I'd rather go to... There's here in Michigan, we got the Coney Islands, and a lot of them will do things like they call it like a honey, right? And it's just a chicken tender all wrapped up, but they're big. It's much bigger than a little snack wrap. It ain't a snack wrap. This thing is huge. So, Wendy's had the best one ever, but they got rid of them, and now they have the weird ones they have. I don't know. I'm not having a snack wrap at a Wendy's. If I'm going to go to a Wendy's, I'm either going to have the regular chicken nuggets, not the spicy one, and I'm having a Dave's double no cheese. That's what I'm going to do. That's all I'm going to do. And the fries. Frosty, I don't know. No, I'm not a Frosty guy. I say fuck that. I say fuck the Frosty. I say if I'm going to have instead of having a Frosty, I'll go to a Dairy Queen and get like real ice cream. So... not worth it. Plus, I don't want some rude... They're always shitty there. No matter where you go. There was one that was a little bit, we'll just say, it wasn't a bad part of town, but it wasn't the nicest. It was kind of like a border, like, I don't know if this place is going to close or not. And I used to go there all the time. Not all the time, but, as far as Wendy's goes, that was the spot. That was the Wendy's spot if I wanted Wendy's. And I just assumed it was just a shitty Wendy's. No. I've been to Wendy's in, like, the nicest areas, and they're still shitty. I don't know. They just hire the worst people. They're all miserable. Nothing works. It looks like it always looks like it's about to be closed at any minute. You can never go inside of one. Let's see, I wrote the lyrics, but yes, AI did the beat and the singing. That's okay. AI's all right as long there's a whole AI thing later tonight. It'll be late tonight because I know it's going to take a while to get there. I already tell that my brain is already kind of bouncing around. So, we're going to be on a lot of different side paths here. So, the Wendy's wraps was just their chicken sandwich cut in half. Yeah, see what I mean? It's a scam. All right, but let's listen to Seed to Womb by Slit. He wrote it himself.
I like to hang out at my buddy's house. Perhaps you've heard of him. Keegan, you know the creep. Yo, my name is Melvin and I'm keto as stated before. Eating zero sugar has got me hardcore. Coming through the back door and sneak down to the basement. My streaming setup is that of amazement. I'll stream Destiny, Fish Tank, and Steel Toe too. If you haven't been here, then you don't know.
We do have a Steel Toe update coming up here, by the way. I don't know if we'll get to it tonight, but sometime this week we're going to get to it.
Sometimes I have Bobby and of course my other friends. We have big wrestling parties with Rumble's power hours and seemingly no end. Sometimes I bring ladies back to my place to get busy. Sometimes she's a 4, sometimes she's a 6. But it doesn't matter because the missionary kid is ready to go. See to whom is the only way I blow. I close my eyes and I see your sweet face. I know you were framed, practically crucified. The world could be a cruel place. Please come to my beautiful angel. I wish you were here, Casey Anthony. I like vodka, whiskey, White Claws, and root. I drink it all, and like an Aussie, I'll even do it from a boot. Don't you get sassy with me, Slick? You better shut your mouth. I mean, did I just say that out loud? Oh, fuck it, it doesn't matter anyway. Bobby hit the music and dance during this hype train. Power hour is not nearly over. Already chat is talking too much shit, especially this damn dumb, stupid ass Slick. What is it the heck you're doing?
Why is my attacking Slit so much? I don't usually attack Slit like that. You try to be...
From there it stops spewing. You ate your cat food way too fast. You know that? Don't chew those wires or else it'll be real bad. Hold on, everybody, the food is here. Don't worry, it's not junk, it is keto. Okay, I'm back. I got my burrito. No carbs and no carb meal. It was what I needed. Close my eyes and I see your sweet face. I know you were framed, practically crucified. The world could be a cruel place. Please come to my beautiful angel.
I see. So instead of singling anyone out, you used you in your place. Okay, all right. I was like, when you drink, you attack chat. Oh, I see. All right. So you were just, yeah. All right. I was like, no, I don't come. I hope I don't come across that aggressive.
Oh, I wish you were here, Casey Anthony. Casey Anthony.
Oh, this reminds me of something. All right, I like that. That was good.
Close my eyes and I see your sweet face. I know you were framed, practically crucified. The world can be a cruel place.
Oh, I like that. I don't know. I kind of like the artistic direction. I thought the song was over. Then all of a sudden we get like an interlude.
Please come to my beautiful angel. I wish you were here, Casey Anthony.
Whoa, this is like a change up. This is like Paul McCartney where he did the what was the song? It was like Man on the Run. But it was like there's like two songs. I never knew growing up when I heard that song. There was like I always thought it was just I was like, why do they always play these two songs back to back on the radio? No, it's the same fucking song. Look at this. He just did a change up halfway through. No, we have to listen to it now.
Casey Anthony. I like vodka, whiskey, White Claws.
Oh, and then we bring it back.
It all and like an Aussie, I'll even do it from a boot. Don't you get sassy with me, Slit? You better shut your mouth. I mean,
Yeah, good lettuce. It is a party.
Oh, fuck it. It doesn't matter anyway. Bobby hit the music and dance during this hype train. Our hour is not nearly over and already chat is talking too much shit. Especially this damn dumb stupid ass Slit. What is it the heck you're doing? Get down from there and stop spewing. You ate your cat food way too fast. You know that? Don't chew those wires or else it'll be real bad. Hold on, everybody, the food is here. Don't worry, it's not junk, it is keto. Okay, I'm back. I got my burrito. No carbs and no carb meal. It was what I needed.
Yeah.
What is it the heck you're doing? Get down from there and stop spewing. You ate your cat food way too fast. You know that? Don't chew those wires or else it'll be real bad.
No, now it gets intense again. This is a real roller coaster of emotions.
Casey Anthony. Casey Anthony.
Yeah, sometimes AI gets a little, it starts to deviate, it starts to hallucinate a little bit. Speaking of Casey Anthony, by the way, okay, this was brought up. I think it was Keegan brought this up the other night, and I have to defend this here, okay? So obviously we know her story. We know she was wrongfully accused. You know, she was proven innocent in a court of law. And again, what are we as a nation without our court systems and our laws? Okay, so don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me because those are the facts. So I know that there was a picture recently of her out on a date, and look, I think she's my age. How old is she? How old is she? She's actually older than me, technically. She's 39. She's 39. I'm 38. She's actually like a year older than me. Or probably less than a year, but somewhere in there. Probably like 6 months. I think she's like 6 months older than me. But, all right, so there's this here. I think this is the picture. It's not. Why is it not loading for me? The browser freeze? I might need to start using a new browser because I don't know what is going on here. Yeah, here it is. God, they make it so hard to fucking click on a picture. Okay, this is the picture. She was spotted out at a restaurant here. And now, for a 39-year-old woman, I think she looks very good for her age, okay? And Keegan was kind of shitting on the haircut. I don't know. I don't mind that. You got to be able to do it right. You got to have a face that can kind of carry that. But this, I don't have a problem with this. Where's her eyebrows? Well, it's like light and it's across the room. They're there somewhere. I'm not going to judge too hard. But I don't see anything wrong with this. I would definitely do a swipe right. You know? I mean, this is a candid photo from across the room, probably super zoomed in. This is probably someone that doesn't even have an iPhone. They probably have like some cheap Android they got from Walmart. So I'm not, but I got no issue here. By the way, just to be clear, we did get slitted. We're going to let it play again. Why not? Make it as loud as possible. Just throw all that in there. Let's just throw the whole kitchen sink in there. Why not? Anyway. So there you go. Let me turn that off. All right, so with that being said, there was a few other things that had come across. Before we dive into like the big stuff here, there was a couple things I came across that I thought were pretty interesting. This is really short. Well, we'll take a look at this real quick. So everybody knows the show Kill Tony, right? Tony Hinchcliffe. And listen, I've watched segments of his show. His show's been around for a very long time. I would kind of watch it a little bit early on, like way back when. I'm talking like 15 years ago or whatever. But then I kind of just moved on. Oh wait, what is this? So instead of and when you cut it after the second, oh yeah, never mind. That's due to the song. This chat's way behind over here. And obviously the show has gotten huge. It's absolutely gotten enormous. And I've watched the clips before. I think it was cool when like, what's his name? Shane Gillis and that guy, Adam Ray did like Trump and Biden last year. I thought that was kind of funny. There's certain clips I watch, but I never watch the whole thing. I'll just watch like segments of it. It just doesn't hold my attention enough. I like the concept, but it's just not. There's just so much other stuff that it just doesn't quite make its way there. But I did watch this, and I seen that guy Adam Ray who does like Dr. Phil, and he did Biden, he did some other celebrities or whatever. He went and hosted it as Tony Hinchcliffe, and I just thought, because I saw a clip of this on like TikTok, and I was like, I thought for a quick second, I was like, why does Tony Hinchcliffe look different? Did he put on weight? And then I realized, like, oh no, someone's doing an impression of him. And I thought this was such a good because it's it's pretty spot on. We're not gonna watch this whole thing, but I figured I just wanted to show, like, I don't know. I'm someone who like really appreciates like good impressionists, or like good like people that can do impressions, even with their voice or if they can act it out like this. I don't know. There's something about that I find intriguing. And I thought this one was done very, very well. So yeah, let's take a look at this real quick. So, and what's funny is, here's the reason I'm not a big Tony Hinchcliffe guy. I know he leans into it now, but he is like, man, if you want the best person to tell you about how cool Tony Hinchcliffe is Tony Hinchcliffe. Like, every time I see an interview, he's always just talking about how awesome he is and how he fucking nailed it. He crushed this, he did that. And it takes me back to, I know we've talked about this before, and one of these days we'll watch it, but there's the documentary Jerry Seinfeld did called Comedian, and it was about like when he ended this show Seinfeld, and he took time, he didn't do anything else for a while, and he threw away all of his old material, and it's just documenting him having to start over, even as famous as him, and the actual, like, the struggle that there is. Now, he's not struggling financially, obviously, but he has to go up and, like, there's instances where, like, people aren't laughing, or he's being heckled, or he's got to, and it was, especially this came out, like, 2000, 2002-ish, something like that. So especially back then, you didn't really get an eye into that, and really to be able to see someone like Seinfeld do it. So I always thought that was intriguing. But anyway, the point of it is, they follow Seinfeld, but then they also follow this other supposedly up and coming comedian that never really, I guess he was kind of going up, but he never came, called Orny Adams. And he would constantly talk about how great he is. He loved to talk about everything he was doing. And there was a scene in there where he was just told, like, hey, you know what you should probably do is just zip it and let the act speak for itself. And Tony Hinchcliffe is not somebody who subscribes to that advice as well, and it's very clear. But the problem is he's super popular right now, so people put up with it. But he's gonna end up having a decline. Everyone has a decline, and that's where it's gonna get rough for him. That's where he's getting, because he's been his own biggest fan for the longest time on his way up, which is why I avoided him. And then he's going to be even worse on the way back down. So, Lotus Juggler, what's going on, buddy? Can the Gator, what's happening? So anyway, with that all being said, I just thought this was a good impression. I'll just show you a little bit of it. I don't know. This was intriguing to me.
Every Monday, we're doing it live.
The facial expressions are fucking on point.
You say hello to the Taco Bell horn section.
The slightly gay or effeminate, because you don't really realize how kind of like effeminate Tony Hinchcliffe really comes across.
And Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo dressed as Stevie Wonder.
The fucking...
And on the sticks, Big Mike Gonzalez getting bigger every week. We put a pencil up to his dick and measure how big he's getting every week. Big Mike, cool hat. Big Mike getting bigger. Speedy Gonzalez, we call him, behind his back. Behind me, Matt Muling on the
All
Geek.
right, let's see.
That's where we talk about Ignito, Incognito, and Tecovas.
That. He does that throughout the thing. I almost watched this whole episode. That's how little I watched this show, but it got me sucked in. I was like, all right, I'll watch some of this now. So anyway, I just thought that we're not gonna watch this whole thing. But it was just one of these things that I had set aside. I'm like, that was good. That was pretty good. That was pretty solid, gotta say. All right, so moving on from that. We'll get into the. Oh yeah. I mentioned earlier there's a bit of a steel toe update, but we'll get into that. We may not even get to it today because it is a little lengthy, and it also involves Mersh, everyone's favorite. What would you call it? Like victim of bad internet. Let's see. Do I want to dive into this? What time is it right now? Actually, no. We should probably really start asking ourselves some serious questions before we get into this other stuff. I don't mean to get too real on you, but there's maybe there's some things we need to address. I think that's what we got to do. We should do it now so it doesn't spoil it for later. But yeah, I think we gotta address some things. Really ask ourselves some pretty deep questions. Okay? I don't know if you're ready for this, but sometimes this is what you gotta do. What in the hell? Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought there was something wrong with my monitor. Yeah, so we really gotta. And I don't mean to bring the mood down too much, okay? But I just wanna get this. I just want to address this, okay? Because as we go on through every day, we always have to kind of figure out, like, what is really deserving of our attention. We have to make these decisions. You only have so much time in a day. There's only so much attention you can give something that isn't, an urgent matter. And we have to really kind of figure out, like, what do we need? What don't we need? What do we need to get rid of and move on from? And as we ask ourselves that question, we have to do it on a regular basis, a somewhat daily basis. What is the thing that we need to really just be focusing on? What's the big question? What's the big piece of information we need to be up to date on? Is it the catastrophic flooding in Texas? Lots of problems down there. I feel for that. Should we be focusing on that? Maybe we should. There was an Air India plane crash. Should we be looking at that? What about an Indian nurse facing execution in Yemen? I don't even know where that's at. Should we have to focus on that? I don't know. Tariffs? Need I say more? Or what about the Sahara Group money laundering probe? I don't even know what that is, but should we dive into that? Should we be looking into that? Another great question. I don't know. So as we move forward, we really have to look at that. Maybe you got a better idea. Maybe you've got an example of, like, hey, this is what we should be focusing on. Well, that's fine. You go to melvintroy.com and you can go and submit what you think is important. And we'll put it on a wheel and we'll slowly examine it and try to figure out which one is the... which one's the number one story? You still want to know what's in the box? Well, it is a mystery. It says it right on it. One of these days we will find out. I mean, we're due to know. But I don't know. Is that the thing we need to know? I don't know. So let me go ahead and, oh, you know what I didn't do again? I didn't sign in. Let me sign in on this so I can make sure we can see what's happening. That was very bright. Let me go and update the, wow. Wow. There's a lot. We got a lot here. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It just keeps, the numbers keep getting bigger and bigger. This wheel really seems to be endless. Yeah, 255 entries. 255 entries. Well, you may be asking yourself, what does that look like on a wheel? It looks like this. This is what it looks like. Oh my goodness, look at this. Papa J Fresh gifting a tier 1 sub to Dan Hawk. Look at that. What a hero. Helping out the Hawk as he flies through the skies. Making sure he doesn't have to watch an Adobe ad or whatever it is they're selling now. I usually always get Adobe ads, but 255 was the max a stat could be in the older Final Fantasy games. Don't slit us now, right? Don't be slitting us right now, okay? One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Don't come at us with all those slit facts. We got to spin this wheel so we can figure out what it is we need to be focusing on. I'm coming in with all these slit facts. Oh my God. What is it? I can't even see it. These are so small, I can't even... Usually I can see the titles. Wes. Oh, well, we know what this is. We know what Wes is about. We know we're going to be getting into the Wild Wild West. Whoa. We don't need to run that again. We already saw that. We already saw that title. Yeah, we're getting to the Wild Wild West. Okay. It's under, it's a lengthier one, but it is under 10 minutes. So I'll allow it. I will allow it. Alright, we'll send that there. Delete that. Remove that.
Now you can say what...
Alright, now we're going to be looking at, okay, this is a little bit of a deep dive from a familiar face. We've seen this guy. He usually tells us about prison stuff. And he's going to break down the Wes Watson scam. Now, we know there's some scams, but I don't know, how old is this? This is from 3 months ago, so this is pretty recent. I think that's when we last kind of dove into Wes Watson was a few weeks ago, or a few months ago, I should say. So let's take a look. Let's see, that was a pretty dope Casey Anthony rap. Well, that was Slits with the power of the internet behind him, able to come up with that. All right, so... All right, so this is J.D. DeLay. I never knew this. But yeah, he's always giving us the criminal and prison facts. You wrote it, AI did the rest. That was good. Well, and that's the most important part. You got to write it, you know? So some of the most talented people in the music industry, the ones that write the music, you don't even see their face half the time. I think we talked about this the other day. There was, I can never remember his name. There's the little guy. He wrote Old Fashioned Love Song. I think he wrote some stuff he wrote a bunch of people's stuff. Not Paul Simon. What's his name? God damn it. I got to look it up. I can never remember. Paul Williams. That's what it was. Paul Williams. It's things like that. Wes Watson, a.k.a. WW Dago. Wait, what? All right, well, let's take a look here. How did he scam his fans? That's what I want to know. You're letting Papa J know? I just understand. You can let him know. I'm just reiterating that. I'm backing you up. Can I back you up a little bit? Man. All right, Wes Watson scams his fans. How did he scam him? I need to know. Let's have this guy yell at us about it. He's always yelling all the time. At least he's got a shirt on this time. There's other videos we've watched of this guy. He's always got like... He's just nipping out all the time, and it's just too much. I'm like, I don't need you to tell me about Russian prisons shirtless. Put a shirt on, for the love of Christ.
What you want about Wes Watson? All of it's probably true, but one thing you can't say is that he isn't about his grind. He stays hustling, especially when it comes to ripping people off.
Wes Watson scammed me for $6,000 last night.
$6,000?
Is that what that slide?
Get you out to Miami.
First thing I'm going to Miami. I'm going to come see you, fool.
That was Dan. And
I think the last time we checked on Wes Watson, he got pulled over. We were watching the body cam footage. He got pulled over in one of those luxury vehicles, and it had no registration, no nothing. He said he paid cash for it, and then he just walked away from the car, left it with the cop. Like, it's like, yeah, that doesn't look weird. That doesn't look weird.
Like me, Dan has gone through some stuff in his life, man. Dan went down a dark road. He's been to prison. He's been to the gutter, but he's gotten himself out of that situation, out of that mindset, and he's a productive, hard-working member of our community these days. And this is one of the dudes that Wes Watson chose to rip off.
Wes Watson! The $1 million question. Is his elite business coaching a scam?
Yeah.
I'm gonna share with you my...
We all know it is. I don't know how do you get suckered into that? Wes Watson's not very bright.
Story with Wes.
And that was Cole. And Wes ripped Cole off almost the exact same way that he ripped off Dan. And when Cole hit Wes up and said, man, what's up? What's good, man? Where's my money? How do y'all think that Wes responded?
He said, I'm gonna send my homie from San Antonio to kill you and your whole family at your house.
Oh, okay.
I said, bet, big dog.
Yeah, that's always a great move. Hey, you know what? I need someone to coach me to be a better business person and maybe try to get my life on track. What does he usually do when he's really faced with some severe criticism? Well, what he does before you go and, pay for his course, just understand that when he faces criticisms or people, he has a disgruntled customer, what he will do is then threaten to send someone from another state to murder them. You know what? Sign me up. That sounds like a winner to me. That sounds like a guy that's going to take me to the top. I can end up starting a Fortune 500 business with this guy. My dog unplugged my power brick. Now I'm pissy. Oh, yeah, you don't want to do that. Don't let your dog do that. Don't let your dog be unplugged. You gotta be the dominant one. So Siri wanted to get involved. Siri just wanted to throw a joke in, by the way, just so you know. Siri says, what did the Buddhist monk say to the hot dog vendor? Make me one with everything. That was good. That was Siri, just in case, wants to get part of the conversation. That's how motorcycle clubs work? What, they just threaten to kill people? If Tim Fife was still around, he'd probably submit the Wrestling Code gameplay trailer that dropped recently, and the game still isn't out. They're still pushing that. That's been 5 years. It's been 5 years I've been hearing about the Wrestling Game Code or whatever. Generational wealth from that, for sure. Oh, yeah. They sent a crew from another state to come take care of business. Yeah, but I didn't know. I thought, if you're paying for Wes's services, I figured he would help you run like a business, not a criminal business. That's different. This game still looks like shit. Still after 5 years of hype. Listen, man, you can't let the dream die. You can't let it die. Oh, excuse me. All right. Why is this thing not working? Okay.
Got that is a pattern. It's a pattern of Wes ripping off good, hardworking people who actually trusted him to be able to give them some guidance.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm for the dirt. I kind of looked up to him, I'm not gonna lie. I was in prison the same time he was. Is that cap or no?
He was in there.
I was in the same time he was. I looked up to him kind of. I saw someone, similar to me that I kind of looked up to, and he ended up scaring me. I thought everybody said it online that he's dead.
I want to know, how did he scam him, though? Not that I don't doubt that he scammed him, but I want to know what the scam was. Because sometimes you hear about this and you're like, wait a minute, how did you not know? Like, was it one of these things of like, listen, if you give me $6,000, I have $60,000 here, but I have to use a chemical to get the ink off of it so I could show it to you, okay? Is it like that Paradise Crypto scam game? What, the wrestling game? It might be.
I didn't really try it, but I'm not like these other people, I really got the funds. I'm going to pull up on you. I'm coming out there right now.
So we're about to pull the old rug out from underneath old Wesley and show everybody exactly how he's been scamming hard-working people out of small amounts of money because he's such a rich, ripped, and rare shot caller. So smash that like button like it was a damn chomo, stuff your paperwork up your prison pocket, and let's go!
I knew he was going to start screaming at me again. Bro, we're 2 minutes in. Don't give me the intro now.
What I need y'all to understand is exactly how Wes operates. Wes is what you call the type of scammer that is a lifestyle influencer. He's selling y'all a pipe dream. He's telling you that if you do what he says, and if you pay him money, and you take his courses, you can be rich like him. Well, I've got a news flash for everybody. Everything
JD can't not scream, can he? No, he has to. It's part of his thing now.
that he owns is rented or leased. He doesn't own any of that. He's never made $30 million in a month like he says. That's absolutely ridiculous. How many people do you think he could get to sign up for this garbage ass program that he has going? And if he was really making that type of money, why would he be ripping off other people for small amounts
That's
of
what
money?
I mean, it is a win. Like I said, his nipples aren't out, so we'll take that as a win right now.
Money. You don't do petty scams if you're really balling out like that. It
That's
just
true.
doesn't make any sense. And you can ask anybody who's actually successful at what they do. When you have that much to lose, you want to make sure that everything that you do is 100% on the up and up. He's taking pennies from people and then acting like he's some sort of millionaire. So now let's take a look at exactly how he did this whole scenario
Yeah, I
with
wanna
our
see.
dude Dan, because man, $6,000, that's a big hit for a hard worker.
And that's like, I think, isn't that the yearly maximum? He could have put that in month over month for 1 year and wrote that off as his taxes if he put it into like a Roth IRA. I think that's what the yearly maximum is right now. $6,000.
Dude.
Wes Watson scammed me for $6,000 last night. He sent a bullshit portal for the first
Zelle
one. I
payment
sent
to Watson. ACH hold for another $3,000. He's gonna do an ACH fucking transfer with Wes Watson? No fucking way, dude. No way. I would not. If Wes Watson hit me up, I don't care what he had from me. He's like, listen, let me do an ACH transfer. Fuck you. We're not doing that. Let's see, Roth is about 6.5K. 401k is 28K-ish a year. Did they raise it? I don't know. I haven't maintained mine in a very long time, so but I'm close. I was close enough. That's my point, though. That could have been tax deductible money that fucking Wes stole. Oh, raised recently? Okay.
the money, and then quickly he was like, it's not going to come through.
Then send the Zelle back. You took it twice. He double took it. I ain't going back and forth with you, fool. I don't argue with men.
I sent the Zelle. So he had a Zelle and the other
That payment has not gone through, so there's no way anything can be done.
payment from me. It ended up tapping me out, and then
Let's see what the guys who processed the payment say about it. This is probably with mentally ill bro. Well, you know what it is? What you should do is if you go through, it depends. I don't know. I don't use Zelle. But what you could do, yeah, that ACH might have fucked him. Because you never pay that much money using your actual cash. Use a credit card. Because then if it doesn't go through or you get scammed, you just call the credit card company. Hey, this was a scam, and then they'll just track it down. They'll just refund you. Don't fucking mess with your bank accounts for this shit. Yeah, it sounds like he did a bank-to-bank transfer. Maybe that's what Zelle does. I think I have Zelle, but I just never use it.
When I'm asking for it back.
Let's see. When this one hits, I'll click refund it. I'm definitely not getting called a bitch and doing what your pussy ass says, kid. Cowabunga, dude. Oh, my goodness. 500 bits. Just out of nowhere, just coming in. Oh, my God. Thank you so much. Just 500 bits to the face. Thank you. Much appreciated. You know what? See what I mean, though? That's the move, is to go and use bits. Oh, Papa J Fresh hooking up Cowabunga, dude, with a tier 1 sub as well. Look at all this. People helping people. People helping people in a big, big way. Thank you so much. But see, that's the important part about bits. You buy the bits, right? Because now you hold on to that. But what if if Twitch scammed you for bits? You could just call your credit card company up and say, hey, wait a minute, Twitch, they scam me for bits. And they'll go chase it down. Now, granted, you are going against Bezos. Bezos is a formidable opponent, okay? So he might win that. But that's my point. Anyway, I'm getting lost in my own example. Now I'm getting lost. My point is, don't trust Wes Watson with an ACH debit. Use your credit card for anything. That's my point.
I ask for shit back, really. When I'm asking for
bits,
it back,
please.
He blocks me like a bitch. Who's blocking a grown man? What are you scared for, Wes? Why are you blocking me for?
Oh wow! So he just blocks him after that? That's definitely a scam.
I'm gonna see you.
Like I had that happen recently. Somebody, I sold something on eBay, and I went to I left it out for the mailman to come pick it up. And I figured they picked it up and it was shipped off. And then the person on eBay hit me up like a week or two later. It was like, hey, man, where's I don't have any tracking on it. It's like, what? So I look and I'm like, yeah, where the fuck is it? I was like, well, it's gone. So I had to contact the fucking postal service. But then what I did, I was like, well, I'm just going to refund you because I don't know where it's at. Maybe it got taken off the porch. Maybe I don't know what the fuck happened. Maybe that's my mistake. Maybe I had someone, maybe I got, what do they call it? I got porch jacked. They jacked me off the porch. Or maybe the mail person that brought it in, but he didn't. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck happened. So anyway, I refund the person. And then I refund him, but it was at night. It was like, I don't know, like 10, 11 o'clock at night. So the next day they were like, what's up on that refund? And I'm like, what do you mean what's up on it? I just paid it off. It's here. I showed him all the things. Now, at the end of the day, he could reach out to eBay and just be like, hey, you can do a chargeback. But I already paid back the money. I showed him the account. But if I would have blocked him, well, then that would be like, I don't know what to tell you. Block. That's a scam move. You don't want to do that. Now I can't trust the fucking the package handlers in my neighborhood. I thought I lived in a decent neighborhood though. That was unfortunate. It's probably Wes Watson. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't put it past him. He would steal a fucking $40 item off my porch. They jacked me off the porch, yeah. Bezos has sold a lot of bathwater in his days. Oh, I'm sure he did. Are we on a hype train? Oh no, not quite. Don't get me excited like that. You ain't hardcore. Don't fucking it could be coming, but let's not go too crazy.
Nobody who's balling out like Wes claims to be, making $30 million in 1 month, is going to be out here ripping some dude off for a measly few K. But what we're trying to do here is establish the pattern. So now we've seen what he did to Dan. Let's take a look at what he did to Cole and see how that measures up.
Let's see. Wes! I just want to know the details, though. Like, what was it he was paying for? Why would he debit him like that? They never really explained that.
Watson! The $1 million question, is his elite business coaching a scam? I'm going to share with you my story with Wes. So I had reached out to Wes when I had about 12,000 followers. I was brand new to the game, and I wanted to help monetize my passion for helping others. I wanted to take my game to the next level.
Why is everyone yelling? Why do all these people scream all the time? Wes is always screaming. This fucking JD is screaming. This guy's screaming. Can we not, like, you know what would be more impactful is if they just brought it down a notch. If someone's just yelling and screaming at me, I'm not intimidated by that. That's craziness. Unless they're like literally like this far away from me and spits at me in the face. Then it might be okay. But if you get it, like, if they bring it down a notch and they're like, Wes, what the fuck? I'm going to come for you. I'm going to get you. And then you make other threats.
Hey, Wes, what's all included? He gives me this big breakdown of all these promises, client acquisition funnels, all this other bullshit. So I send him the 3,000. What do I get in return? An 1,800 calorie meal plan. That's it. 2 months pass by.
1,800 calorie meal plan? What? What? You gotta give me more detail than that. And how do you just take that in and be like, okay, cool. And then you wait a few months and be like, wait a minute.
Hit him up. Say, is this how you get down, big dog? $3,000, and that's all I get. He starts fucking losing it on me. He calls me. He says, you think a motherfucker like you can fuck with a motherfucker like me? I said, bet. See you around. He said, where the fuck do you live at? I said, Texas. He said, I'm gonna send my homie from San Antonio to kill you and your whole fucking family at your house. I said, bet, big dog. After finally.
Over a $3,000 meal plan? This is all over a meal plan. A very expensive one at that.
His one-on-one call for his elite business coaching. I could have taken that $3,000, lit it on fire, and it would have provided more value for me. So now guess what, big dog? I'm gonna be a voice for every other motherfucker.
God, these are like wrestling promos. I can't take them serious. Just imagine this guy. Imagine him shirtless on a lot more roids back in the 80s. This is the same shit. It's the spitting, the sweating.
You took their hard-earned money and ran with it, not providing what you promised. So what's it gonna...
Are we watching Redneck Brawl promo videos? That's what I mean. This is what this is now.
be, big dog? You're gonna block me?
Yeah, we hear you. Yeah, they're just screaming all the time. They're just... Which, it says a lot, though. It says a lot with the type of people you're dealing with. These are people that don't really understand nuance. I wouldn't trust any of them with any amount of money. If Wes Watson said, hey, for $50, I could turn your life around, I'd be like, forget it. Forget it. Giving you $50 would be just like setting it on fire. Would be throwing it away. Maybe for the meme, I would do it. Let's take a look at that meal plan. It does take a lot of energy.
Like you do everybody else, because you're a fucking coward. They better up security at Elevation Fitness, because we're coming, and we're coming for fucking blood.
Now, did you catch
Coming for you, Hogan.
that at the end, what he said about Elevation Fitness? I think that's funny, because if you remember correctly, that is the exact gym that Wes just got in that little scuffle with the dude that he had called out for a one-on-one, but him and 3 of his friends used weapons and all jumped the dude. And I just happened to have a video of Wes talking to the cops at that exact Elevation Fitness.
I bet you someone is messaging me right now telling me they want to whoop my ass. Watch. All day long.
We have a Reddit page where a whole group, 5,000...
Bro, being a criminal and being an influencer, they do not mesh. It doesn't mesh anymore. I don't think ever. Because being an influencer means you live your life kind of publicly and you document and like, hey, I'm influencing you to live like me. But if you're doing crimes, then it's like, oh, does any sort of law enforcement want to like know what crimes I'm committing? Perfect. I'm providing them with nothing but evidence. These are not bright people. Yeah, we're coming for you. We're coming for you, Ninja. Yeah. That's what I was waiting for the other guy to say.
Community that just film our story posts and make fun of us online and terrorize us. Trying to smudge our name because of what we're doing.
Look at this, some person writing me. You're a fucking joke, piece of shit clown.
What?
I get 90 million of these a day. Look at it.
All you do is just find
Shut the fuck up. Like, yeah, next time I'm gonna kill a motherfucker. No. Straight up, because I'm sick of this shit. Like me.
They called me a joke and a clown. I'm gonna murder someone over that. Ooh, wow, Wes, that's some hard hitting shit. That's definitely worth it.
Myself even have to fucking sit here right now. You know how pissed off I am that I get attacked in the fucking gym and this is fucking happening? Like, I'm pissed.
What's your...
I got respect for you guys, but fuck that. You guys saw a motherfucker attack me and I'm sitting here like I'm in fucking trouble. I'm leaving.
You're fine, don't worry. We get it.
I know, but god damn it, dude. I just been trying to fucking work out.
We understand.
I know, but fuck that.
What's your...
I don't even care anymore. I've been to prison.
What's...
Like, this is okay. Here's something as well. This is just another thing that I've noticed in life. Like, there's people have this thought that, like, the more that they can talk, that maybe they'll be able to convince somebody. And it's not that. You don't need to keep on about it. Like, when someone's like, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, we've all had it where, like, someone's trying to run a scam on you. And you know what tips me off more than anything if someone's trying to hustle me out over something? Is they'll talk way too much. They'll talk way too much. Like, why you're giving me all these things? Like they're trying to make a story, especially if it's like they just want money. They're trying to figure out a way to borrow money of you because they're, I don't know, they're on drugs or something like that. And then they'll come up with this convoluted thing and they over-explain it. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Like, all Wes has to do is, like, look, this guy attacked me. Look at what and then calmly sit there and just wait. Throwing a tantrum isn't going to make the cops be like, man, this guy's just really amped up right now. He must be innocent. No. Just zip it.
I did 10 years. I know.
Yeah, and then you got to tell your whole story. I've been to prison for 10 years. Did the cops need to know that? Is that what's going to help your situation right now? They're going to think, oh, he's been to prison for 10 years. So, of course, you know, we should listen to what he has to say over this scuffle. Just shut your mouth. You've been to prison for 10 years. You sat there in a prison cell for 10 years. You didn't pick up at all that maybe in front of the cops you shouldn't say anything? Because I'm guessing what helped get you there was at some point in time you said something you shouldn't have said. Yeah, the cops are collecting evidence and he's incriminating himself. Exactly. Like, what are we doing? Wes, what are you doing?
Straight up, dude.
Damn, bro, when the cops showed up, it sure seems like Wes had an awful lot to say. Seems like it's getting to him that he's getting hate mail from all the people that he's ripped off, all the people that he's screwed over, all the people that he's insulted and called names and called out and tried to fight over the internet like he's some sort of petulant child. And then he wanted to tell the cops all about it. And honestly, I'm going to tell you this right now. He looked so mad that he was about to cry. Here's the thing, bud. I have about 4 times as many people who follow me across social media.
I'm going to be honest. I am not a fan of any of this side of the internet. It's just too much. It's just too much. I don't know. I can't deal with any of them. They're just so... Because they're all kind of the same in their own way. Like, they just... I can't with these people.
As you do, and I don't get all of that hate. You know why? Because I'm not a piece of shit, dog. So look, folks, the moral of the story is, don't give Wes your money. Don't give any of these lifestyle coaches or alpha male coaches your money. They're trying to rip you off. They don't care about you. They're not who they're portraying over the internet. It's easy to pretend that you're rich or that you're alpha over the internet. A real man doesn't need to come on the internet and pretend that he's something that he's not. So until the next one, guys, I love each and every...
All right, there we go. Well, there's a little update about Wes Watson. So there we go. We got up to date. I'm glad Well, Wes Watson's always looming around. There's always a little update you got to get. He's part of that little, it's like, what would be a good comparison? It's like stargazing, right? As the Earth moves around the sun, different sets of stars and constellations show up at different times of the year. It's like this with these characters. You get a little Wes Watson shows up. Oh, the summertime. It's July. Are we going to hear about Wes Watson? Oh, we're heading into the fall. Are we going to hear about Steel Toe? Oh, what about Mersh? Is Mersh going to have a meltdown because it's the holidays? Oh, wait a minute. Does Destiny have another sex crime on his resume? It's always this. They never go away for years and years. They just cycle. They fly past us as we rotate again around the sun yet again. Anyway, all right, let's move on though, because that's story number one. Now I don't know if you're keeping track. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. But do you know what the implication is now? That's right. We're moving on to story number two. That's what we're doing. So let's figure it out. What is that? What is story number two? Story number one, not to be confused with the number one story. That is true. We don't know what the number one is. Not yet. In due time, you guys will vote on it. We'll figure it out. We'll get there. About to get medieval on that ass. About to get medieval on that ass. What's that about? All right, this is a bit of a shorter one. It's good. Mix it up. Mix this bad boy up. Oh, excuse me. Okay, this one's going to take us over to Instagram, of all places. The title given to us was About to Get Medieval on That Ass, but the real title is Runneth Thy Fade. Runneth Thy Fade. I think we've seen something from these people before. They talk in medieval talk. I don't think we've seen this exact one, but let's take a look.
Flavius was speaking in tongues about thine.
I hope he's prepared to runneth thine fade.
As I have thy device on thy person.
Thou knows I keep that string on my persons.
Ooh. You'll strike a man down over petty quarrels?
I'm about that existence, brother.
Vagabond type excrement.
Knight of the road type excrement.
On Christ.
On Shire.
Oh, that was it. That was okay. Well, there we go. That was very simple. I mean, that is something, the world never really changes. We just use different words for things, and that's how they get you. That's how they get you. Excrement, yes. On, what did he say? On Shire? He's about that excrement. Oh, that was it. That was story number two. That was quick. I told you. It was a quick one. That was a quick one. Let's remove that. Let's save this. Let's go back to the wheel. And let's see what the story number three is. We're on 3. On Shire, yeah. Reminds me of, remember that guy? Kevin of the Shire? The Kev dog? He was a dude I was watching way before I was even streaming. Interesting guy. I don't know if he's still around. He was a mess, though, man. He would get fucked up. There was one... It was crazy. People in his house were bullying him. It was wild. Anyway, Grandma's breast implants. All right, now we're getting to the good stuff. What's going on with Grandma's tits? What's happening there? What's going on with Grandma's breast implants? She a gilf? I would assume so. Here's the thing, though. Here's the problem. Okay, when I hear about like MILFs and GILFs and everything like that, like I don't like those terms. First of all, I don't know. As I'm getting older, they just seem weird. Especially when I'm seeing like people in my age range say this shit, I'm like, they're like, yeah, I love MILFs. I'm like, you understand? It stands for mothers I like to fuck. Right? Do you understand that that's not like that's like your base at this point. You're 35. You're gonna get more and more of this. Okay? Like most of them are gonna be mothers at this point. So great. You're really in the you're in the thick of it now. Let's see, he turned into a radio station, KOTR, taking requests all night. Or KOTS, yeah, Kevin of the Shire. Yeah, he did. He had like a little call in. I gotta look him up. Future. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this was another impulse buy from on a Prime Day. It was cheap. I was like, well, I bought the Walmart one. I might as well get the cheap Amazon one. Okay, but let's talk about Grandma's tits. Grandma's breast implants, ASMR. Grandma's breast implants, ASMR. Chewing on implants. Chewing on implants is what this is. So let's take a look at what this is about.
Let's chew on my grandmother's breast implants.
Are you guys ready for this? Are you ready? Didn't we watch this one already? Like a year ago. I think this one ended up becoming like one of the finalists last year. But you know what? Might as well. It's short, so we'll keep it. He's chewing on his grandmother's breast implants. What's so hard to understand about that? That's true. Yeah. What's so hard? So let's watch as this is going to be a great ASMR experience for those who like ASMR.
So before we start chewing, you guys, my grandmother did have these in for 10 years, but she had to get them removed because she did get breast implant illness from having these in, because you're not supposed to have like foreign objects in your body or something like that. She gave them to me as a gift when she got them removed. So
what a great gift. Thanks, Grandma. Thanks for giving me these pieces of silicone that were in your chest that were creating an infection. Glad you saved them so I can shove them in my mouth and start chewing them for the internet to listen to.
You guys, let's begin chewing. They taste very implanty.
You know what? Here's the thing I'm impressed with. Those things can take a beating. Those things can take a beating. Like, you're telling me not even, like, none of those teeth are able to puncture that thing? You're sort of thinking it was fake? Which part? The grandma or the implants? Removed implants would be cloudy? You never know. How's that ASMR for everyone? Enjoying that? Is that really working for you? You know what also doesn't help? What makes the whole thing, this isn't what makes it weird. The grandmother implants and the ASMR makes it strange from the jump, but the cherry on top is the androgynous individual that is chewing and sucking on these things. The whole thing is a fucking, because here's the thing, you see someone that like this and you're like, yeah, I can see their grandmother giving them their old implants. Like, they look like a person whose grandmother would give them their old implants. Like, if I came on here and I said, hey, I got these old implants, I'm going to chew on them, you'd be like, shut the fuck up. No, they're not. You wouldn't buy that for a second. But this person, you'd be like, I don't know. There's some credibility to that story. There might be something to that. There might be something there. Those are pristine. I've never seen teardrop ones look like that. Those look like inserts. He's a twat. I don't know. But
I enjoyed today's chewing on these implants.
There you go. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed it. Because that was story number 4, I think. Right? Wes Watson, The Shire. Or no, is that 3? I don't remember anymore. I don't even remember anymore. I lost track. That was so shocking to me. That was number 3. You're unsubscribing. That was story number 3. Yeah, we're moving on to number 4 then. I was hoping that was number 4, so we could start moving on all together. But no, not quite. We're not quite there. Now we're moving on to number 4. Let's remove that from the wheel. We are done now with that. Let's go back. Spin it again. They, them got the attention they wanted. Oh, yeah, they did. They did. And like it was pointed out, I think it was something similar. It may not have been the implants, but we've seen a video from that person before. And I believe they were like a finalist last year. By the way, we aren't doing finalists this year. There's too many. It took us like 14 hours to run through the finalists alone. And we only had half the amount of stories last year. Toy vaginas. Okay, toy vaginas. That's, you know what? It's like the universe sometimes is able to pull a theme out of these. We select these at random, but man, toy vaginas. Sucking on your grandmother's implants. Wes Watson. They all perfectly fit together. So let's see what the toy vaginas are about. Oh, God. All right, let me get rid of this. All right, now, the real title is How to Make Toy Vaginas. Okay, this is a little bit lengthier, but have you watched the El Salvador fish tank yet? If not, I'll send it to you. I have not seen that. DM it to me and I'll make sure to check it out. I didn't know they're doing fish tank in El Salvador now. What a place to do it. Actually, you know what, though? Yeah, DM it to me, please. Thank you. Hold this thought real quick. Hold this thought, because this is a lengthier one. And I've been holding this for a second, and I have to take a quick piss. It's just a quick piss, okay? But don't worry, it won't take too long. It'll take me like 60 seconds, okay? And then we'll figure out how to make a toy vagina, okay? Listen. Give me 60 seconds. I'll take a piss. We'll make a toy vagina. It's a win-win for everybody, okay? But I do have to piss. So I'm going to leave you with a little interlude that I like to call Dance Party. So I'll be right back. Let me take a piss. We building one out of Legos? You're going to have to wait to find out. See? It's called a tease. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Head like Mr. Clean, got you feeling so serene. Grab up on that dick, then you stroke it to the tip. Your grip it starts to slip from that sticky gooey drip. Get you gooning. Get you gooning. Get you gooning. Get you gooning. Click on that beam, click on that beam, click on that beam if you know what I mean. Click on that beam, click on that beam, click on that beam if you know what I mean. Get you gooning. Get you gooning. Get you gooning. Get you gooning. Grab up on that dick, grab up on that dick, grab up on that dick, then you stroke it to the tip. Grab up on that dick, grab up on that dick, grab up on that dick, then you stroke it to the tip. Get you gooning. Get you gooning. Get you gooning. Get you gooning. Click on that beam if you know what I mean. Rub that head like Mr. Clean, got you feeling so serene. Grab up on that dick, then you stroke it to the tip. Your grip it starts to slip from that sticky gooey drip. Get you gooning.
Okay.
Get you gooning. Get you gooning.
Thank you for your patience. I truly appreciate that. I had to empty myself out. Now we fill it back up. See how that works? I want to get one of those shirts, dude. I got to find out where they got that Michael Jackson shirt. That looks so dope. Okay, so where'd we leave off here? Oh, yes. We're making a toy vagina. That's what we're going to learn how to do real quick. We're going to learn how to make a toy vagina. This is educational. Now, when I'm thinking, hey, who's going to teach me how to make a toy vagina? And I'm thinking of the archetype of a woman that's going to teach me how to do that. This is the one. This is the one. I like it. Usually I like to take sex advice from a woman where you can really make sure to see the whites around the eyes. I like that. It's trustworthy. Okay? That means they're grounded, that they're kind of in reality. And I know they're going to give us some really good advice. So let's figure out how to make a toy vagina. Sexplanations. That's a good name for this. It's a good name. All right. Let's see. Let's see what we got.
It is brought to you by Adam and Eve.
Of course. But why buy one of their vaginas when you can make your own?
In my private practice as a clinical sexologist, I've been working recently with a 12-year-old who has a really high sex drive. His solution was to ask a friend for sex, but that's not legal. So we put the focus on masturbation, how it can be...
Wait. Let's hold up. Let's dial that back. Hold on a second. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on.
Sexologist, I've been working recently with a 12-year-old who has a
12-year-old. Got it.
Really high sex drive.
Wait, what? Whoa. First of all, at 12, you have a high sex drive? What are you talking about? How old was I, or what grade was I in when I was 12? Let's see. I graduated when I was 18. So let's see, 18, subtract 6. I would have been in like the 6th grade, maybe the 7th grade, depending on the time of the year. I don't know. First of all, so if I was in the 6th or 7th grade, I would not be talking to any adult about my sex drive. I would keep that a secret. I think I learned what like jerking off was at that point. But I love the Gersher. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. It was great. It was a perfect impulse buy on Prime Day. So, making up for lost time. I always wanted one when it was current, and then now I get to buy it when I'm a 30-some-year-old adult. We've lost cabin pressure. Yeah, just a little bit ago. Just a second ago, I was following along. Now what? Yeah. So, I mean, maybe the parents send them to sex therapy for some reason. Okay, well, here's another question. At 12 years old, why are you being sent for sex therapy? What is going on? What is this 12-year-old doing that needs to go to sex therapy? Like, therapy for like, what is happening? What event occurred where they need to do this? Sometimes you don't need to give us all the backstory. You could have just said, listen, I have a client. They need a little help, so I showed them how to make a toy vagina. Anyway, probably because they're so horny and weird and their parents are hoping the issues would be solved instead of them being a weird, horny person, as most adolescents are. Most adolescents are weird and horny. Think of yourself. Think of the dumb shit you did at like age 15 trying to figure shit out. But I'm not going to go to adult over that. I'm going to go out into the woods with my friends and ask, like, hey, like, what? Look under that log and see if there's a porno under there, so we can figure out what this whole sex thing is. Then again, nowadays you can't find pornos in the woods. You can't do that. That used to be a thing. You could go out there and I'll never forget. I found a hustler in a tree. Someone stashed a hustler up there. Who's doing that? By the way, side note. Who was the person out there that was like, oh, man, I'm reading this hustler. Well, I got to shove this by this fucking bird's nest so nobody fucking finds it. What was going on there? I found a bag of hustlers. Wow, that was an eye-opener. Yeah, I was not ready for the hustler. I'll never forget, back in the day, I'd come across like an old Playboy, and we understand it, just some tasteful nudity. But there was two points in my life that changed me from an adolescent to a man. One was when I found a hustler, because I was like, I did not know that the vagina could go that deep. First of all, because they really just, I mean, I've never seen, even in real life, I've never seen a vagina that big. And number two, and I don't know if they're still around, but Penthouse, I found that for some reason in the 90s, Penthouse really loved to do a lot of piss pics. They would, dude. I came across a couple of them, and I was like, I don't understand the appeal. Why is this naked woman trying to arc a piss? Well, it doesn't really arc anyway. It's like a spray, but they were trying. I was like, why are they doing piss shit? This is so crazy. Anyway. And I told nobody. I told my friends. I was like, bro, you don't want... I saw this thing. This girl's pissing, and they took a photo of her pissing. And they're like, why? I'm like, I don't know. I guess that's what you do? Is that a thing? Apparently not. My friend used to joke about waxing the pages of the Playboy he found. Oh, skateboard waxing. So when he busted, he would... That's just weird. But see, that's what I'm saying. You got to tell that to your friends. I'm not telling that to an adult. That's how you end up having to go see a fucking sex therapist. Anyway, so that's... Well, let's go. We've made it 9 seconds into this. We made it 9 seconds into this. This is going to take a minute. Last time I found porn in the woods was probably like 2011, walking a nature trail. Sounds about right. Yeah, I could see 2011. I could see after 2011 that the physical porno magazines were died off. Once people had smartphones, you know. Anyway, all right, let's go back. Let's set this up here.
As a clinical sexologist, I've been working recently with a 12-year-old who has a really high sex drive. His solution was to ask a friend for sex, but that's not legal. So
Right. I'm glad we were able to point that out. Do porn mags still exist? Probably, to some degree. There's probably like the legacy ones. I'm sure Playboy still exists to a degree. Shit like that. I don't know if you're going to be able to find a Hard 8. I think that's what it's called. Is it Hard 8? Or Club? That's the dirty stuff. That stuff was dirty. Or Hard 8's a movie. Ain't it? I don't know. I'm mixing them up, but you get my point.
So we put the focus on masturbation, how it can be amazing. I asked him to come up with 5 ways he could masturbate.
Why are we this pumped about this? Why are we so pumped? Bro, I told him how masturbation could be amazing. And I'm going to give you 5 things. Like this has given me like Nick Jr. television show energy. This is the same energy like Steve from Blue's Clues would be like, oh, there's a clue. Put her on a list. This shit's crazy. How are people responding to this? Day 48 of quarantine. I've stooped down to a level I couldn't imagine. This is the real reason we had a toilet paper and glove shortage. So no one's calling out the obvious here. Okay. Give me 5 things you can rub your dick on.
Great, and he had 1 with my hand in bed. I taught him about condoms and lube and standing and kneeling, and then
she's like so pumped about this. She's like, I taught him about all this stuff. It was amazing. You didn't know what a lube was. She looks like one of them teachers that really loves their students. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It's a little much. I'm going to be honest with you. It's a little much. All right.
between sessions, got really curious myself and looked online. What I found were really cheap and simple ways to make your own toy vagina or anus or mouth, also known as pocket pussies, fifis, male masturbators, strokers, and artificial.
Okay, I've heard of this. Male masturbator, I mean, that's pretty much on point. Artificial vaginas, strokers, maybe fifis. This is a new one. I've never heard of a fifi. Yeah, that's strange. It's a strange one. If she taught him how to yoink himself, gross. Well, no, she did at least say that that the patient, in this case, said that that's what he already knew. He already was doing that, apparently. Look at those eyes. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's the white around the eyes. That's how you know. That's the giveaway.
Artificial vaginas. Method 1, the towel. What you'll need: a towel, preferably one just pulled out of the dryer, 1 glove, something similar to your penis that can be a placeholder, 2 elastic bands, and lube. Lie the glove and penis-like object down at one end of the...
She is so pumped about this. She is so pumped. That's called a Susie in prison. Fifi homemade puss. Teach him how to soil his parents' towels. Well, I don't know. I don't think he's going to jizz in the towel. I think it's going to be in the glove. But let's just see here.
Towel, so it's off the edge about 1 inch. Then roll everything up and hold it in place with an elastic band here at the end where the glove fingertips are. Make this part tight if you can. On the other end, carefully remove the penis-like object and stretch the end of the glove over the end of the towel. Hold all this in place with a second elastic band, this time loosely. There should be
just grab one out of your mom's fucking bathroom, where she keeps the hair clips. I'm sure she'll love that.
Of muscles tightening around your penis, but not so tight nothing can go in. Add some lube and then play with it. One way is to move it along your erection with your hands. Another is to position it between the couch cushions and masturbate.
Listen, you put that in your couch cushion, and if you do that consistently enough while you're young, you can end up being the vice president of the United States. It's crazy.
Hands free. Method 2, sponges. What you'll need.
Was she good at sucking it, or what?
This girl? Oh, she's probably fucking wild. She's probably fucking wild. Bro. She'd be the type where you gotta she wouldn't want to stop when you're done. You gotta fend her off with a bat. Sorry, stop. It's starting to hurt. JD Vance fucked his furniture. That was the rumor. That was the rumor a while ago.
Bottle with the top cut off, 2 to 3 sponges, a glove, 2 elastic bands, and lube. I suggest...
Why are we doing it this way? Why are we presenting it with this much energy? The whole thing is... What really, sets the tone to this whole thing is, number one, the client is 12. So the entire time you're hearing her explanation, you have, And then she's doing this with the TV kid show energy. But the intended audience is for, I'm assuming, has got to be for adults. Like, I feel that this in itself is like some sort of fetish material. Like, there's somebody out there that is like super into this. That's the way I feel. I don't know.
Just getting the sponges wet with hot water so they'll be warm when everything's in place. Set the glove between them and then put an elastic band around all of it toward one end. Then slide the sandwich into the container.
I don't feel like this is a healthy way to talk to a 12-year-old. Yeah, I don't know. It's very strange. If she would have left that part out, I still would have thought this was a weird energy, but I'd be like, she's just a crazy person. That's fine.
That'll hold it in place. Stretch the open end of the glove onto the container.
Oh, now she's turning into a robot. She's glitching out. This was all a simulation.
Use a second elastic band to stop it from coming.
Hold on, we gotta refresh the browser. I think I gotta start using a different browser. Now it's muted. The whole thing just flipped out. Anyway, where were we? We're talking about the sponges.
Warm when everything's in place. Set the glove between them and then put an elastic band.
Wait, I missed this part because she turned into a robot? Wait.
Cut off. 2 to 3 sponges, a glove, 2 elastic bands, and lube. I suggest getting the sponges wet with hot water so they'll be warm when everything.
Oh, okay. So she wants to soak them with hot water so it feels kind of warm. Got it.
In place. Set the glove between them and then put an elastic band around all of it toward one end. Then slide the sandwich into the container that'll hold it in place. Stretch the open end of the glove onto the container, then use a second elastic band to stop it from coming off. Finally, add lube and play. You've probably noticed after these 2 examples.
I don't like... I just gotta say this too. I don't like to refer to anything sexual as play. I don't like play. I don't like that. I don't care if you're an adult talking to me as an adult. Don't be like, hey, it's playtime. If you tell me if I'm dating you and you tell me, hey, it's playtime, I'm like, no, it's not. It's time for bed. That just sucked all of it out of there. I want you to talk to me like, I want you to come to the kitchen table and I want you to be like, listen, I think it's time for us to have intercourse. And I say, okay, we can have intercourse. And then we can make a game plan. We'll write it all out. I'll get a piece of paper. We'll organize it. We'll get a schedule going. Actually, what I'll do is I'll draw a circle, okay? And we're going to use that like a clock, okay? And so for every hour of intercourse, we will have it planned like the amount of time we spend will be pie slices, okay? And then it'll be like, okay, so we're going to do 15 minutes of missionary, and then we're going to do another 15 minutes of doggy, and we can do that. That's how we're going to, and then we go in there. But I don't like to refer to it as playtime. Yeah, time for coitus. That's actually preferable. Okay, I take it serious. This is serious work. I like to, and when I like to have sex, I want to have sex with serious people. That's my take.
That any combination of a rubbery lining surrounded by something soft and cylindrical can be a DIY sex toy. Method 3, toilet paper. Remove the cardboard, thread a glove or condom through the center, and stretch the end of the glove over the end of the toilet paper. Finally, add lube and play. Method 4.
Stop calling it play. I don't like this. This is not play. Now, that one is actually kind of smart, though, because you take the glove, you bundle that up, and then you can use the toilet paper to wipe yourself down. That one's actually the most useful out of this whole thing. Just to file your parents' household items. That's basically it. Find things in your house that you can fuck. That's just what this is. All of a sudden, they can look under their kid's bed. It's just fucking, why are it's all the toilet paper and sponges? Like if they didn't know any better, they would have thought like, why are they hoarding all the cleaning supplies? What is going on?
Bubble wrap. Bubble wrap a towel, tube, or sponges. Put them in a cup or stuff in a sock. Add lube. Method 5.
No. The glove is one thing. Bubble wrap? No. You're not fucking bubble wrap. Bubble wrap's pretty rough. Bubble wrap is always fun. No, not the fuck. That could be pretty rough. You got to use like the big bubble wrap. You can't just be using any simple bubble wrap because they got corners and stuff.
Floral beads. Floral beads, which I got at the dollar store. I just keep them in a container like this, empty a few out so there's room for your penis, put a glove over the top and hold it in place with a hair tie, then turn the glove inside out into the beads and add lube. Method 6, food. You can...
All right, we talked about this the other night. Not fucking with food, okay? It's too much. Don't fuck your food. Don't fuck with your food. Don't fuck your food. This is crazy. This is the type of stuff that they would write in the Bible because people were wandering the desert. And I'm sure it's written in there where you don't fuck food. It's the same reason they wrote don't eat pork and don't eat shellfish. Because back then they probably didn't cook it very well, so you get sick real easy. You could pretty much cork anything. Yeah, you could. But stay away from the food. Nothing good is going to come from that.
You can create a similar effect with a cup of Jell-O, mac and cheese, cottage cheese, peeled grapes, black beans, and so on. Just make sure that the glove...
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Jell-O, mac and cheese, cottage cheese, peeled...
Black beans, yeah. Let's fuck some black beans. Like, why are you wasting food like that? Why cottage cheese? You're gonna fuck your cottage cheese? This can't be. Who's taking this advice? Yeah, break out the chickpeas. Oh, you're making lentils? Oh, you're fucking. You've been boiling lentils all afternoon? You must really like those. Oh, you're looking to fuck them. I see. Oh, yeah.
Come on, let's get nuts.
Yeah, that is nuts. That is absolutely nuts.
Peeled grapes, black beans, and so on. Just make sure that the glove is fastened tightly to the container or you will have a mess. Method 7, food part 2. A banana peel, squash, grapefruit, cantaloupe, and an apple turnover in a Ziploc bag all work as fifis too.
An apple turnover? What are we doing? You're just gonna bake up an apple turnover? You're just gonna bake that up?
Tell us in the comments what your favorites are. Method 8, stuffed animal. This one actually doesn't require...
Well, we know about this. We've heard this. The bronies are really, really big on this one.
Much creativity. Lots of people with penises stumble upon it when one of their stuffies gets a hole in it. I have 2 recommendations. One...
They just stumble... They just stumble on it, you know. They're just walking around all of a sudden. They're like, oh my God, my dick's in a teddy bear now. How'd that happen?
Is to cut a few seams in an unloved stuffed animal, put a condom on your penis, put the penis in the stuffed animal, and masturbate. Another option that doesn't involve cutting it open is to hog tie all of its limbs with the same elastic band and then masturbate this direction between the legs.
I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. You're gonna hog tie this teddy bear and then you're gonna fuck it. Do you know what the person that's gonna create? The next time there's like a BTK killer out there and they go through his history of like, how did you become this way? You know it's gonna be documented that he would hog tie the stuffed animals and fuck them. Then later had to move on to greater things. Now she's teaching S&M. Why not just buy a sex toy? Well, it's because she's got a 12-year-old client. This is supposed to be advice for people that apparently just can't go out and buy a sex toy, apparently. I don't know. Yeah. Sounds like psycho behavior. It's wild. This is fucking wild.
Number 9, a glove. Just a glove turned into this. It'll probably need to be latex because there's a lot of stretching involved. Start by tying the pinky and thumb into knots. Then turn the glove inside out so there are only 3 fingers hanging down. Next, blow it up and invert the middle finger all the way through the open wrist end of the glove. Then you're gonna gather all of this with the middle finger and tie it in a knot. The other 2 fingers just hanging out. Cut off the tip of one of them and blow it up. This video suggests disassembling a pen and using the cylinder part as a way to direct air. Once the glove is good and plump, stretch the 2 fingers around the bulge without
This is like origami. This is like an origami.
air and tie them to each other so they create a butt, a vagina, or an anus. A little water-based or silicone lube to coat the entrance and inside lightly, and you have a great toy. I love all these methods. They're pretty easy to make, inexpensive, and safe. Most of them can be heated up to give you a warm body feel, and it's really simple to modify them for your own preferences. I have to say though, if you can afford it, get one like this that's made by a pro. My favorite is the fleshlight available at adamandeve.com. It's like Elon Musk invented a stroker. Most of them have hard black containers that disguise them as flashlights. I like this one because you can see the textures. The inside is molded with the material called super skin that feels yeah. Easy to warm up, easy to clean, easy to hold with your hand or in a couch cushion or in a shower mount. Stay curious. Please make sure to use...
Well, there you go. You could use that promo code if you need to get one. 50%. You get 50% off of a fleshlight, so you don't got to build one out of toilet paper. See the texture? Just what? Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to see the inside of a fleshlight. First of all, I'm not using one, okay? Because there's nothing more that's going to fill you with shame than having to wash out a fleshlight you just fucked. And I definitely don't want to see inside a clear one. Because if you're not diligent with your cleaning, God only knows what that's going to look like. If your parent is taking you to sex therapy, they can buy you a toy. Yeah, if they're that forward thinking, I don't think it's that much of a stretch for them to just be like, yeah, I'll buy you the thing. It's probably cheaper than whatever the deductible would be to have to take your child to one of these. But again, what the hell was going on that this kid had to go and see a therapist? You don't just take him to a sex therapist for simple questions. Something else was happening. There's a story there. That's the other thing. There's a story beneath all of this. Probably fucked the cat or dog. You could only assume. Now, this is from 8 years ago. I'm wondering, is this channel still around? Is she still doing her thing? That's like 8 years ago. Yeah, she's still doing it. Are you having as much sex as your peers? Sex frequency across age groups. This is 4 months ago. She has fallen off, though. She has fallen off a little bit. She also is, well, it's 8 years later, so yeah, she's going to be older. Yeah, it looks like 3 years ago, 2 years ago. Yeah, there was a bit of a fall off. Promo code really dough. Yeah, it is. Dough. I don't know why it's that, but okay. Sheesh, I wonder why I'm making a weird ass video. I mean, this is, 32 million views though. She's probably still making money on this thing. So there you go. That's story number 4. How do you top that? How do you top that? That's the real fucking question. How do you top that? Don't know. I hope you learned something. So, at the end of the day, if there's anything I want you to walk away with at any of these streams, is that there's some education there. There's something to be learned. This really is an educational stream. If you sit here and you say you've learned nothing, then you're either not listening or you're lying. All right. Story number 5. Let's keep it moving because we have a whole other segment we got to get to. You guys got to vote. We got to figure out what the story is. I got to start giving credit to the people that submit them after the fact. I don't like to say who submits them beforehand so we get a fair vote, but I know how to make a butt out of a rubber glove now. See? You didn't know that before. James. Bond James. Okay, let's see what this is about. Bond James. Okay. What is this one?
When your name is...
This is interesting. This is quite interesting. Take a look at this. So, this is the real title is Police Believe Men Named James Bond Are Lying When They Pull Them Over. So this is a series of men named James Bond, and they think the police think that they're lying when they ask, hey, what's your name? It's interesting. Let's hear their story. What a weird collection of people to find. You know, I mean, if you search hard enough, you can find, no matter what the little esoteric thing is, you can find somebody that fits into that one way or another. Word is born. James. I mean, Bond. Word is Bond. James. Okay, so let's take a look and see what these men have to say about this.
As James Bond and you have encounters with the police, it's a good idea to have your ID with you.
When did you first get in trouble with the police?
He said, when did I first get in trouble with the police?
Yeah.
It was kind of late. It was around like 9:30-ish.
There's police lights behind me, and I'm like, oh, great.
He turned the corner, and we got pulled over, and they're like flashing the light all in our faces.
He said license and registration.
I didn't have a driving license. I didn't have a bank card.
Where your ID at?
I don't have an ID.
I don't have one.
And I reach into my back pocket and realize there's nothing there, and I'm like, oh, crap, here we go again.
I mean, this has happened numerous times before, so I already kind of knew it was going to be a problem. So
why? Okay, here's the crazy thing, though. So your name is already James Bond, okay? Interestingly enough, but it could happen. You know, Bond is not really that crazy of a last name, and the name James is pretty common as well. So it's bound to happen. But why is everyone that seems to be named James Bond frequently not having their ID on them? Is that common of a situation? Like, there's only been twice in my life I didn't have my ID on me, and it was for very, like, strange reasons. You know, like, it wasn't something. Like, there was twice that I can think of that I didn't have my ID on. One was because I was going into a casino with my friends, and I didn't drive down there, and I wasn't working at the time, and I had to use my ID to register for Melvin. That's the thing where you got in Michigan where you got to go and submit your stuff to say, hey, I'm looking for work. Here's what I looked at and everything. But I had to put my ID in, and so I left it on my desk because I never really take it. And for whatever reason, I left it on my desk, and then I immediately left. So I had to go and borrow my friend, which was crazy. So I lost my ID, but my friend was like, yeah, just borrow my car. You could drive back up to your house and go get it. And I had to go do that. So in that case, and then there was like one other time when I think I forgot my wallet at home. But I don't carry my ID for small things, but usually I have my wallet if I'm out of my house, even on a walk. Well, I just put my ID in the wallet. Like, it just makes it simple. But yeah, my name's James Bond. I'm carrying my fucking wallet. I'm not fucking around.
He's flashing light on my face, and he goes,
you. And I'm like, yes, sir. He's like,
what's your name?
Tell me your name.
When it got to me, I'm like, shit.
Oh, shit, I'm about to die.
Wait, did they made, this is the other fellow, now streaming. Did they make an entire documentary about this subject? People named James Bond? This is an entire... How do you fill an hour and a half of this?
So I tell him, James. and he says, you got a last name there, James? And I said, Bond.
James Bond.
James Bond.
The dude should be beat for that collar alone.
Named James Bond.
Then they'll just think I'm a cocky little teenager giving them some flack.
And so he reached through the window of the car and grabbed me by my shirt and said, you f***ed with the wrong guy on the wrong day, and proceeded to pull me through the window of the car.
He looked at me like, I'm gonna give you one more chance to tell me the truth.
I'm telling the guy, please, 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 my name really is James Bond. My name is James Bond.
Man, my name James Bond.
That right there was enough to get the guy to draw down on me. Up from the holster and right in my face. And he's like,
why is it? Okay, now I'm not even sure if I'm believing this story. Look, I know cops can be crazy, but you're going to fucking draw a gun on someone because they said their name's James Bond and you don't believe them? Something else is going on. You don't just be like, what's your name? I don't have my ID on me. Well, what's your name? James Bond? And they're like, well, then enough's enough. That you don't fucking move. Something else is going on. This guy committed a crime. He may have forgotten his ID. He may have been named James Bond, but he committed a crime somewhere. Aside from that collar is intense. That is a crazy collar. I don't know what is going on there.
like, you're right, and I'm Donald fucking Duck. Get on the ground, get on the ground. He sort of calmed down, had me stand at the back of the car, went back to his car, ran my driver's license, came back and said, that's a cool name, son. And went ahead and let me go.
I did get convicted of that. Do you believe that? I did get convicted of that.
How do you get convicted of it if it's your real name? Again, I don't know if I trust these people's story. Like, what are we doing here? How do you get convicted if it's what crime? What was the crime? You said your name and you didn't have your ID? Usually cops run your social if you don't have an ID. True, yeah. They can search up your in the system. Fuck the police. No, I'm not saying that the cops are in the right, but I'm like, eventually, if you get convicted means you went to court. So you have to be in front of a judge. Like, what? What are they going to say? That's not your name? If you're in front of a judge at that point, I mean, how do you fuck that part up?
Because the judge said that I was obstructing the police officer from doing his job by me saying my name in a jokingly manner. I looked at the judge like, are you serious? How can I say, James Bond in a jokingly manner? I just said my name. And yeah, I had to do like 60 days in the county jail for that.
What? 60 days? For your name? Any lawyer would be able to defend that. You can use a fucking... Any public defender would easily be able to say, well, let's be honest, it's his name. End of story. There was another crime that was committed. These are criminals. There's something happened. They found a bunch of criminals who happened to be named James Bond. Sounds like he lives in a racist area. Well, there was the white guy, though, too. Oh, he is black, so instantly he's getting treated as a criminal to a cop. But I'm not even talking about the cop. I'm talking about their stories don't make sense. The stories don't make sense. Because how do you do 60 days for that? What was the other thing that was going on? What was the other element that's missing? Or with the guy with the crazy collar? Like, what did you do? Was it this guy? Where's he at? Not this guy. This guy? What did this guy do? He had to have done something from to pull a gun out on him right away. Something else was fishy. I don't know. If I spent 2 months in county because of my name, I'd give up on all hope. Yeah. I just feel like I'm not getting the whole story. That's all. Maybe this video is a dumbass skit. No, this seems to be real.
How can I say, James Bond in a jokingly manner? I just said my name. And yeah, I had to do like 60 days in the county jail for that.
60 days?
60 days. That right there at that instance made me, look at them at a different way because I knew that I had a long way to go with them, you know what I mean, by my name being James Bond and I'm black.
What was the crime? I don't know. I'm not watching this whole... I am not watching an entire documentary about men named James Bond. I don't know. This seems to be a scam. I think this movie's a scam. I don't trust this. I think the movie's a crime. Really. I think it's on the level of like a Wes Watson crime. Something's up there. Something is up. And I don't trust it. But here's what I do trust. Is that we did 5 stories. That means, you know what we got to figure out? We got to figure out what the number 1 story is. We got to figure that part out. So, that means, you may be asking, well, how do you do that? How does one go and figure that out? Well, guess what? I put together a poll. You vote on it. It's very democratic. You vote on it. The one with the most votes across platforms. You can vote on Kick. You can vote on Twitch. Doesn't matter. That one's the number 1 story. That's the thing you're going to focus on for the next 24 hours. Okay, so there is some... Don't take this lightly. It's kind of a big deal. It really is. So, here's the question. Which is the number 1 story? Is it the DIY toys? We'll just call it that because I know it'll get censored otherwise. Is it the men named Bond? Is it Wes Watson's crimes? Is it what else do we have? Oh yeah, the implant chewing? Or is it the medieval we'll just call it the medieval slang. Okay? Those are your options. Those are the stories we watched. If you're saying, well, wait a minute, I don't remember all of them, use your best judgment. Okay, this could change the outcome and your outlook of the next 24 hours. Again, not to be taken lightly. This is a big deal. This is where you're going to focus your attention and your emotion. Coming up here. So here you go. Polls are ready. Now. And now. Oh, wait. Now it's ready. So get to voting. Please get to voting. Maybe 60 days while waiting for a trial date and nobody paid bail. Maybe. That could be true. I didn't think about that. But it's up to you. You got to figure out, which one's the most important thing you need to be focusing on? And then after this, we have a whole other thing. All right, what are we at with the results here? Whoa. Oh, okay, it's still going. Never mind. I thought it ended. I was like, man, that was fast. Maybe I should... No, it wasn't. It wasn't done yet. Wasn't done. It's not done. You still have time. You still have time. No rush. While you're doing that, I am going to fix this. Oh, you know what I forgot we were doing? I was also streaming on Facebook, but they just booted me up. Oh, did it boot? Are we still on? No, it's still on. Well, we're going to drop the Facebook one. That was a nice test. We're on Facebook. Sayonara. because the next segment after this I know it's gonna get taken down anyway. So go to Twitch if you're over there, if you're lurking. Hi, I'm a Russian musician. Can I send you some music for evaluation? I don't trust it. I don't trust it when people send me music to evaluate some music video. It's kind of shoddy. And then someone's just jerking off and shitting in their mouths or whatever. I don't know. So no. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Well, of course you just send it anyway because you're a bot. That's what they do. Okay, is it still? Oh, it's wrapping up. 31 seconds. Get the votes in. Really? Is that what everyone thinks? That's what we're gonna go with? 1, 2. Man. Okay, wait a minute. I think we might actually have a clear winner. Okay, Twitch voting is done. Kick is wrapping up. We're going to give it just a second. It looks like the number one story is, yep, it is, when we tally them all up, it's the DIY toys, the sex toys won it out. I'm surprised that the fucking Bond thing was in the running. I don't know how that worked out, but yes, the DIY toys came in with the win. So there we go, the sex toys. And by the way, I got to start doing this since we're not like leading up to a big finalist. So the toy vaginas video was sent out to the Reebs, Max Reeb out there, so thank you, wherever he may be. That's the number one story for today. That was a trip. I'm going to be honest with you. That was a pretty wild one. That one was a wild one. Okay, well, that was good. Now I got to go and get rid of some of these because we have other things we have to move on to. Fucking nuts. All right, let me close out some of this shit. We can get rid of this. We can get rid of this. We can get rid of that. All right, cool. All right, so now in the name of going and keeping up with our big segments, we're gonna return to one that we debuted last week, and I think it was good. I think it's gonna be. So last week I debuted this, and it takes me a little bit more time, so we probably only gonna do this like once a week. But it's a segment I like to call, well, originally it was going to be called Best of the Worst, but then I realized that that's a bit that already exists. It's currently in rotation, on another channel. It was on I found out like that channel, Red Letter Media does that. And I was like, well, I can't take that name. I was like, well, I really wanted to use that name, but it's not good. So I was like, well, let's just keep the branding there, and let's go and move forward with this, because this is something I've spent some time on, and I know it's something. It's a subject that we always dive into from time to time. Bosley, thank you for the raid.
And later, there's running and screaming.
Thank you so much, Bosley. Much appreciated. Perfect timing, actually. We just found out the number one story. And then now what we're going to do is we're going to be on the search for something else. We're going to be on the search for what I like to call, we're going to keep the branding there. We're very big on this. Keeps it simple. Why get complicated? Right? And it is the, it's this. Why have me tell it to you? I'll just play the bumper for you. How about that? Is number one video. You see how that works? You see how that works? So if you're not familiar, if you weren't here last week, it's number one video. So what we do is, now you say, well, what do we measure this on? You measure it on your own thing. Maybe it's something that made you feel a certain way. Last week, it was, we found out the number one video was Wilson Phillips. What was it? There's a playlist. Oh, yeah, I wanted to show this. So there was a playlist. It is public. Here, I'll share it with you. It was Wilson Phillips. What the hell's the name of the fucking song? Hold On. That's what it was. It was Hold On. So as we go through this, we'll build out a playlist that is public here. If I can... Why is it not wanting to show me the playlist? And so every week we will add to this. Not to be confused with number one story. True, it's a little different. There is a difference. Okay? There is a difference. But this is... So just go ahead and follow that. Because it will get added. There's only one right there, but we'll add a second one this week. And as time goes on, it will become a wonderful playlist of music videos you could put on at any point in time, as long as they don't get taken down off of YouTube. So, there's that. Speaking of, let me pull up the playlist that I have this week saved on. And so what I do is I get I have a little write-up put together to kind of introduce this. It also really helps for the edits for later. And to kind of get you in because you may not have heard of some of these people. This week, I guarantee you've heard of all of them. Last week, it was kind of a mixed bag. This week, it's a little bit more, there's more of a theme this week going forward. And I curate these. You'll be able to submit these as soon as I remember to put the form up, which I don't know. I might actually have it up. Hold on a second. Actually, it'll be on melvintroy.com. Let's see. Yeah, but I got to change the title. That's what it is. So it is here. So let me see if I might be able to just publish this now. Why is it not letting me edit this? Oh, there we go. It's just running slow. I think we're going to make this available now. Hold on a second. We're going to put this. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. And then... Oh, wait. There's another problem. I got to link that. All right. Anyway. It'll be up by tomorrow. Regardless. So, what we're going to do, we're going to start off with the first one here that we got. And we'll move on from there. So let's bring this in here. We'll start it with this is going to be video. Oh wait, where is it at? Do I have it here? Ah, here it is. Let's start off with video number 1. Okay, so what's video number 1, you may be asking. What is it? What are we going to be talking about? Well, good news. You're in luck. I have an introduction for it right here if I can pull it up. Just give me a second. Wait a minute. Number one, yeah, that. Okay, give me that. All right. So, let's try this. Wait, where's it at? Damn it. Here, right here. I'm talking to you. So, this is what we got. Number one video. What's the first one? Video number one. It's not the number one video, but it's video number one, just to be clear. Just so we're on the same page. Okay? What is it? Well, let me ask you this. Do you ever get the feeling that someone's watching you? That the CIA might have installed a microchip in your toothpaste? Or that your microwave is sending coded messages to Russia while you're jerking off in the bathroom? Well, guess what? You're not alone. Because this next song is the national anthem of Paranoia. This is Somebody's Watching Me by Rockwell, 1984. Synth funk panic attack sponsored by Motown Records and possibly clinical schizophrenia. If you set the stage, it's 1984, George Orwell's nightmare year, if I could pronounce his name. And Barry Gordy's son, Kennedy Gordy, a.k.a. Rockwell, wakes up probably after a 72-hour coke binge and decides he needs to make a song about the FBI watching him masturbate. This thing was a chart-topping smash featuring, and this part should shatter your reality, Michael Jackson singing the chorus. That's right. Michael fucking Jackson. He was slumming it on a favor, doing backup vocals like he lost a bet at Studio 54. The lyrics? Oh, they're just a DSM-5 checklist for paranoid delusions set to Halloween disco beats. The lyrics. I always feel like somebody's watching me, and I have no privacy. He's not kidding. The man is singing from inside of a psych ward wrapped in tinfoil, convinced his landlord is spying on him through a shower head. So the video, it's pure psychosis. Rockwell's wandering around a mansion filled with creepy mannequins, peering eyes, and visual metaphors for coke psychosis. There's a stuffed bird, there's a haunted mailbox, there's a guy in the shower fully clothed because that's what cocaine does to your spatial awareness. It's really like American Psycho meets Scooby-Doo, but with more bass lines and actual schizophrenia. So here's the kicker. Rockwell, he never had another hit. Are you surprised? This is the peak. He hit number 2 on the Billboard, rode Michael Jackson's fame like a paranoid jockey, then disappeared into probably Xanax and conspiracies and a dark abyss of bad dreams. This isn't just bad music, it's audio evidence of what happens when cocaine, nepotism, and the FBI collaborate on a pop song, the Illuminati's version of karaoke. So buckle up. Just buckle up. I love that phrase. Buckle up. Put on your tinfoil hat, pop your government-issued antidepressants, and accept that you're being watched, because you are, and this song knows it. So, let's move on with Rockwell's Somebody's Watching Me. There you go. Schizophrenic, don't pay. Yeah, exactly. MJ kind of makes the song. Let's be real here for a second, okay? So let's take a look here with this one. Now, you may be wondering, why are we starting here? Well, because I probably just gave it away on what the other ones are going to be. Now, the reason I picked this is people hear this song, okay? They hear it a lot. It's usually around Halloween. And it is a catchy song, but it really does show that this was a favor. This Rockwell's got nothing going on. It's bad. If Michael Jackson wasn't on this song, I don't know. Some people think it's a Michael Jackson song. Over the years, I've heard people say that. They've said, oh, is this a Michael? No, I'm like, no, this is Rockwell featuring. And they're like, well, how did that come to be? Well, because Rockwell's dad owned Motown Records. So he could ask for that type of favor. You like the Mars version. There we go. So let's just take a look at this, because this is what's going to open the door to a few other things. Okay? Honestly, the theme this evening, I'm going to give it away. These are people that probably didn't need to make music. They probably didn't need to make music during this period. They really didn't. And the video's shit too. I don't even for the 80s. It's not good. Like, it's pretty low effort. He's filming his house. I guarantee you this was his actual house. Like, listen, if you listen to his vocals, he's not good. It's not good.
I work from 9 to 5. Hey, hell, I pay the price. All I want is to be left alone.
Like, he's like talk singing it. And I don't know, I can't even imagine like what the rest of the, I've never heard any other song by him. I know he probably put out an album and people bought it because of this song, but it's gotta be a rough one.
In my average home, but why do I always feel like I'm in the twilight zone? And I always feel like somebody's watching me, and I have no privacy. Oh, I always feel like somebody's watching me.
I like the necro version. Does he got one? It probably is better. Wait. Was that guy? Wait, hold on a sec. That face looked familiar. Never mind. I thought that was someone else.
I'm afraid to wash my hair, 'cause I might open my eyes and find someone.
That's how I feel though sometimes. Speaking of that sound alert. Sometimes I used to, now I'm over it now, but there would be times where I would wake up and I would be like paranoid someone was in the house, someone broke in. There would be times I would have like these moments where I would think I heard the door open and I would like panic. And I'm like, oh, no one's here. Thank God. That's the necro version. Let's see. What is the necro version in comparison? I'm not really a necro guy, but let's see. It's just the song. It's just the beat. It's just the instrumental, I should say. Featuring, I like that he put featuring Michael Jackson. Yeah, if you just take the song, it's still got Michael Jackson. It's not like you paid him. He didn't pay him for the feature.
Stab in your face with a butcher knife that's really long. I'll make you feel the song when I beat you down.
This sucks. This is worse than this. This isn't good either. But at least this was like, I guess you could say original. This is...
I don't care if I appear wrong, kid, I'll do it. I represent the death rap, get your head cracked open till we stare.
Let's see, syphilis, shitty tits, clitoris, necro. Yeah, I could see that. That's a necro rhyme scheme for sure.
With your brains, I don't care if you think I'm insane, cause I take respect this serious. So if you disrespect, you're an idiot. Stick a nice pick.
Yeah, no, I as much as I hate this song, I'd rather listen to the original. There's at least a charm to it. Now, see, this is the part, that's all they needed to do. That's all they needed to do is just leave this in. And I'm curious, I haven't heard this all the way through in a while. I saw this, I watched this like a couple weeks ago. So, I didn't make it through the whole thing. I set it aside. I was like, no, this is good. You should probably, this is still better than my ex-coworker's mixtape. Wait, that's a story on its own. Your ex-coworker's mixtape. This is better than that? I need to know what the mixtape is. Oh, you mean the necro? The necro song is better than your ex-coworker's mixtape. Okay. Then that I'll give you. I thought you meant the orig. But see, that's a talent of Michael Jackson. Say what you want about him in his personal life, which is a disaster, or was a disaster. He's dead now. I don't know if you know that, but God, he could make any song, and I have further evidence of that later tonight. And then they're like, of course, once they introduce the Jackson chorus, yeah, just give a little bit of like a keyboard solo. Just let's get some more time before Rockwell has to step back in. What's also telling about this is Michael Jackson isn't in the video. There's another shitty song that he was on, and he was actually in the video for it. So it's not like he wouldn't be willing to do it. This is really just an example of like you can, what is the old adage? You could teach a man, you can give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. You could teach a man to fish, but he'll never sound like Michael Jackson. Let's see, he forced us to listen to it when it was his day with the Bluetooth speaker. Said he had hundreds of listens on Spotify. That's too much. Bro, you don't do that. If you're on a job site and you guys are all trading off music, you can't be like, hey, today, though, you guys are listening to my music. You can't do that. That's the equivalent. That makes it uncomfortable for everyone the same way as if he showed up trying to sell you Amway. Like, it's not right. There is, man, I'll just never forget. There was someone I saw do this because, and he didn't even need to do this. He didn't need to do this. But he was trying to impress a girl, and he goes and he's like, and it really just showed like a lack of personality that he had. And he was just like, hey, let me show you my new music I'm making. And I could see on her face that she was interested in him already. Like, he was already in. But when he did that, and he made her sit there for another 20 minutes listening to different music that he made, you could see it in her face just lose interest entirely. Like, this is not fun. I don't want to deal with this. I have a camel spider in your house? That sounds insane. I don't even know what that is. That sounds poisonous. It was basically him softly talking with zero cadence about his life's problems, waste of beats, cause a couple of song beats were actually decent. Yeah. Did you actually tell him that? He needs that type of feedback. You got to give people that type of feedback if they're going to force you to sit there and listen to it. They're going to force it on you like that. You got to be like, bro, this ain't good. You gotta get back to the drawing board. Because here's the problem. If you don't do that, he's going to keep showing you more. Now, here's the thing, though. Is if he does that, and then you give them the criticism that they deserve, you're going to have to later hear the new stuff because it should motivate him to do better. Oh, I did. To which you replied, you don't know good music. Okay, well, then this person's delusional. I don't know what to tell you. They're just delusional. All right, let's continue with this. Let's get through this. There's no reason. This song does suck. Michael Jackson's the only thing that saves it. This is so bad. It is so bad. It is so bad. Like, there's no... What the hell is Frankenstein doing in the closet? I know, none of it makes any sense. It's all thrown together. It's not even a good, and again, even for the 80s, this isn't even a good video. You can tell he's filming it at his house. These are probably people that work for him. His dad paid for the whole thing because he owns a record label. He was able to get Michael. The only reason this is any good, and this is the problem, it just needs to be like, yeah, no, you don't need this. He just should not have been as successful as it was. It has 255 million views today.
You are fake news. Sir, go ahead.
No, this song sucks. I'm off base. I'm off base. The Michael Jackson part kills it. But the rest of this song is awful. Yeah, look, even those comments, when MJ's voice kicks in, it elevates the song to a whole new level. He kind of had that power. Yeah, this is not it. Melvin has a rock solid bass, actually. It's all that keto. Yeah. Which I got to get back on. I got to get back on a version of it because I went way off the deep end. I love a spooky beat. It's like a Halloween song. Well, yeah, a lot of people listen to it around Halloween. I don't like it for the sake of, if you take MJ out of it, it's not good. We make a lot of concessions to this song because Michael Jackson's on it. You take him out of this, this is a joke. This is nothing. This song isn't the worst thing I've ever heard, but it's very generic. Yeah, it's generic. That's what I mean. It's just generic. It goes back to like last week when we were talking about John Cicada. Remember we were talking about John Cicada? Maybe you were here, maybe you weren't. I don't remember. Okay? Where no one really knows the song, but because it was like waiting room music, but the chorus did all the heavy lifting. The problem with this song is it's not even waiting room music. That's the problem. I remember making a cicada joke in here. Yeah, we were playing cicada. I was trying to edit that, and I'm like, I forgot how many times at the end we were playing cicada sounds. All right. So there you go. That's Rockwell. Okay. Somebody's watching me. That's Rockwell. Now, here's the deal. The theme this evening is, oh, wait a minute. This is out of order. This whole thing's out of order. Whoa, what is playing? No, there's so many things playing right now. Dude, I had so many it's so much shit going on. Hold on a second. Let me turn all this off. I had like 4 different transitions hit all at the same time. It's getting one. That was video 1, okay? That was video 1, but hold on, I gotta fix something here because this thing's out of order. This whole goddamn thing's out of order. Because it goes this one, and then it goes, let's see. It's this one. It's that one, and then it's this one. Oh my God, yeah, this is all fucked up. And then it's this one. And then there's this one. Okay. Yeah, this whole thing is like shuffled. What happened here? What happened? Okay. So that's video number 1. Now we move to video number 2. This one. So what is video number 2, you may be asking? Well, good news. I have it right here. Let me just pull it up. Good news. So video number 2 In case you're wondering, what is it? Well, I hope you brought your Ray-Bans and your Quaaludes, because we're going to dive dick first into 1986, the year Don Johnson, yes, the Miami Vice guy, decided acting wasn't enough, so he put on his tightest pants and recorded the horniest midlife crisis ever set to tape. The song is called Heartbeat by Don Johnson. Okay? It's exactly what happens when an actor with too much money, zero friends, and unlimited cocaine thinks he can sing. And spoiler alert, he can't. So, if we talk about the song, it's called Heartbeat, but it sounds more like a coronary on a yacht during a coke binge. Johnson's vocals sound like someone auto-tuned a man having a divorce-induced panic attack in the bathroom of an Olive Garden. And the lyrics, well, I mean, it's real fucking poetry. It's heartbeat. He's looking for a heartbeat. He's not really looking for a heartbeat. What he's really looking for is a 23-year-old Pilates instructor who pretend that she's never seen Miami Vice and is willing to sign an NDA. In the video, Jesus Christ, it's a Don Johnson in a full sexy detective cosplay wandering through alleys and wet streets and smoky rooms while having slow-motion flashbacks of making out with a woman who clearly regrets every single second she's on set. He's wearing sunglasses in the dark, a silk suit that costs more than your parents' house, and a haircut that screams, I have a cocaine addiction. My stylist respects my privacy. Here's a little nightmare trivia for you. This shit actually hit number 5 on the Billboard. Don Johnson, a fucking TV cop, made it higher on the charts than Prince did with Kiss in the same year. America was so fucked on cocaine in 1986 that they heard this and they thought, oh yeah, this is what music should be. Okay, this is an FBI sting operation with synthesizers more than it's a music video. This is what Patrick Bateman listened to while doing naked yoga in front of a mirror covered in blood and expensive moisturizer. So here it is. Don Johnson's musical manifesto, the theme song for dudes who get arrested at upscale hotel bars. That is true, by the way. That's a fact. This is Heartbeat by Don Johnson, and no, this man is not okay. Teleprompter cam? Yeah, we're making use of it. We're making use of it right now. Because it's easier to read this than it is that piece of paper. Last week was a little rough. It's still a little, I gotta adjust the speed a little bit. I gotta slow it down. So, there you go. That's what we're getting into. It's working well. Well, thank you. Thank you. It'll help it when I edit the stuff for fucking TikTok and whatnot. That's what we're trying to do. I'm trying to really bait up something so we can get the views up. Parents' house that they bought when the dollar was stronger decades ago. Yeah. Here you are reading teleprompters. Next thing you know, president. Yeah. Exactly. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. We'll get there. We'll get there. So yeah, we're going to be listening to, we're going to check out Heartbeat. We're going to do more than listen to it. We're going to hear, what is going on here? 2. Why is it not working? There you go. All right, so let's go to here. Don Johnson's Heart. Now, this one's bad. I've been sitting on this one for a while. This one's really bad. So, this is the thing. For whatever reason in the 80s, okay? In the 80s, it seemed to be this big thing where if you could make music, if you could figure out a way to leverage your celebrity to like sell something, you could. And everyone went into music because everyone wanted to be a rock star. They wanted to be, I mean, this is Don Johnson. He was on like the biggest TV show of all time, but he had to be a rock star. And apparently this actually like charted, which is amazing to me. I don't get it. Imagine these are the presidential addresses. Well, we're not far off. But like or Rockwell before this, you know, and they're like, yeah, let's make a song. And the thing is that it continues to this day. It continues to this day. And it's like sometimes you got to just do the other thing. Like I don't know of any, there's very few celebrities out there that when they transition to another medium, that it actually works out well for them. And it doesn't end up becoming like a cringe thing. It doesn't matter if it's music, if it's like a podcast, it could be, you know, well, those are the two big ones. Let's be honest, it's music and podcasting. I mean, and there's a lot that attempt to, and it just doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't. There are the exceptions. You know, you have like a Jack Black, for example. But in all honesty, he had Tenacious D before he was famous. He was already doing that. So I don't know. I don't think that exactly counts. But anyway, yeah, there's a unicorn, but it isn't the norm. So let's get through this. Because you know what it's going to be. It's Don Johnson. And I believe he did get like arrested in a hotel. He is the type to get too drunk and get arrested at a hotel bar because he can't handle his shit. And Miami Vice was huge. I was born in 86, so I was a baby when all this was. So I didn't know any of this stuff. But you look at like that. Apparently was like groundbreaking television for what it was. It was like it was gritty drama. I've watched a few episodes over the years. I think I saw like the first episode years ago, and it was shot like a movie. You know, that's kind of, it would be the equivalent of like one of those prestige television shows now that you see on like HBO Max or something. So he was on top of it. He didn't need to do this. All this does is detract. This ruins the legacy. Speaking of that, did you see Jelly Roll is trying to wrestle? I heard about it, but I mean, they always try to pull in people to do like events. I don't think he's going to wrestle. If they put, what was his name? What was his name? He was the actor. Was it David Arquette? Wasn't David Arquette, he made that movie Ready to Rumble, but he ended up like, didn't he win a WCW championship? Like that was dumb. Like if Jelly Roll makes like a short run and ends up becoming a champ, then it's like, all right, now it's gone too far. He has a match at SummerSlam. He has an actual match? Or is it one of those like matches where someone's going to step in for him? Like the Vince Trump hair versus hair match where they didn't actually wrestle. It would have been great to see them both wrestle, but Drew Carey was on back in the day too. He did some with the wrestling too. I don't doubt it. I don't know. I don't see that being like a super intense match with Jelly Roll. I don't know. Who's he going to wrestle? Logan Paul? That's my guess for the young kids. Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to not be very active. There's going to be a run-in. There's going to be someone on his side. Jelly Roll and Randy Orton versus Logan Paul and Drew. Okay, so that's what it is. It really is going to be, Jelly Roll is going to get a few good moves in, okay? And then really it's going to be like Randy Orton and Logan and Drew McIntyre are going to carry the whole thing. That's what's going to happen. He's going to get a couple good moves in. You're going to be like, oh, wow, he actually did this move that they're training for, whatever. But, yeah, the other three are really going to carry it. Well, didn't Jay Leno wrestle at one time, too, and win? Am I just making that up? This is in the WCW days. Didn't he Jelly Roll on top of a ladder match? Oh, they got to run up the ladder to get him? No, a real Joey. Oh, okay. Just a Danish. First one to grab the Danish. All right. Well, let's get through this Don Johnson heartbeat. Ugh. Guy would have been so. This would have been such a miserable experience to be around this guy, especially during this time. Because he wants to be more. He wants to be more than the thing that he's known for. No. I have an artistic side. I'm also artistic. And then, of course, there's always going to be someone in his ear gassing him up. A woman, a yes man, being like, no. Yeah, we got to do the video. And he's going to have all these creative shots that no one's going to give a shit about. But he's like, no, I'm going to be me on the streets. Showing that I'm out there trying to capture them. They're busy watching me. I guarantee you there was a conversation that happened where it's like, no, I want shots of me filming the people because they're usually all watching me on television. But how crazy would it be if me, the person they watch on television, is now watching them through a camera? How deep is that? That's a brain buster right there. That's wild. Now we're in, what is this? Desert Storm? Was that happen? No, that didn't happen yet. Wasn't that in the 90s? Was Desert Storm in the 80s or the 90s? I forget. There's Desert Storm and Desert Shield. I forget. I get them confused. That's another move that we got to get rid of. The fucking let me just get in there and just grab it. Is he wearing? Wait a minute. Is he wearing like a taekwondo or a karate outfit, or is these just suit pants? Wait a minute. Is that a belt? Oh no, these are just high-waisted pants. All right, never mind. I thought it was like a karate belt. I was like, I hope because if he was doing the karate thing, he would be Dirk Diggler. That's why I like Boogie Nights. Hold on a sec. We got to watch it. Hold on a second. This is. I mean.
Okay, Derek, you ready?
Yeah, I was born ready, Nick. Let's go, man.
Dirk Diggler demo.
Keep the vocals up.
83. I mean, see, this is so accurate.
Got the touch. Take 7. Excuse me, Reed.
You got the touch. You got the power.
Like this is this. He had a read. Don Johnson had a read in his corner. Tell him like, bro, this is so good. This is so good. This is going to be amazing. The video is going to be so great. And again, this outcharted Prince, which is crazy. That's crazy to me. 80s Prince. This did better than 80s Prince. That's wild. I'm a star. I'm a bright, shiny star. Yeah, that's... Man, that's the era, like... The internet is definitely changed celebrity to a degree where now you're able to get... Because think of it this way. Before the internet, these people never really got a lot of major criticism. I mean, they did amongst the public, but they didn't hear it. The public wasn't really... They would either see it in the fact that no one was selling anything, or maybe there was actual critics, TV, radio, newspaper critics. You know what I'm saying? These are the people that would criticize them, but then they could slough it off of, oh, well, they're just trying to make a name by talking negative to me. And the internet really created it is one of the gifts and the curse of the internet where everyone has a voice, where this wouldn't fly today. This wouldn't fly today. You look at that girl, that JoJo Siwa girl. Every time she makes a music video, like everyone just shits on her because it's weird. It's just fucking weird. It doesn't need to exist. And that's what this is. People needed to say, I think the only reason this sold is because of the thing of like, well, it's Don Johnson. Let me check it out. Because he's on Miami Vice, I'll check it out. And then they put the CD or the cassette on the shelf and never listened to it. She's straight now, by the way. Of course she is. Of course she is. Dirk's better than Don. I mean, that is true. Dirk is a bit better. Don Johnson's he's a wreck. But you got to understand, like, these people would have been so insufferable. It would almost be, I would almost hate to more so, I don't think I'd ever really want to be a celebrity. You know, like, I don't think I'd ever want to be a big celebrity because you wouldn't be able to live any sort of normal life. And I think it would have been worse even back then, though. Like nowadays, you're more like you are almost seen more human-like, unless you're like a Taylor Swift. That's a whole different level. But like back then, it would have been torture because all you get are people that are wanting to say be yes men to you until you're no longer successful, and they just turn their back on you. You know, it'd probably be fright. And then you're like, I don't understand. Because no one wants to like, and then they get, plus I'm sure they're insufferable. You end up becoming insufferable. I was on a movie set. I was on a movie set once. It was for Transformers. It was Michael Bay. Michael Bay was there. Kelsey Grammer. It was a major scene. They had Kelsey Grammer was there. It was the one with Mark Wahlberg. I think it was the first one that Mark Wahlberg was in. This is going back a few years. This is probably like, I don't know, 12 years ago, 10, 12 years ago, something like that. Not more than 10 years ago. It was probably like 2013 or something. They came to Michigan, they were filming, and I was able to sneak in and pretend like I was on the set. And I just wanted to kind of like just check it out. And I got to be there all day and watch this. But it was interesting to watch the dynamic of how they treated people. Or even what the energy on the set was. So like Michael Bay was just very intense. Old Megan Fox. This was past the Megan Fox. This is when they did the I don't remember what it was. I never saw the movie. But it was interesting to get the vibe of it because Mark Wahlberg was there. They had scenes they had to shoot of him. And he was like separate from everybody. It was really weird. He did not, because there wasn't like a bunch of trailers. There was a lot of like hanging around. But the problem is we were in a facility. We were in a facility and when they were filming it. So it's a lot of just hallways and, you know, just small rooms and control rooms and stuff. And actual control rooms. Now they put fake shit around it. But yeah, so you're all kind of condensed here. And there was like a whole section for like the extras and stuff like that. But I got to be on the set because I pretended to be, I put on someone's work shirt. So I looked like I was like a technician, that I was supposed to be there, just kind of like watching things operate and running the act, because it was in a real facility. So they had actual technicians there in case they needed things that they just had to sit around. So I just looked like somebody that was a technician. I was just like, anyway, point is, so I got to just sit there and watch this. And I saw there was at one point, it was in this small room, probably no bigger than this little section of my basement. And it was Kelsey Grammer. What's that other guy's name? Bald guy. Stanley Tucci, right? He's an actor. Yeah. Stanley Tucci. And then there was like there wasn't anywhere to really sit because it was small, but everyone was just kind of waiting around, and Michael Bay was trying to get the shots up, and he was very intense, yelling at people. And there were these people coming around. There was like a hairstylist that was trying to fix everyone's hair and stuff like that, but there's like these weird conversations, and there was this energy of like, whatever the actors say, just pretend like they're the best thing ever. It's so amazing. And they did that with like, but they were pretty nice. Like Kelsey Grammer and Stanley Tucci, pretty nice guys. I was able to hold a conversation with them. Nothing much about local stuff, asking about the roads. Yeah, they thought it was hilarious because we have a freeway here that's like 696, but people just shortened it to 69, right? And then there's an exit, or there's another road called Big Beaver. Right? They thought it was crazy. Like, what kind of names are these? These are wild names. But anyway, so they were just... There's an actual I-69 where you live? Well, I'm sure, yeah. But there was this energy there where they were just constantly kind of... They could have said anything. And luckily enough, those two were pretty easygoing. And then, like, there was Mark Wahlberg. But Mark Wahlberg wasn't around the rest of it. He was off in a corner. Very awkward. He was kind of like, you ever been to a party and there's like that one person doesn't really seem to know anyone? They're just kind of pretending to be busy in a corner. That's what it felt like. It was very strange. And then occasionally someone would come in with like a little red cooler for him. And then he would sit there and he'd eat like an apple, and he'd have his like little food that he'd eat, and he'd be sitting there. But no one would talk to him. The other actors didn't talk to him. Michael Bay didn't talk to him. They just left him alone. But again, we were in a small room. So this vibe is really strange. You had the chance to talk to X-Men's Beast, and you talked about roads. Listen, I didn't want to blow my cover, okay? I wasn't supposed to be there. I just wanted to hang out. So I was going to push it. You know what I mean? I was in my 20s still. Like, I didn't want to fucking... I was afraid someone was going to catch it. I was like, how come everyone else here is like 30, 40 years old, but you got this young kid here? So I was just kind of like, whatever. I was just feeling the vibe. But I guess my bigger point is that there is this energy of those people come in, and those people are not living a real experience around people. And I would fair to guess like the Stanley Tucci or the Kelsey Grammer in this case probably have been around long enough and had different highs and lows in their career that they probably know that. They probably know that there's probably like an inauthentic experience that they're having. And that's probably why they were a little bit more approachable or reasonable, or like, hey, let's just, because they don't owe anyone to have to talk to them, but we're obviously, you're at work. It's like when you go to a job, right? There's always the person that comes in a bad mood and just never talks to anybody. And there's everyone else who's like, hey, we're all here. Let's make the best of it. We're all in this together type of thing. And that was kind of the vibe of it. But then you have like a Mark Wahlberg where he's not, and I would wonder if he ever really realizes whether he's having an authentic experience or not, because some people long enough could probably get deluded into thinking that that's what real life is, and that's how they get into these weird things. Like a Leonardo DiCaprio is somebody that is living in a fantasy world. And so my point is that this is the result, or this used to be the result of that, is they get gassed up and they do shit like this. Isn't he in the new Avengers movie? Who? I said like so many different actors, so I don't know who you're referring to. Mark Wahlberg, Kelsey Grammer, right? Because he's probably Beast. I'm assuming is who you're referencing. So, if you're like, no, Stanley Tucci. Yeah, Kelsey Grammer. Yeah, I don't know, but I would guess they would probably try to loop him in. So anyway, that we went way off track, but let's get. We're only like less than a minute in on this. We got to get in on this. We got to experience this video. Okay. Oh, this is what I wanted to talk about. All right. So with any music video, there's got to be a story. There's a narrative, right? There generally is a narrative. It doesn't have to be a super deep one, but when you're watching the video, you have to understand what the story is. So what I'm trying to figure out is he seems to be trying to, in this case, he's a photographer, and he seems to be having flashbacks of a time where he was a journalist during a war or trying to document a war. Because in the beginning, he's on the streets. Okay, I see where they're going with this now. So he's been out there. He's documenting. He's a photojournalist, right? And he's searching for that excitement. He's out there filming protests, documenting a protest. Who cares about that? He was in the war, right? That was the real excitement. That was the real shit. That was what real life is. He hasn't felt his heartbeat since then. But now he spots a woman. He starts filming a woman walking down the street, and now he's got the same feeling. Oh, understand this. He's got the same feeling looking at this woman as he did as explosions were happening in a war zone. How do you open up a conversation with that? Listen, lady, I saw you from across here. I started documenting you. Because when I looked at you, you're so beautiful. You reminded me of a war zone. And then, of course, you always have to have your performance shots. In any music video, you have your story or your narrative shots, and then you transition those with the performance shots. Here's a tip. And I think they've learned this over the last 30, 40 years of music videos. You don't need performance shots anymore. I was looking at music videos the other day, like new ones, because we're not going to just do old ones. I got new ones we're going to look at too. But I was looking up new ones. And you know what's the most intriguing videos are? The ones that have minimal performance shots. Great example, when we watched that Sabrina Carpenter video like a month ago, maybe a few weeks ago, I don't know how long it was. It was a while ago. And it was like a bunch of shit going on and it kind of looked like a movie versus the new Drake video that came out where he's just rapping. And I'm like, this sucks. I'm not impressed by seeing Drake rap in an empty room. This doesn't do anything. What would be my walkout song? My walkout song? Like in wrestling? It would probably be... that's a good question. Not this. That's for sure. Not this. My walkout song would probably be... There's a couple good ones. I would say it would be what would it be? It would be one of these two. Right now, I'm thinking it's this one. It would be this. I would come out. All of a sudden, this is the way it would be. Big booty bitches? No. This is how it would go. You'd see me in the stadium. If you're talking about like a wrestling rock or like a fight, even a fight, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it's an MMA fight or whatever. All of a sudden it'd be silent. And then the lights would go out. It'd be dark. Total darkness, right? And then in the dark, this would start playing. Hold on. This walkout song. But let's get back to Don Johnson. It's going to be a nightmare to edit. But anyways, this is go back to Don Johnson. So let's to remind everyone, he used to film in the war. He's a photojournalist. He's missing the feeling he used to have back when he documented the war. Now he's just documenting civilians and civilian life. But then he found a woman in his camera, and it made him feel like he was in a war zone. And now he's looking for that. This song stinks so much. I actually zoned out for a minute. Like, this whole sequence was so fucking I didn't even know what I looked at. This whole performance thing right here, I was looking at it and I glazed over. I didn't even soak in any of this. I don't even. Can you take a look at this footage and tell me where this woman's at? I'm trying to find her. Women were way hotter back then? Well, yeah, because we didn't have this obesity epidemic that we're in. We never got a resolution. It's unfortunate. Well, we had a lot of detours in that one. I want to know the 15 best Don Johnson songs. He had more than one. Oh, yeah, he did. Oh, my God. He had another one. He had a follow-up. Was this during his Nash Bridges era? Or I have to take one more piss, okay? Because we have to get through the rest of these. Oh my God, tonight's going to be a long night. Jesus Christ. We're in for a long one. We're in for the long haul tonight, so strap in. So let me take a quick piss so we can get through the rest of this. So I'm going to give you a little dance party, okay? Be right back. Strap in, strap on, whatever's going to be more comfortable. I'll be right back.
Click on that beat if you know what I mean. Rub that head like Mr. Clean. Got you feeling so serene. Grab up on that dick, then you stroke it to the tip. Your grip it starts to slip from that sticky gooey drip. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Click on that beat, click on that beat. Click on that beat if you know what I mean. Click on that beat, click on that beat. Click on that beat if you know what I mean. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Grab up on that dick. Grab up on that dick. Grab up on that dick. Then you stroke it to the tip. Grab up on that dick. Grab up on that dick. Grab up on that dick. Then you stroke it to the tip. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. All right. Click on that beat if you know what I mean. Rub that head like Mr. Clean. Got you feeling so serene. Grab up on that dick. Then you stroke it to the tip. Your grip is starts to slip from that sticky gooey drip. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Rub that head like Mr. Clean. Rub that head like Mr. Clean. Rub that head like Mr. Clean. Got you feeling so serene. Rub that head like Mr. Clean. Rub that head like Mr. Clean. Rub that head like Mr. Clean. Got you feeling so serene. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'.
All right, so let's go. And we're going to move on to the next video here. Let's get to... so I don't know if you're keeping track. Some people, if you are keeping track, may remember the lyrics are so catchy. They are. Well, that's Goonie for you, wherever he may be. He's out there wandering the earth right now. He's out there. He's on a spiritual journey. Wandering the earth like, what's his name from Kung Fu? No, I don't know. I don't know. He's gooning in a goon cave, yeah. No, but it is a catchy song. That's why we use it. It's great. So yeah, so if you're paying attention, you'll notice that was video number 2. So that means the next one is, I think it's officially Yeah, it's video number 3 is what this one is, just in case you're keeping track. So, video number 3, keeping in the same fashion as we did before. You may be wondering, well, who could it be? What's next? What's the next one? If it's going to be Rockwell and Don Johnson, what the hell else is there going to be? I know, this was... Well, don't you worry. Oh, don't you worry. But let me ask you this. Before I even say it, let me ask you a quick question, okay? You think Die Hard was good? You think Bruce Willis, the bald, bulletproof hero, is untouchable, right? Well, guess what? Today, I'm dragging you straight to hell, and the soundtrack is Bruce Willis crooning over a blues beat, like a divorced dad at a karaoke night, trying to seduce a Denny's waitress. This is Respect Yourself. It's a cover song recorded by Bruce Willis at the peak of his Hollywood God complex in 1987. And yet again, the year cocaine became sentient and decided to form a blues band fronted by an action star who just discovered harmonicas and divorce. Let's talk about the vocals. Bruce Willis, he doesn't really sing, he more growls and moans. He speaks like he's delivering the closing argument in a sexual harassment lawsuit. It's not so much singing as it is, musical gaslighting delivered by a man who looks like he showers in whiskey and cigarettes, at least back then. The lyrics, on the other hand, he didn't write them. He just took a perfectly good staple singer song and strangled it in front of America, turning Respect Yourself into Please Fuck Me, I'm Lonely. He whispers the phrase respect yourself repeatedly like it's court mandated after getting caught jerking off in a limo outside of a Hard Rock cafe. And the video itself, well, my God, it's a sweaty mess of neon signs, sunglasses worn indoors, fake nightclub sets, and Willis aggressively playing harmonica, and he probably didn't pay for it. And he's playing the harmonica like it owes him money. He's swaggering around with a look that says, yeah, I fuck, but you can smell the desperation, the Axe body spray, and the unresolved emotional baggage. So, the real nightmare piece of trivia for you, this atrocity actually charted, again, at number 5 of the Hot 100. America looked at Bruce Willis playing blues rock and said, yeah, this is the soundtrack I want when I'm drunk driving my Pontiac Firebird to pick up my third wife. So this isn't so much a music video, some could say. It's more of a court-ordered PSA on why actors should never, ever touch a harmonica. It's more of a sonic intervention for every dad who ever wore sunglasses indoors and flirted with your girlfriend and thought he could hang. So buckle up. Bruce Willis is here to disrespect every musical boundary that ever existed with this song and video, Respect Yourself. And clearly, this man respects fucking nothing. So, with that, we move on to said video, which is here. Well, actually, this is Don Johnson. This is Bruce Willis. Because this is what everybody wanted, was more Bruce Willis. Now, if you remember, in the 80s, I don't know, when did Die Hard come out? Was that in the 80s? That was an 80s movie, right? 88. So this came out before that. This came out before that. And I think he had a start on a sitcom, if I remember correctly. Was it Moonlighting? Right? When was that on? Moonlighting was... First episode was 85, and it ended in 89. So it wasn't on for very long. So this was during that time. So he was kind of almost in a Don Johnson type of era where he was TV's trying to get into movies and eventually did successfully. But before he did successfully with Die Hard, he gave us this, which should be great. So, all the cocaine, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of cocaine. It is very clear that cocaine ran the 80s because a lot of these decisions were a bit rough. So let's take a look here at, and I think in the 80s also, there was a throwback to like the 50s, like a Motown type of sound, which makes sense because that was 30 years prior, like the 50s, right? So that would be equivalent to how like the 90s are kind of big today, which makes me really feel old, to be honest with you. So as much as I thought it was corny back then, not back then, because I was a baby. I was literally born here. I was 0 years old. But like in the 90s, I thought it was corny. I can understand it looking back.
Rock me in your arms, baby. Rock me in your arms, baby. Rock me in your arms, baby. Rock me, little girl. Rock me in your arms, baby. Put your arms around me. Rock me in your arms, baby. Rock me, little girl. Rock me.
But I'll give him credit that this is a cover song. So it was like there's less risk because it's not like an original song. It's just his version. Like I know I think like Robert Downey Jr. and like Seth MacFarlane and stuff like that. I think they've done a lot of cover stuff. Like actors like that have done it. Not great. They're not great. They're not great, but it's a little bit more forgiving because it's more like, this is just a passion. I'm not a writer. I just like to sing, you know.
Baby, yeah. Baby. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to thank you all for coming down to Rockies tonight. You've been listening to Matt Stone and the Moon Tones.
Okay, so it's kind of like a dive bar. It looks like it's around the holidays. It's kind of small. It's like a little group that no one's really vibing with. This girl's actually excited just to put some money into the jukebox. They're like, okay, thank God those guys are over. All right, so that's the setting we have so far.
Here for the Moon Tones. Now can we get a little something for the ladies over there? Did such a fine job. Looking good. Now, we will be here every weekend for your enjoyment. And we hope we see you all again real soon.
I will say, though, as far as a video, compared to Don Johnson's video, this one's a little bit more engaging. I'll give it this. There's a little bit more of a cinematic feel. Again, this is 1986. Music videos were kind of like a new thing. This was not, they weren't perfected. When did MTV start? Like that was the 80s, right? The early 80s. There, see? I will say though, it's very interesting to see Bruce Willis with hair. Like it's kind of shocking a little bit.
Well, the place is dead, Bruno. I'm taking off. Lock the place.
Oh, speaking of, because that's his. So, Bruno is Bruce Willis's nickname that he gave himself or something. I didn't know this. Did you know he had a cartoon in the 90s? That he had like he did the voice for a children's cartoon? I think it only had like one season. Did you know about this? It was, I think it was called Little Bruno or something. Or, I don't know if you remember this at all. Is it Little Bruno cartoon? Not Baby Bum. You only know of Woos Willis? Who the fuck is Woos Willis? Oh, I put Bruno. That's why. Bruno cartoon. Bruno the Kid. That's what it was called. Bruno the Kid. Yeah, Bruno the Kid. It was he did the voice of it. Yeah, this is definitely in the 90s. Why did like Google Images no longer actually open the images? That's very frustrating. But yeah, this one. And so he was the voice of the kid, and they would solve little mysteries. They were like, and he would like solve crimes and stuff. He was like a secret agent. He would go after like dictators and things like that. I had forgot. I remember this show vaguely. I never really watched, but I remember it existing. I remember the image, but I didn't know he was the He was the voice. So that's just a little fun fact, just a factoid.
Place up for me.
Okay, Roy. See you later, babe.
Okay, so again, I think this is much better than the Don Johnson because there's a real story. He's closing up the bar. Looks like it's around the holidays. It's lonely, and now he's gonna be able to kind of like show off his skills. You know, it's like, hey, little do people know, I'm actually a singer. But he's not showing it off. He's just doing it. I bet you by the end of this, someone's gonna stumble in on him singing and be like, "Oh my God, that was so amazing." I respect it. Creep from Outer Space, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, we're in number one video right now, and this is Bruce Willis. Respect yourself. How long have you been watching this video? Well, we started it. I mean, we're 2 minutes in. I don't know, probably a few minutes now. We did a little bit better than the previous one. The Don Johnson one took some time, but I gotta say this isn't as bad. The singing isn't great. Again, I think. The people needed to yesterday. How long have I been watching this video? Since yesterday. Well, I guess technically, no, it hasn't been 20 minutes. It's still today. But it still falls into the category of this isn't really needed. This is something the market did not need. The market was not demanding like 1986 or 86. You know what we need? We need some Bruce Willis to sing us a song. This is more of like, hey, I'm just going to put this out there and hopefully go and I'm going to be a big success and a big rock star. That's the thing with a lot of these guys, these actors like this. They secretly would probably want, I bet you in the back of his mind in the 80s, he did this, and he was probably thinking like, yeah, this acting thing's working out, but man, you know what? If I do this album, what if I take off and that becomes my new thing? This is, this acting thing is okay. I got it down, but maybe if it's everyone's like talking about like Bruce Willis, what Bruno? Because he's gonna go by Bruno. That's what he wants to be. That's his self-imposed nickname. They're like, oh, Bruno's the best. He's killing it.
It's a brand new day. Oh, respect yourself. Respect yourself. If you don't respect yourself, ain't nobody gonna.
And I gotta give him this credit too. He's smart enough where he's burying his vocals behind all the background singers. So he's able to take the credit of being the singer, but he's not really doing all the heavy lifting. He's going to do one of those like he's going to do one of those where he's going to try to show his vocal range. He's going to do one of those like how do I describe it? It's like a like he's going to try to hit like a higher octave, and it's going to be more like a he's going to give one of those, like one of those. You watch. That's where he's going to, his volume's going to finally pass the background vocals volume.
dead, Bruno. I'm out of here. Lock up for him.
Yeah, okay, Rock. Have a good night.
See? You see? Someone stumbled. I called it. Someone's going to stumble in on him, and he's going to be like, oh, wait, I didn't know that you sang like that. He's like, oh, I didn't know anyone was watching me sing like that. He knows his secret. Honestly, it almost feels like he's the feature on this. Whoever these women are, I think, are more of like the front and center piece to it. And again, it's a tale as old as time. We watched the Chet Hanks video with that, what is that band he's in, Going West? And there's a whole band carrying him. And then Chet Hanks does like the hook, but he gets all the credit because he's able to get his dad in the video. That's another perfect example. Chet Hanks. No, there is no market demand for Chet Hanks. There just isn't. See, now okay, listen. This isn't my cup of tea. This is not exactly my thing. But when you take Bruce Willis out of the equation, this is passable. This is like, okay, this isn't bad. I could see if this was a hit. Once you just take him out of it. I don't like his sassiness, though. The sass, he's got to dial back his sass. The sass is a little bit much. I got to be honest with you. Oh, yeah, he's really wailing on that harmonica. But I will give him this too, though. So I can't shit on this one. There's things to shit on, but man, after the last two, this one's pretty passable. Because as much as I think he's throwing a little too much sass out there, you can tell he's kind of having fun. You know, he's actually enjoying this. Like seems, and there's a decent level of quality to it. You know, I can't exactly fully shit on it. He knows to drown out his own voice with a group of black women singing over him. But that's what I was saying earlier. Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. He's smart enough to know, like, hey, let's dial this part back. He doesn't have the strength there. But now looking at it as a whole, it's actually, again, I think it also helps that we saw two bigger pieces of shit videos before this. This isn't terrible for its time.
This place is dead, Stanley. Lock up for me, will you? Make sure your cousin gets home all right.
He's making the Bruce Willis face. He's venturing out, and that's it. That's, well, spoiler alert. So way better than Don Johnson, still mid though. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. But that's what I'm saying. In comparison to the other shit, it looks way better. It's not great though, but it is way better. See, this is the idea. This is what's going to make it tricky, because at the end of the day, we have to figure out which one is the stronger. Well, which one is the better video, I guess you could say. For better or for worse. However you want to measure that. So, with that being said, let's move ourselves along to video number well, is it? What number are we on? No, we did video number 3, right? We did video number 3. So then that would mean that was video number 3. So that means that this one is, yeah, this is video number 4. That's what this one is. This one's 4. Forgot about that. Okay. So let's take a look at what we got for number 4. This thing doesn't like to work with me. Okay. So I'm going to say this. When we get into this one, this one's a tricky one, but let's just get through this. I guess the best way to start this off would be to say, I mean, we talked about it earlier. Hollywood is in its decline now, for sure. But it can definitely be kind of a fucked up environment. But if you think Hollywood is fucked up now, you think the internet possibly ruined celebrities, like I said, I think it actually benefited them more now. But if we go back to 1985 when Eddie Murphy, comedy legend, movie star, Shrek's donkey, he decided he needed to really assault America's eardrums with a song about a woman who, get this, parties all the fucking time. So with the song Party All the Time, it's a synth-driven, coke-fueled cry for help written by Rick James, Rick Super Freak James. It's what a narcissistic millionaire comedian who, then it was revealed to be a dude. Then it was revealed, yeah. So, I lost my spot. I lost my spot when I was trying to. So anyway. So it's what a narcissistic millionaire comedian bored of hookers and mansions begging America to validate his falsetto fantasies is going to put out. Now let's talk about his vocals. This isn't singing. It's more attuned to like a musical hostage-taking delivered by a man who thinks screaming, "My girl likes to party all the time," at an octave only dogs can hear is romantic. Murphy sings like he's permanently stuck in puberty, hitting notes so shrill they'd register as sexual harassment in 17 states. The lyrics, on the other hand, my girl likes to party all the time, party all the time, party all the time. It's not as much of a chorus as it is more of like an emergency phone call to a therapist, maybe sex therapist, as we saw earlier. Eddie, your girl doesn't want to party all the time. She wants to fuck dudes who don't spend every waking hour hanging out with Rick James in glitter suits. I didn't have faith in that line, but it kind of worked out at the end. And oh my God, the fucking video. Rick James is here, gleefully turning knobs and looking high out of his fucking mind. Murphy, meanwhile, is in his studio wearing headphones and looking like he just discovered his own penis. Everyone around him is clapping and nodding, pretending that this isn't the musical equivalent of watching a dog eat crayons. So the real trivia that'll make you possibly throw your TV out the window back in the day is that this video and song reached number 2 on the Billboard. America loved it. They heard Eddie Murphy singing about a girl who parties consistently and constantly and thought, yes, this is exactly how I want to spend the last of my Coke money. So this, some could say, isn't music as much as it is evidence in a custody hearing. It's an audio suicide note from a man trapped inside his own ego. It's the kind of song your dad listens to at 2 a.m. when he's trying to convince himself his marriage was fine until she started partying all the time. So, here, America's greatest comedian in the role of a lifetime, Eddie Murphy, party all the time. And trust me, no one is having a good fucking time here. So, with that, is this before Rick James rubbed his dirty shoes on Eddie's couch? Probably. That's probably. She 100% has a dick? Yeah. If we know his proclivities, yeah, that is true. Now, as much as I enjoy shitting on this one's actually got some charm to it. I think more than anything. And over the years, has probably grown on me more than, well, definitely more than the others did. So, but it is a bit much. The vibe of this, I've watched this a lot over the years. From time to time, I will go back to this. And I feel it fits this vibe very much so because, again, Eddie Murphy was on top of the world. He was on top of the world. And for some reason, it's got to, like, did he make a lot of money from this? Was this a really good business venture? I don't know. Was the world begging for this? And you know he's gone back to make other music since then. We could have done a whole segment of this of just Eddie Murphy songs. He did it not long ago with Snoop Dogg. He made a song. Well, back then he was going by Snoop Lion. I don't understand it, but that's what he was doing. So, anyway, let's get into this one. Party All the Time with Eddie Murphy. But I will say this. Rick James really makes the song. Rick James really makes this song. With his, like, he produced this thing. My guess is Rick James did what Prince would do, where he would make a hit song and then he would have someone else perform it. Like, I don't know if you know this, but you know back in the day, you probably heard this song over the years. I heard it in a 7-Eleven just the other day. Manic Monday, right? 80s pop song. Was it the Bangles did this? The Bangles did that. I didn't know it was the Bangles. I knew it was women, but I didn't know it was Bangles. So anyway, everybody knows this song, right? He wrote it, and then he just gave it to him. I could imagine him singing it. Well, actually, there is now a version that came out since he died. First one that popped up. They actually have, since he died, they put out a version of a video. I've only heard this like everywhere. Yeah. But it's a Prince song, right? He did that a lot. Like he would write music a lot. And it's fine because the song is good in itself. And I think that's what happened here. I think this is Rick James made this song, and then he just kind of, was like, oh, you're my friend, and we do a lot of... I don't know if Eddie Murphy really did drugs. I don't know. I've heard mixed things. I've heard stories that he's actually pretty clean. But I don't know. So we'll say. This is one thing I'll say. This is actually probably the most honest as far as the strange world of celebrity is. Because if you notice, the video is all about like getting the studio prepped and ready to go. So all Eddie Murphy has to do is come in, go into the booth, start singing in one take, and then get out of there. Like you see like the busyness of like, oh, they had to mark like, oh, this fader's for Eddie. We got to get that together. We got to get this thing together. Oh, got to hurry him down to the studio. And there's like a nervous energy going on of like, oh man, we only got this one shot, this one opportunity to get this, you know? And he comes in and there's a studio filled with people for a song that was already put together. The production's already there. All he has got to do is put the vocal in. I don't know why there's a bunch of band members and hangers-on everywhere. Well, we know why. We know why. Drugs. That's probably what it is. But the Mad TV skit about this song, yes, I have. Yeah, I've seen that. Where he's always got to be like, Rick James keeps like running out to go do more coke. Yeah.
Put your phones on, man.
And he's got to give him the instructions, like, put your headphones on. Like, he doesn't know what's going on. Like, that's what I mean. They're treating it very honestly. Like, he doesn't... Like, they're all there to, like he's a child. They really are. They're treating him like a child. If you've ever been, like, around a small child and you want to encourage them to do something, but they have to do it in front of everybody, everybody's all excited and they want to root for the kid to, like, whatever it is. Maybe you're at, like, a softball game and he's playing and you're like, yeah, you're going to get out there. You're going to go do that. You know, and everyone's looking and they're cheering. And even if he gets struck out, everyone's like, no, you did such a good job. But you got to like, oh, no, stand up. You got to stand up to the plate a little bit more. You got to put your headphones, Eddie. Come on, you could do this. Rick James looks like this girl that used to hang out with us minus the mustache. Are you sure? Or did she have a faint one? This is an actual song that is relatable. We've all known a girl that parties all the time. Well, then dump her ass. She parties all the time. She's fucking behind your back, Eddie. This song's fun. I don't give a fuck. There's a charm to it. I'm sorry. I have to shit on it. I have to do the gimmick where I give a fucking, you know, a rage bait fucking shit out. But it is a good song. That hurt me. That hurt me to have to read that. That was... She then got married after becoming nearly 300 pounds to a 60-year-old guy. That's what happens. You see it in some of these shots here where he doesn't allow himself to get too high on his own supply because you see him laughing like, and it really kind of shows like the awkwardness of the scenario, right? Hold on. It's like he's not, like he was doing like, oh man, yeah, this is sexy face, but then he's like, this is fucking ridiculous. This is like this shit of like, this is fucking ridiculous. Because that's the problem with comedians. They can't be too cool. Now, Eddie Murphy in the 80s was so big that he could get away with this to a degree. But as time has gone on, we're not doing that. I think the last two comedians that I can think of that really got big and really tried to be, hey, look at how cool I am, was Dane Cook and Pete Davidson. And once they reached that point where they're like, yeah, look how cool I look, and yeah, I'll be like got some charm because it's a Rick James song. It's Eddie Murphy at his peak. You know, it's a fun vibe kind of. It's the 80s. Everything was forgivable. I mean, you got this. I mean, comparison to this, Bruce Willis and fucking Don Johnson, this all day, right? You have no idea. It was so weird. If you ever hung out with someone like that, one-on-one, you'll know what I mean. Oh, no, I know those people. It's in GTA 5, what this song is? I mean, it's a classic. I could see this being a GTA song. I mean, it is a classic, like, 80s type of song. As far as, like, the celebrity 80s songs, 5 that we're about to get into. Now, with video number 5, we saw the charm and the, you know, the fun of Eddie Murphy's party all the time at the peak of his career. He's with, it's a song that's definitely that was written by Rick James, also was performing on the song. That's always a great thing. So you would think that there's probably more that could be pumped out of this well, right? Maybe? You think that's a possibility? That we could probably do it again? Yeah, I think it's possible. Maybe, I don't know. What the fuck does that mean? What does that even mean? Eddie, Mike, we get it. You took acid at the zoo. Good for you. But why is there a gospel choir screaming behind you? Like you're about to be baptized at a petting zoo on Mars. And the video, this thing, it looks like someone filmed Eddie Murphy and Michael Jackson kind of mid-seizure in front of a green screen and then had a team of animators fresh from a mushroom binge draw cartoon hearts and butterflies and literal rainbows floating around their heads. It's more of like a fever dream, a Dare commercial gone rogue, the kind of thing you would find playing on repeat in Guantanamo Bay interrogation rooms. Michael Jackson, in this one, he dances like he's being electrocuted in slow motion, and Eddie Murphy is just spinning and laughing at nothing, wearing a peyote and said, hey, make a fucking music video, or you're both going to be imprisoned for the next 60 years. Here's the weirdest piece of trivia that I could find on this. MTV actually banned this video, not because of any nudity or violence, but because it was too fucking weird. Do you understand what that means? MTV, the channel that aired the Jersey Shore, Flavor, not so much Flavor Love, but probably more of like The Real World, Road Rules, and all that other shit. They saw Eddie Murphy, Michael Jackson giggling at animated dolphins and said, yeah, no, we can pass on this one. So it's not as much entertainment, I guess, as it's more of like evidence that reality itself probably broke around 1993. Maybe the Illuminati funded a fever dream designed to weaken our collective sanity. Maybe it's what the CIA shows captured. Well, maybe not that long. Maybe 6 years, something like that. But so let's get into this. I don't know if you've seen this. This one's a tougher one to find. This one really wasn't a hit. They weren't able to accomplish what they thought they could here. Let's see, Maxim Retro. My cousin got mobilized tonight because of the solar flare. Apparently it's causing a bunch of power outages. X-Class, he said. I'll take your word for that. I don't know. Speaking of Michael Jackson's monkey, Bubbles the chimp is still alive at the age of 42. He runs a successful real estate business in Florida. You almost had me for a minute. You almost had. All right, so here's this. I don't know if I've ever showed you this. I've had to because I've known about this forever. This is something. It's too much. This is, again, in the mid-'80s, peak Rick James, peak Eddie Murphy. You could do no wrong. 1993, Michael Jackson was still huge, but this is kind of like when Michael Jackson started to get weird. People would still listen to his music. He could sell a lot of albums, but the general public were kind of like, I don't know. He's kind of an odd duck. And Eddie Murphy, he really wasn't. I mean, he had some hit movies, but he also was getting more duds into the 90s, I think you're talking early 90s. You're talking about stuff like Boomerang, which not bad, but it wasn't a hit, So people were not going to be so forgiving.
The elephant is dying.
And truly, I don't know what the direction here was, whose vision this was. This one was a bit odd. Was that a juggalo? Oh, in the beginning.
The elephant is dying.
Yeah, what is that? What? Why? What does any of this have to do? I've seen this video a dozen times. None of it really makes any sense. I don't really understand what they're going for. This was an early Juggalo? Possibly. This outfit is too much. I don't know what is going on here. And by the way, this is at a point where Eddie Murphy is no longer able to chuckle at himself. He is taking himself serious. He is taking himself so serious. This came out while Clinton was president. Yeah, he was probably just elected. What was that election? 92? So yeah, this would have been like during his first year. So yeah. Made this? I don't know, man. This one is out there. This one's fucking out there. And by the way, so the reason we started with Rockwell, right? We started with Rockwell, Somebody's Watching You. Not a bad song. Well, it's not great. Michael Jackson saves that song. If it was Rockwell on his own having to sing that chorus, no one would have listened to it. But Michael Jackson was able to do a lot of heavy lifting on that one. Something that he is not able to replicate 10 years later. I bet they played this on Epstein Island. And it might not be far off from the truth there.
Ooh, that's
Retro
how it
Scrub.
starts. But then later there's running and screaming.
Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. We are going through the... we're doing number one video. This is video number 5. We're going to vote on which one's the best. This one, you came in right at the beginning. This one is an interesting one. This is Michael Jackson and Eddie Murphy from 1993. So strap in. This one's a fucking trip. Like he is just feeling himself on this one. And then here comes Michael Jackson. And again, in the case with Rockwell, you put Michael Jackson wasn't even in the video, and it still was able to be a hit because he was able to save it. 1993 Jackson was not able to do that. Watch, just check this out as he morphs in here through lightning or whatever. And what's so weird with this is like, you could tell that's Michael Jackson on the chorus there, but he's so like, I don't know why they put, like, it's Michael Jackson. You don't need to fuck with the vocals. Like, I don't know why they had to like hide it and do all this weird processing on it. I mean, eventually he starts belting some stuff off, but what's up with the youth? This is, yeah. Bro, the song is What's Up With You, but how mad do you think Corey Feldman was when he first heard this? Because he's like, he stole What's Up With the Youth. I did that. Because didn't he do that in like the 80s? Or is this the same time frame? Like, how pissed was Corey Feldman was like, this was too close to like my song. This could have been me. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet Michael Jackson wrote What's Up With the Youth, gave it to Corey Feldman? Michael Jackson was known to do this, where he would write songs or have his people write songs for one thing, and then he would be like, now I want to use this for myself, or I want to use it for someone else. He sounded like TLC. Yeah, he does kind of have a TLC vibe, like when they would all three harmonize or something like that. Yeah. Like, let me tell you something. I'm a big Michael Jackson fan of his music, not his life, but his music. There's some songs that are like, oof, this is a tough one. This is one of them. This was a rough one. Then years later, Michael Jackson drove to New York to save all his homies on 9/11 and left the Feld dog behind. Yeah, Corey Feldman, bro. That's Corey Feldman's whole life. Like, he idolizes Michael Jackson so much. And it's like, no, we're best of pals. He's forgotten about. He's forgotten about what the pill that Corey Feldman doesn't want to swallow is after Corey Feldman reached the age of 18, Michael Jackson didn't talk to him ever again. And Corey wrote a diss track about him. No, we did not. Now you're just making stuff up.
Always in the mountains, always in the trees, always in the ocean, always in the seas. We can't stop this world, 'cause it's not our world. We can just keep
Yeah, man, it's just too, like, you know what's crazy is, like, Michael Jackson looks like he's there just having a fun time. You know, this seems to be for Michael Jackson. He's just having a fun time. Like, oh, isn't this crazy? I get to do a music video with Eddie Murphy. He's a comedian. And Eddie Murphy is so far up his own ass that he's taking it more serious than Michael Jackson. This song wouldn't be anything if it wasn't for Michael Jackson. And he's just having a fun time. But Eddie Murphy's like, nah. I'm the shit here. I'm the shit. And how much, you know, looking back at this, if I was Michael Jackson, I'm like, I'm here trying to have a fun time, like when you were with Rick James. Not why you coming in here fucking trying to big dog everybody. What happened to that? I thought we were going to do a party all the time vibe. And now you're trying to big dog me. It's true. It's called Megaloman. Really? Is it? Hold that thought. All right, we'll check this out in a minute, but let's get through this. Yeah, Michael. You gotta admit though, there was something. The Michael Jackson era where he really became a white woman, but dressed as like a dictator, was a crazy era. He dressed like a white woman dictator, and he would build statues of himself in military garb. Like, it's so fucking wild. That's this era. And he drank the Jesus juice before shooting the video. Maybe. Yeah, he got himself. He's just in another place right now. Like, he won't even crack. He's just, I mean, this is the first time you see him smile in the whole thing. Like, it's like he's not even having fun. He's got something to prove. Because he's also, the other thing is the way he's holding himself. He's doing that, I got my nose in the air shit. Like, I'm just a little pretty princess. Like, what are we doing? Meanwhile, Michael Jackson, the one that actually looks like a woman, is just having a fun time, having a vibe. Trying to ask what's up with you. That's the real question. Eddie, what is up with you? Why are you acting like this? This is crazy. You're just having fun, doing bunny ears, whispering secrets. Of course, the Michael Jackson song. We have to fill the room with children singing and dancing. It has to happen. It has to be like he's gotta surround himself, like, because now this is the Michael Jackson part, right? So he's about to go and flex his skill. He's like, all right, now I'm gonna go and do my thing. Eddie, you did your little sultry thing. Now I'm gonna do my thing. And what is the Jackson thing? Well, he's going to start belting some stuff off with his, patented voice, and then bring in about 30 children to sing as a choir behind him. This reminds me of the Bobby McFerrin video with Robin Williams. Oh, isn't that Don't Worry, Be Happy? Is that the one? Like, this is, if you were to ask for a early 90s Michael Jackson pop song and you put that into AI, this is the type of shit it would kick out to you. Like, if AI made this, if this was like an AI thing and everything kind of looked a little off, you'd be like, oh, this is forgiving. It's AI. Like, it's impressive it was able to put this together, but, you know, it's AI. It's always going to be a little weird. Here's the crazy part. Probably like $100,000 plus was spent on this and organized and orchestrated, and they had to do the green screen effects, which back then was probably expensive. Like, this is crazy. Yep, same vibe. Or Call Me Al with Paul Simon, Chevy Chase. That one wasn't bad. The Paul Simon one wasn't bad. I kind of liked that one because Chevy Chase played it straight the whole time. That's his thing. He kind of played into each other, but he wasn't actually singing. You know, he was just in it. So, but I guess Robin Williams wasn't singing either. He was kind of being obnoxious Robin. This though, but okay. So that goes to my point though. Okay, we talk about Bobby McFerrin and Robin Williams, and you're talking about Paul Simon, Chevy Chase. The comedians in this case were kind of playing themselves along with the singer. They weren't singing. They were just kind of, you know, assisting them and creating a vibe. That's the problem with this. This is an Eddie Murphy song. If this was a Michael Jackson song that happened to feature Eddie Murphy and was a fun little thing, that'd be fine. But no, this is an Eddie Murphy song. He is the one dictating this. This was the worst one, I think. You think? Worse than Don Johnson? Like, I'm just really surprised that Michael Jackson was in this video. Like, that's the crazy part. That's what's so crazy to me, is that Michael Jackson actually entertained this and was like, yeah, no, I'll do this. Yeah, no problem. Oh, for sure. Bet I'm there. Let's do this. This is going to be a hit. And here's the other problem too. Michael Jackson, his thing is he always kind of dances like a little teenage girl all the time. That's fine. That's what he does. Okay, that's what he does. That's his thing. Eddie Murphy, I don't know what this vibe. Eddie Murphy is really flamboyant in this. He is really mowing it up. He is really mowing it up on this one. Like, I would not be surprised if I went to today in 2025, if I went to the busiest gay bar in town, which there's plenty not far from me. I could probably find one. Maybe not on a Sunday, but that I wouldn't have to look far before I found someone that was a spitting image and carried themselves exactly like Eddie Murphy here. Which would be fine if Eddie Murphy was of that persuasion. Maybe he is, and by all means, but then, you know, just come out with it already then.
What's up with you?
Well, there you go. That was an experience. That was something. By the way, this is just a re-upload because no one officially wants to take credit. The Jackson estate doesn't want to take credit for this. Eddie Murphy doesn't want to take credit for it. The Party All the Time was on Eddie Murphy's branded YouTube channel. Not this one, though. Why not? It's got 48,000 views over the last 8 years. This video doesn't look too planned. It looks like they're having fun. Okay, that looks true. This is crazy. I unironically love this song and video. People are loving this. Anyway, I don't understand it. Melvin knows all the gay bars in town. Not all of them. I don't know. There's a town not far away that has a bunch of them, and it's known for that. So all you got to do is go there and just kind of like throw a stone. You'll find one. So there you go. That's number 5. That was video number 5. So now what we do is I give it to you guys. Now, maybe you haven't seen them all, but you just use your best judgment and you measure it on however you want to measure that. And the question is, what is the number 1 video? Now, the number 1 video is added to a playlist that we are curating. So last week it was Wilson Phillips, Hold On, I think is the name of the song. So that's there. If you go to my YouTube channel, look at the playlist. There is one there called Number 1 Video Playlist. And this will, whatever the number 1 video out of this is, will get added to that and so on. And then once we have enough there, we'll do something special. So we're going to run what I like to call, so this is a little thing I like to call a poll. Okay? I'm going to run a poll. What you're going to do is you're going to vote on it. So, what is the number 1 video? Question mark. Okay? So here are your options. It is Party All the Time. There is Heartbeat. I'm just going to put, everyone knows Party All the Time, but I'm going to put Don Johnson because no one's going to remember what fucking song it was. It was Heartbeat by Don Johnson, but we're just going to put Don Johnson. There was Bruce Willis. I don't even remember. I think it was called Respect Yourself. Then there was, what's the Rockwell song? Somebody's Watching Me. Well, I cannot spell for the life of me here. Do we get a poll? YouTube does not get a poll. It's just Kick and Twitch. So make your way over to one of those and you'll be able to vote. And then What's Up With You, which we just watched. Okay, so those are your options. Let me move these over to Kick as well. Run these. We'll give you 3 minutes. All right, you ready for this? Okay, get ready to vote. 3, 2, 1, go. It's vote time. Get to voting. Sharpbeat better win. That one, I don't know. I don't know about that one. So it's all right. Time to vote. Vote it up. I don't want any ties. I don't want any of this, What's the number 1 video? Which one's the best? Now you say, what does that mean? Number 1 is in the best? Number 1 is the worst? Use your judgment. Which one do you want to move on to be commemorated in a playlist of nothing but number 1 music videos of all time? That's the way you got to look at it. We're going to commemorate this.
I didn't realize till I was about 18 that this is what I wanted to do. When you actually see how much.
Best song or worst song? Is it which one you want to move on? If you want a bad song to move on, go right ahead. I get it. Or do you want to one that you would prefer. I don't know. Use your judgment. It is very serious. It is very serious. So while we're not doing like finalists for number one story anymore because we have literally so many fucking things, I did the math. There's no way we're gonna get through all of those in a year. I don't know. I'll probably have to like truncate it eventually and say, all right, anything submitted from this date forward gets knocked off. But for this, we're gonna lead up to something. Nobody voted for What's Up. Big surprise there. I'm surprised. I would have figured like that was the one I would have voted for. In all honesty, not because I loved it. Well, it's a hate watch. That's what that one is. That one's a hate watch more than any of the other ones. But that's me. So, but this is a democratic process. You get to choose what you want to move forward.
When you actually see how much your music and how you play touches people, you start to realise that, you know what I mean? Just a kid from East London, man, just playing music to the masses, man.
I don't know what this guy is talking on about in my ear here. What song is this? It says jump ahead. There, get that out of there. I don't need you talking over the song. It's supposed to be background music. All right, looks like... Oh, this will be easy because it looks like everyone's over on Twitch. So it's very concise. It is interesting to watch. I can see how everyone coming from the other platforms to go and make their vote here. So let's see. All right, here we go. We got it. We got it right there. Number one video. Moving on. Getting added to the said playlist is Party All the Time. Party All the Time. Which, in all honesty, if you're talking about a quality song, that is the best one that we saw tonight. It proves the point, though, that it took, out of that same era, that's how hard it is to get a hit, especially if you're already a celebrity from something else. Like, it isn't that easy. Celebrity alone isn't going to do it. You got to be right time, right place with the right people. Michael Jackson couldn't save Eddie. So, it's a good job. There we go. All right, let me go and actually add that to the playlist before I forget. Again, you guys are going to be able to submit them. I was supposed to have the form up today. It'll be at melvintroy.com by the next one. You can submit stuff there. Doesn't mean that we're going to watch it right away because I curate these for a reason. There's a general theme I'm trying to shoot for. So, but it will be played eventually. So just give it due time. All right. Now, we got the big work out of the way. Oh, yeah, I was going to look at this Megaloman. Is this really about Michael Jackson? Oh, we can switch these. Okay. Let's take a look. What is this about? Former child actor Corey Feldman. I'm surprised. 2013, huh? Oh, no, released in 2002. For leaving him behind after 9/11? What? What the fuck is this, by the way? Dude, this is bad. This is rough. This is, I mean, we can make fun of Corey Feldman all day, but this is so, like, it's not even, he's not even on beat. The quality sounds like shit. Like, this is, MJ rolled into New York to save his homies and left Fell Dog. He was in distress. He's a Michael Jackson. Well, yeah, he's definitely a Michael Jackson wannabe. That's 100% sure, yeah. Can we just see the lyrics, please? Yeah, we need the lyrics. You're right, because I can't even hear it. Oh, you just want to see the lyrics so we don't have to hear it. No. We're going to hear it. But I'll find the lyrics. Let's find the lyrics. Megaloman. Is this it? The Battle Roar? No. Yeah, here we go. Is this going to be former child actor, diseased, phony? Where's Megaloman? Here we go. Lyrics. Okay. According to Corey, Megaloman is about when Michael Jackson had a car leaving New York City on 9/11, allowed Marlon Brando, Elizabeth Taylor, and Liza Minnelli in it, but it wouldn't let Feldman in. Wow. He wouldn't even let him in. Whoa. You're right. I thought you were making that up. It wouldn't even let him in the car. That's crazy, bro. What the fuck just happened? The whole browser crashed. I gotta get a new browser. This Opera GX was great for a while. It had a lot of cool features, and now it just runs like shit. Unfortunately, all my bookmarks and everything is in here. So that was wild. Why did it do that? Anyway, so Megaloman, not Megalomaniac. Jesus, Megaloman. Corey Feldman. Microsoft Edge is the best. I was using that like a couple years ago, and then because I liked some of the features, but then I had similar problems. So then I switched to the Opera. And then it was doing good up until recently. And then on my other PC, I moved over back to Firefox, but it doesn't have all the same features. Well, I bet I could find it, but I just don't have the time to go dig it up. So anyway, let's go try this one more time. Your PC don't want to hear it either. No. We got to hear it, though. We got to hear it. This has got to be it. You can tell this is a bad album, though, because he's throwing in Christmas songs in the middle of it. Like, he's just going to throw in Jingle Bell Rock in the middle. Like, this is, you could tell this is a bad album. There's problems here. All right, let's try that again. And then check this out. We'll do... It's supposed to do... What the fuck? See what I mean? It had this cool feature that, like, you could do a split screen within it. That's all I was trying to do, and it doesn't work anymore. That was like the really cool feature to the thing. Is like, oh man, it'll split screen it. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. All right, now we can hear it. Imagine Marlon Brando, Michael Jackson, Liza Minnelli driving off with Feldman freaking out, banging on the window. Yeah. Brave I do use for, other, like, pirating reasons, because it's really good with ad block. So all, like, the movie sites and stuff, I use it for that. So... What would Jesus fucking Christ do? All right. Okay. So you may not have been able to understand it, but it says, the maker of dreams, just for all the right things, you bring up the public scheme for press and petty lies. You have the magic around, you gave us reasons to care, I think is what it says. You sicked tourists to shit. I believed in you. Who? Okay. So now we get to the chorus. I don't get it. He's mad at Michael Jackson, I guess. And your demons appeared, and you're absorbed in fear. It must bring you to tears to just look in the mirror. Ooh, let's talk about Mike there. What's going on there? Feld Dog, what's going on? So I think you can understand that, but megaloman. What's the caption? Corey Feldman continuously calls MJ a megaloman, meaning in short, MJ has a megalomaniac personality. He views himself narcissistically due to the fame and power he has over his career. So here's the thing. We know that Michael Jackson's a weirdo. We know that Michael Jackson is probably a bit of a megalomaniac. This is not a surprise. However, there's always the person over time, and you see this, obviously you can see this with celebrities, but I've even seen it like in just regular everyday life, where there's somebody who is like able to, they're able to be like a bit of a kingmaker, right? They can help make you into something. And then what'll happen is they'll be with someone who is taken under their wing for a period of time to be made into something. And again, this doesn't even have to be an entertainment. This could be a business, personal stuff. And then all of a sudden, the person they took under the wing is like, okay, good, you're good to go now, go. And then all of a sudden, they don't want to live up to their end of the bargain, and then they just become a hassle and a pain in the ass. And then they'll call it the kingmaker in this position, goes and is like, I don't want to deal with them because it's just a fucking mess every time. It's a nightmare. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're crazy. And then this person is so filled with rage and entitlement that they end up like, just like, oh, you know what? You're just a megalomaniac. You're a piece of shit. You're a this, you're a that. And it's just very spiteful. And it doesn't even help them because now they're just circling the drain on their own. And the person that was able to help them at one point and was able to help them not achieve their success because he was an actor. Michael Jackson didn't help him with that, but was able to kind of like maybe take him under his wing to some degree, is now like, well, I'm the only one that can actually help you at this point. And now you're just fucking pissed off because you're too much to handle. You came at me with entitlement. And now I didn't want to accept that. I was hoping maybe we can talk when you become less entitled. But, you don't want to do that. Is this a cassette? It's got to be a cassette because the audio is terrible. People resent you when you help them? Yeah. Yeah, they will. They'll turn to resent you over time. Not everybody. But there's just certain people that when they feel there's an entitlement there and they're not living up to their end of the bargain anymore. Not even their end of the bargain. They're not living up to their own potential. That's the bigger thing. It's their own potential they're not living up to. Corey Feldman was not living up to his potential. He's too busy trying to make fucking music to feed his own ego instead of going out there to try to act. Be in a movie. Be in a TV movie. Be in a fucking commercial. Who gives a shit? Get out there and get your face out there. And then all of a sudden someone will remember you. If you're constantly doing your thing, great example, John Travolta. John Travolta, before Pulp Fiction, was kind of starting to circle the drain. He really wasn't doing much. What did he have before that? Look Who's Talking? That was it. And then when fucking Quentin Tarantino was like, you know what would be an interesting actor? I think he's got the range, but he's never really explored it. John Travolta. He's out there acting. I see him doing things. It's inspiring me to put him in this role. And he does, and it changes the course of his career for like the next 20 years. Not that to say that he made a bunch of good movies, but he was able to take on more dramatic roles after that. So, preach, yeah. I mean, we've all been, and again, we've seen that happen. All you got to do is just keep pursuing the thing, that you're trying to do. Don't expect that, like, well, if someone was here just to constantly help me out, No. Go do your thing. And I bet you Michael Jackson on 9/11 was like, Corey Feldman is too much of a pain in the ass to deal with. I'd rather be in a limo with Marlon Brando and fucking whoever else you said. So, Liza Minnelli. This is a banger. If by banger he means it makes you want to eat bullets. Yeah, you want to bang a bullet into your brain. Do you think the Fell Dog made a Faustian bargain? You know what? I think you could qualify this as a Faustian bargain. I'm getting tired of the slander. Yeah. So, quit hating on Michael. I'm not hating on Michael. I like Michael Jackson. Like I said, I tried to like that Eddie Murphy Michael Jackson video earlier. Okay? Fell Dog's hating on him. Not me. Keegan's alive. Yeah, I told you. He's in there. He was in the chat earlier. He's alive. He's living. Heart's pumping, probably, hopefully. That'd be crazy if he was just a zombie. Maybe he's a zombie. But anyway, where were we? Where do we leave off on this? You are the God in your own eyes. Stop it. We love you, Megaloman. I think is where we ended up. Shit, I'm living the dream. There we go. There we go. See?
We love you, Megaloman.
Yeah, this was a good use of your time, Corey, back in 2002. This was what good use of your time. Not trying to get out there and just try to earn some money doing some, I don't know, getting in front of a camera to do anything. Fucking get on QVC and sell some shit. Sell some Beanie Babies. Who cares? Just do something. Get noticed, because that's back then, that's how the industry ran. You worked until someone noticed you and said, oh, I got to get a use for this guy. Bro, you know what the comeback story could have been for Corey Feldman if he wasn't too busy fucking sniffing his own farts with his head up his ass? Trying to fucking shit on Michael Jackson because he doesn't want to be around him anymore? Come on.
But now I think your shit doesn't stink, but you're just not in sync with humanity.
So yeah, but now I don't. But now I did think you think your shit doesn't stink, but you're just not in sync with humanity. He. So, but Corey, of course, is. He's tapped in, right? He's tapped in. It's always interesting when you see these people being like, you're not connected to the real world, as if you are. Making this. This is going to help you. Yeah, this is what's going to help you. Dude, I love the vids. Would you ever cover celebs trying to do music careers? Maxim Retro. We spent like 2 hours doing that. But, I mean, the short answer is yes. But yeah, we did. But yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. So yeah, if you missed that earlier, go check the VOD. I think I got you covered. But yes, we do it. We'll probably keep doing it because it's always interesting. It's a bit of a freak show. Yeah, the fact that Michael Jackson went to New York to save his. Oh yeah, and that's a good point, Baba Booey. The fact that Michael Jackson went to New York to save his A-list friends. So he went there to save them and just left them behind. Is great. You love it? You'll tune in? Nice. Awesome. Yeah, that's the crazy part. He went there after 9/11. He went there specifically to save his friends.
Your soul had it sold when no confessions were told, but you deny or disclose. So tight and I believe in your word.
So you think you're so something when the confessions were told, but you told to die or disclose, so tired and old. Ooh, what's that about? What are the secrets, Fell Dog? What are the secrets? This is a Sega song? Bro, no. Sega usually has a better quality of selecting music than this. This is rough. And the change-ups are just all over the place. Like, it doesn't even... Like, he's almost got, like, a thing going, and then it just falls apart with this chorus. Like, this is insane. This is psychotic.
Soul had it sold when no confessions were told, but you deny or disclose. So tight and I believed in your words, I believed in your lies. September in New York, you never do die.
So, okay, I believed in your words, I believed in your lies. You should tell me in New York you left me to die. So yeah, he thought he was left to die. Yeah. Toe Jam and Earl? No, Toe Jam and Earl's music was way better than this. And I like that he's trying to mock Michael Jackson in this. Meanwhile, his entire career has been aping Michael Jackson's style the entire time. So at what point are you mocking him in this? Just because the song is shit? Because most of your songs sound like this, but are, believe it or not, actually a bit better. They're not great, but they're definitely better than this. Oh, gotta do the Michael Jackson breakdown.
When your vision's stopping, so it's time to complete.
All right, wait a minute. So let me catch you up on the lyrics. I'm sorry, I got too sucked into the song to break it down because it's tough to understand the lyrics. So he goes into the chorus, you're a megaloman, you're something again and something, you make amends. I love you, megaloman. You are the one to shed the light. You preach to us, you're always right. I love you, megaloman. So I love you, but I hate you. You hide your voice. Because this is like a guilt trip, right? How could you leave me to die? I love you. I still love you, but you left me to die. You hide your voice, you change your look, you set the bait, we bit the hook. You are the god in your own eyes. Love you, megaloman. All right, and then we're into this. He's acting like it was a nuclear war and he took his A-list friends to a bunker. Definitely has those Timu Jackson vibes on 95% of his music. Though, exactly, that's what I mean. So it's like, it's pretty rich that he's trying to like mock him now. You know? Oh, I don't have the chats up. I wasn't here earlier, so I don't know if you talked about him. By any chance, have you seen this? I don't know. My chat closed out, so I don't. Here, hold on a second. I gotta log back in to get it. Here, let me log back in to get it. Just vibe in, because this is the last of the song. So let me. Oh, I like those horns. You hear those horns?
We love you, Megaloman.
Oh, we tried to pull like a little Eminem on there. I'm just kidding, Megaloman. I still love you. That's nice. Nice, fell dog. That's nice. Good job. I got to fuck off for the night, y'all. And good night. Enjoy the rest of your stream. No, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it. Have a good evening, whatever you may do, whether it's sleeping or whatever it is you do. Whatever it is you do in the late night, hanging from trees by your feet. Well, that's Dan Hawk. He uses his talons to do that, so that wouldn't be the same. But you get it. I just imagine Lotus Juggler out there. He's just like he's like a Batman. He's out there just as a vigilante. I don't know what I'm talking about. Just and how did he find out about the rescue mission? Did Liza call him to mock him when he was left behind? Yeah, imagine you get like you're Corey Feldman and you're like, wait a minute, I heard Mike was in town. Where's he at? And all of a sudden you get like a call and they're all on speakerphone just being like, ha ha, Feld dog, you ain't shit. We're not saving your ass from 9/11. Fuck off. And you're like, what? It's like, I'll show you. I'm going to make a diss track. I want to make a diss track called The Megaloman. Man, what is this? Jack Black versus featuring Roman Morello. Oh, is this a new song? Oh, this is Ozzy Osbourne? No, I've not seen any of this stuff. Oh, this, though. Is this? Oh, no, I thought this was the new Jack White song. The Jack White one, I know. We're going to talk about that probably sometime between now and next week. But no, I did not see these. But I will save these. I want to move on from the music videos right now because I got one more thing I want to finish. I know it's late, but I want to finish these. So I'm going to set these aside, though, because I know I'm trying to collect some, because we're gonna touch on some recent stuff. So this might fit into that. My homie's dad made a guitar for Jack White. That's pretty dope. Never said I was going to bed. That's right. I forgot. Yeah, the rumor got started last time that Lotus Juggler he left the stream and everyone was under the impression he went to bed. And then we seen he was playing Red Dead Redemption. So Uncle Stinker, I think, is the one who perpetrated that one. Made us all believe he went to bed. And we're like, what? He's playing Red Dead, that liar. That dirty liar. Over there sneaking some Arthur Morgan time. He left me for Arthur Morgan. Or John Marston, depending on how far he is in the story. Anyway. All right. There is one more thing I want to cover tonight. We can cover these tomorrow or something. Yeah. He's a Lotus Juggler. Is nothing but a liar. He's a liar. I'll play Red Dead. I'll play fucking Red Dead. 'Cause I'm a liar, a liar, a liar, a liar. Anyway. No, it's all right. It's all good. All right, go enjoy your evening. We're just fucking with you. All right. All right, so I had one more video I wanted to touch on this because this came up today, and I just thought this was fascinating. So as far as because again, I feel at the end of the day, in anything that we do, we should always be trying to learn something new or learn something different. And I say that even when we're even covering somebody like a Steel Toe or a Destiny or a whatever, Mersh. Even Mersh, we learned from Mersh. What happened with Mersh? He had internet issues, we laughed our ass off, and then what happened to me? I learned his pain, and I ended up understanding the frustration. It's a grifter watch? No, not tonight. We do it. There's some grift stuff coming up. We're going to do either tomorrow or the next day. But this isn't a grifter. This one, I just saw this today. And I watched it, and I was like, I want to show you this. I kind of quickly watched it, but I want to, because there's a lot here. Yeah, the old Mersh curse. But yeah, this is kind of a more thing. Because there's a bunch of stuff I wanted to cover. I have a whole list of stuff. So this week we got a lot to cover anyway. So we got to, like I said, last week was humble beginnings. This week we're going to really start ramping things up a little bit. But I want to cover this because I thought this was really interesting. So there's a guy that I have been following for a while, and I came across him on TikTok like a year plus ago. And he was it's just very intriguing stuff. You may have seen him around. His YouTube channel's actually, he's one of those few people that have gotten popular on TikTok and actually turned it into an actual YouTube career. And he makes he doesn't make a ton of videos, but they're very interesting. So it's a guy that goes by the name Flesh Simulator. I was going to say Fresh Simulator. No, Flesh Simulator. I don't know if you've ever seen this guy before. He's kind of an odd guy. But he posted a video today I thought was really intriguing. And it's titled How to Conduct a PSYOP, but there's something very interesting with this. You've seen his videos? Okay. So yeah. So this dude is bleak. Yes, it is very, he's an interesting guy. But I follow him on Twitter and I seen he's very active. And this kind of really explains why he's active, but it really uncovers some stuff that I thought was like really interesting as like the future of the internet. And, you know, I tend to try to preach as much about authenticity because that's the only thing that's going to ever separate you in this world of AI. It's going to be the more authentic, the more you can be you, the more success I think you can end up having, I think is my belief. And this kind of touches on it, but in an interesting way. So I want to go through this real quick, though. Before we do that, actually, I should probably do this because I need to, if we're going to dive into this, because it's going to take a minute. So let's do this because I lost all my tabs. I'm going to give you one more of these. I'm going to give you one of these, okay? I'm going to give you one of these because I'm going to go pee real quick. But it's going to be a quick one. I just feel it's kind of building up. I drank like 4 waters and a coffee here, so it's kind of like. So let me take a quick pee. I'm going to be right back, and then we're going to get into this because I think this is going to be very interesting. This would be a good thing to end on. So while we're doing that, I'll be right back. We're going to get into some interesting stuff.
Click on that beat if you know what I mean. Rub that head like Mr. Clean. Got you feeling so serene. Grab up on that dick, then you stroke it to the tip. Your grip it starts to slip from that sticky gooey drip. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Click on that beat, click on that beat. Click on that beat if you know what I mean. Click on that beat, click on that beat. Click on that beat if you know what I mean. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Grab up on that dick. Grab up on that dick. Grab up on that dick. Then you stroke it to the tip. Grab up on that dick. Grab up on that dick. Grab up on that dick. Then you stroke it to the tip. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'. Hit you goonin'.
All right, I'm back.
Click on that beat if you know what I mean.
I'm back.
Rub that head like Mr. Clean. Got you feeling so serene.
I just realized. I think what happens and why I always have to pee so much is because I don't usually eat much while I am doing this. And so anything Mexican fish tank. Actually, Invisible Audience went and DM'd me this. I seen this. It's like Salvadorian or something. So, this is actually on my watch list here. So, yeah. This is interesting. So, all right. So here we go. So let's talk about this video I came across, like I said, from Flesh Simulator. And let's see. Let me pause this. Let's go back to here. I just figured to find it funny. Yeah. No, I haven't really dived into it. We kind of were in the middle of a bunch of stuff. But yes, I'm going to check that out, and we'll probably review that. So I want to review some Sam Hyde stuff tomorrow anyway. So I think that'll be good. Either tomorrow or Tuesday. So, okay. So this is the video here. It's called How to Conduct a PSYOP. And I just thought this was so intriguing. And it's interesting because it starts with one thing and then you find out like what he turns it in. And it's interesting. Let's just take a look. Voyage of a Meme.
Going back to the 80s with the release of a mini-series called Voyage of the Mimi. This was a 13-episode TV program following the adventures of a boat crew of scientists exploring the ocean and taking a census of humpback whales off of the coast of Massachusetts. Interestingly, this was actually the film debut of Ben Affleck. So, a lot of you may have watched this in school. If you did, congratulations, you were part of a psychological experiment. You see, this show was created by the Bank Street College of Education, formerly known as the Bureau of Educational Experiments, in order to teach kids about science and math by integrating explanations of real-world applications of math and science into the context of entertainment.
You may be sitting there like, where is this going to go? Just just be patient. It's going to go somewhere because it's, well, that's interesting. Interesting factoid. There's a point here.
Infotainment. So this is from Wikipedia. Each video segment has accompanying student and teacher handouts or worksheets. 4 software modules are available that cover topics and skills in navigation, map reading, computer literacy and programming, the elements of ecosystems, and the natural environment of Wales. Each second segment is a standalone exploration of one of the scientific principles touched on in the serialized tale. For example, there is an episode where the plot is about obtaining drinkable water, and over the course of the episode, the viewer is also given lessons about condensation, heat, and the 3 states of matter.
Is that why I can't remember anything about Cyber Chase?
So that's pretty cool, right? Well, yeah, but if you can subliminally influence kids to learn math and science, what else can you get them to integrate?
Okay, interesting. So it's like an infotainment thing. Is this Timu Shane Gillis? Not quite. Not really. No. No, not really at all, honestly. It's not at all.
Well, turns out a lot. Kids are very stupid. Their brains are so small. So I have to be circumspect about this because a certain platform really doesn't like it when anyone brings it up. But this is the kind of thing that may be an interesting lens to through which to view examples of weird, disturbing kids content.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it does. So it's like, wait a minute. So if you can actually influence somebody to learn through media like that, then remember a few years ago when there's that weird, disturbing children's content where it's like, you know, Spider-Man and Elsa, but that's like really weird and has like these sexual undertones to it. Like, But anyway, let's continue. Why, yes, of course I played Metal Gear Solid 2 as a kid. Why do you ask? Okay. But now that's just some base knowledge, okay? Circumflex, yeah.
The idea of being able to subconsciously incept ideas into people's minds in a way that makes people think they came up with it themselves is not really anything new, but we have gotten significantly better at it. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to flash a bunch of shapes and colors on the screen real quick, and I want you to just pick one of them. It's also epilepsy warning. There's going to be flashing lights for a few seconds. Close your eyes now.
Epilepsy warnings.
You can open them once the noise stops. 3, 2, 1. Bet you picked blue triangle, didn't you? So there is an enormous incentive to misuse this technique. For example, to sow doubt and hesitation in enemy troops, to subvert chain of command, to reduce morale and promote the questioning of leadership. This right here is the underlying basis for the entire field of psychological operations, or PSYOPs. Another field that relies upon subconscious manipulation is advertising. Speaking of advertising, this video is brought to you by OKSoft, developers of independent survival horror video game Coffin Mall. It's set in a dead mall, which as a location I actually really like. I think it has a unique and interesting vibe to it. It's survival horror, so presumably you were hunted by something. Now, as far as graphics go...
Let's see, this some Darren Brown shit. Who's Darren Brown? Is he a conspiracy guy? I don't know, but listen. This is, side note, by the way, yeah, this whole genre is coming back of like PlayStation graphics. I was never a big fan of PlayStation graphics. I preferred more of the Dreamcast variety. But he makes a good point about this. He's a mentalist, did MK Ultra stuff. Gotcha. Okay, yes. I just had a grand mal seizure, Melvin. My lawyer will be contacting. We gave you warnings. He gave you one. I gave you one.
In addition to having them, it has a style that is visually reminiscent of something like LSD Dream Emulator for the PS1, or Alone in the Dark, the original one, for the computer. One thing that I can say is that while I'm not really much of a gamer myself, I don't really play that many video games, including this one. I have not played this game. I have looked at it, but I have not played it. What I am is that I am an aesthete who bears the burden of taste, and I would like to point out and give props to the fact that this does actually look like a legitimate early 90s video game, instead of what most retro games nowadays do, which is this weird sort of anachronistic mishmash of, like, I don't know, like a 2007 era graphics, but just running at 320 by 240 with like the PS1 wiggle jiggle filter on.
Yeah, that's something I've noticed. I have noticed that because I'm not a biggest fan of that style, but I can get into it. But yeah, it's not. There's a lot of shitty ones out there. Anyway, side note.
Like, God, that really makes me angry. But yes, this.
I like that he's also doing this commercial holding a pistol.
This doesn't do that. This actually looks like a real old school game.
Did you ever play Metal Gear Solid 2? If you replay it now, you hear some stuff that will be like weird that's going on right now. No, I've never been a Metal Gear guy. There is a right and wrong way to implement retro style graphics, though. Yeah, there is. I think Dusk does it pretty well, and I like their HD remake of that. That's pretty good. But then there's other ones that are a little rough.
What else am I supposed to be saying here? Oh, yeah, key codes. Yeah, I'm giving away key codes for this game. You can buy it wherever video games are sold, which means Steam. The link is in the description. Coffin Mall.
Okay, here we go. Now we're going to dive in a little bit. It's coming, it's bad. I probably should have skipped the commercial, but whatever. If I'm going to watch this video on my stream, I might as well play the advertisement, right?
Now, this has all been 1980s era stuff so far. What happens when this merges with modern tech dystopia? What happens when the keys to consciousness get handed over enough that we can create things that don't affect the majority of the population, but act as a cognito hazard for a hyper-targeted subset? Well, thankfully that seems really hard to do, right? Yeah, or at least it was. But thanks to the great work being done in Silicon Valley right now, we've put that ability into the hands of everyone in the world via proliferation of AI. And guess what? Reverse engineering ways to induce emergent properties of consciousness is the kind of thing that AI is really good at, for once. It doesn't know why it works. All it knows is that it works. But that's all you need. Meme war. It's coming. It's bad. Allow me to demonstrate. This has been an experiment of sorts that I've kind of been running. Now, this started off...
Okay, so this is... Yeah. So the meme wars, or as someone else once called it, an info war, it is very apparent. And I've been seeing this kind of... The funny thing, this is why this is so intriguing to me, is I've been kind of seeing this build over the last couple of years. I'll dive a little bit deeper into stuff that I've noticed, and it will kind of make sense. It's stuff that you guys have heard about, obviously. But it has to do, it actually kind of butts up against like that whole Ethan Klein lawsuit thing going on and his battle with the Hassans and the other people in that. It's kind of all in the same vein. And that's why I find this intriguing. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just give it time. It'll make sense. Yeah, welcome to war mode. Dead internet theory. Well, there's a little bit of that, but this isn't even dead internet theory. There's a level to that, but this, anyway.
Without really a clear intention, just sort of pressing buttons for the hell of it, but gradually morphed into an idea. And now I have a lot of fun on Twitter. And by fun, I mean get yelled at a lot. Anytime I made a Twitter post that sounded reasonable to about 99% of people and inexplicably induced profound rage in the remaining 1%, recent example being saying that it's bad to throw used syringes on the sidewalk, I started creating a database. I would include the tweet itself, the angry responses, the link to the account posting the angry responses, and then save the dataset under the name of the category of the people it made angry. Pretty soon, I started building up a nice little database. What do I do with the database? Well, then I can just use a script to ask an AI to pull the tweets of the accounts linked and create a cumulative psychological profile. And then use that in conjunction with the tweet that really pissed off them and only them to create more tweets that would do the same thing. And just like that, you now have a fake account that seems completely innocuous and normal to almost everyone, but drives certain subsets of people absolutely insane. Meme war. It's coming.
Yeah. That is, when I heard this earlier, I was like, do you know how simple that is? That's a simple Google sheet. And you could start very small. And if someone like him could do this just in their free time, what do you think about like $1 billion in government contracts could do? Or I don't mean to go down to this rabbit hole, but just think about this. Like, how much, the rage bait, why is it all of a sudden now that the rage bait is even worse than it ever has been? Is it because more people are just trying? I mean, there are always the opportunists that are going to ride that wave, but grok, well, there's more than grok, though. In fact, there's things that are better than grok that can also help with this. Again, it gets covered. So, because people are fucking puppets. Well, yeah. Yeah. As said in the, there was a great song. I don't know who it was sung by, but it had the title "No Chance in Hell." It kind of covers this. Should have known. Should have known years ago. Anyway.
It's bad.
Apologies to Tim Morton.
Now, memes can be forces for good. They're not really inherently destructive. They're a tool that can be leveraged for any goal someone has, and have to be analyzed morally on the basis of that. You know, they're kind of a meta object, if you will. Memes have been the primary basis for politics since the beginning of time.
Now I'm going to pause this real quick because I want you to understand something. The politics thing, I don't care what side you're on. This applies to everyone. This part applies to everyone. So, you know, if your butthole cringes by the sound of it, this is not going to get political. It is just a fact. This is an observation, an objective observation.
Albeit mostly subconsciously. There's an argument to be made that the first person to really understand what we were working with in this regard was Steve Bannon. Slippery Steve. So think back to the 2016 election, if you're old enough to remember it. If you were lurking in the kind of swamps of political analysis, you might remember the phrase meme magic. The common refrain, "the left can't meme," is something that I think is increasingly underestimated in its importance in the modern political landscape. The absolutely useless strategists for the Democratic National Convention over the last 8 years have consistently seen that and gone, "Oh yeah, you mean like the little pictures with the funny text on them? Let's hire 1,000 people and pay them $200,000 each per year to make 50,000 pictures that say Kamala is Brat." No, you dummy. It's saying that the left fails to utilize self-replicating ideas the way the right does, and continuously gets duped into just trying to bring fact-checkers to the fact-checkers are lying fight. Also, sometimes the fact-checkers were in fact lying, but that's neither here nor there. So, for a more malevolent example of something that spreads memetically, look at racism. See, if you attach a racist meta-object, for example, the idea, "Oh, it's because black people are bad," to something that recurs throughout life, every time someone witnesses
You are
that-
fake news. Sir, go ahead. Can you
No, this is I think this is the least fakest of the news. But let's be honest. See, that kind of proves the point, right? You hear that, you hear fake news. Disarms the argument. It kind of disarms it, which honest I think comes up here. I think we're all on the same page coming up here because everything
thing happen. They have both the association with the meta object strengthen, and they become more racist. So how do you defeat a racist meme? An anti-racist meme. And
Kamala is Brat was one of the campaigns. Was one of the campaigns of all time. Just one of them.
What the hell?
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. How is that good? Worst. How is that good? It's not good. That's his point. It's not about just making a meme like that. That's not what the meme is. It's about a self-replicating idea that you can kind of instill and then kind of it's easy to digest and it's easy to find things that are going to you can find ways that everything agrees with you. Yeah, you got to look through the layers. Oh, you get his point? Okay, good. I thought maybe we were not on the same page, but you are on the same page. I can make some wake and bake as great stickers. Doesn't mean anybody gives a fuck about it. Exactly.
And before any of you do anything, I'm almost certain that what most of you are thinking right now would effectively make people more racist. So let me provide an example. Just hold your horses. Let's take the phenomena of the racial distribution of the United States being...
It is. The Dunkachines is up here. All right, hold on a sec. I know. We were making a bunch of noise and everything. Let's go back a little bit.
Racist. So let me provide an example. Just hold your horses. Let's take the phenomena of the racial distribution of the United States being clearly visible throughout basically every polarized good/bad map ever. Any map of the United States that's, rates of health issues, poverty, crime, early death, whatever. And let's take the meta object that is attached to it currently. This is because black people are bad, why you can see the geographic distribution of race in the country, and replace it with this is because basically every root problem in the United States stems from the root cause of slavery and the failure of Reconstruction, and these are the second and third order effects of that massive scar. Now, the second idea is a bit wordy, so we'll just trim it to end at slavery and the failure of Reconstruction. That's now a more manageable idea. Now, let's wait for someone to post the map. Wait for a bunch of guys to go, guys, it's the map. You know what that means. And
so I don't know if you're... Well, let's play it out, but I'll walk it back because his delivery gets a little... I had to rewatch this a couple times to understand what he was saying, but I'll...
jump in with the following. All maps are the same map because nearly every problem in the U.S. can be traced back to a root cause of the failure of Reconstruction. Now, let's go see who liked that. And boom, right into the spiderweb. A bunch of left-wing people, obviously, but Groiper, racist guy.
Gonna need to take my word for this section, I think. Realized I would have a lot of people getting very mad about being included in this, and I don't really feel like dealing with that bullshit. Yeah, so basically, he sets the trap of saying that point of, yes, he posts the map to get people talking, then posts the response to be like, well, the root cause of this is due to slavery and the failure of Reconstruction, which some would be able to label. I'm not saying this is the case, but certain demographics would label that as like a critical race theory talking point or whatever. And then that's where he says when the people are reacting negatively to it, boom, now you're in the spider's web. Gotcha, bitch. Now you could be hammered in on with more things to then reinforce or slightly persuade you out of that. So,
right-wing guy, Groiper, racist guy, you get the drift. It's something that they engaged with because of the pre-existing compatible infrastructure for the concept.
If you're saying to yourself, why are we getting into this? I'm telling you, the ending is fascinating to me.
Now, let me go into what I just did. Well, what I did was I used racist infrastructure to backdoor the concept of critical race theory to a massively unreceptive audience.
Yeah, Flesh, my man, how did you just drop critical race theory on your base like that? This thread also makes me now sure that a lot of chuckle fucks that were screaming about critical race theory don't even know what it is. Yeah, so he's able to backdoor that information to people that would typically be racist, but he's able to do it through having them agree.
I also just used an explanation of that process to backdoor it to you. Yes, also, by the way, this is what critical race theory is. This is what you are all so wrapped around the axle about your kids getting taught.
Okay, so there's that. That's just an understanding of how the memes work. I think we're all on the same page on this, right? I think we kind of understand this. Okay, this is the part that I really found fascinating, though. This part. This is all just a general understanding of like, hey, these are the things that if one single person could do on a very small scale, imagine if you had a much larger budget. Imagine what could be done with a larger populace, with a larger budget, with a lot more time. But now the next part, this is what's really intriguing. I would have jumped right to this, but there's so much more to understand before that. So Liquid J, let's see.
So this video has been in the works since December of 2024.
You have to hide it in the American flag and big tits? Kinda, yeah.
Originated as a video setting out to compare the payouts for posting a month of left-wing takes versus a month of right-wing takes. My thesis was that Twitter was paying out higher for right-wing content. Now, as it turned out, this was not actually the case. However, I did begin to notice a presence of phenomena that I couldn't quite wrap my head around. So I did what everyone really should start doing more frequently, which was began building a loose database in Excel. Now, this was complicated by the fact that I wound up attracting my own personal Frank Grimes. Evidently, something about me really tweaked a nerve for him.
These are all real posts that at the Hague ICC has made about me. Okay, so he's doing this experiment, like I said. He was trying to prove that the right-wing content on Twitter was getting more payout because of Elon Musk and yada, 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 but found out that actually wasn't the case and actually stumbled upon all this other, that he just talked about. But then he's irked someone in this process to the point where they have become a fucking nightmare. So that's this person. And this is what happens next is what's so interesting. This is only a portion. He's been blocked for months. So there's a lot here. So how do I buddy, come on. So this is the type of shit he's about. He's constantly reinforcing the propaganda du jour of the right wing SV click. I don't know what that means, but in the oblique way that it presents itself as left, but inevitably reinforces the propaganda line. In this case, it's cops are important and deserve more money. So this is one of these people that they're on the left, but there's people on the right like this too. So that are able to they're just enraged constantly. And they are actively trying to they're just unhinged. They're unhinged, and they're running on a belief that you hold a certain ideology of whatever it may be that is opposite of them, and they get just insane. Dude, I've been listening to you for a sec. Your mic voice sounds so good. It's so well-rounded. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Anyway. So it's just a bunch of these examples. Look at this motherfucker. The motherfucker he has defending him. And so it must be some, I don't know. I'm guessing it's someone that's on the other side of the ideological spectrum. Damn, he called you fat. Well, I'm trying to lose weight. So it's just more of this. Let's see. I'm just going to sample through some of these. No, you should delete your account and go hike Appalachian Trail, forgetting anyone had ever criticism of you at all. I don't know what any of that means. Imbecile detected you after the gulag with you. Maybe you should take it up with someone who gives a fuck and doesn't find you to be a pathetic cretin. I wish it was you. Yeah, as long as that person's not a bigoted retard. A bigoted retard. There we go. That's a combination of words. We don't want you around. So I'm guessing he's threatening him to kill himself. You should do it. We don't want you around. Not going to watch the video, but you probably just ripped off a Clown in the Canyon podcast. I don't know what that is. Anyway, so it's a bunch of just mouth when you're speaking to me. I mean, these are all within the same day. This is all the 3rd of February, by the way. This is all the 3rd of February. Just fucking unhinged, just pissed off. Bigoted propaganda campaign. Like, this is all within the same day. Anyway. There's more. Put the barrel in your mouth. Okay, so yeah, he's giving him death threats. Just really getting personal. This is all within like a week or so. Just set him off. Just trying to throw out there to figure out like the response of this and, everything you just talk about. Like, I tweet this. What are the responses? I'm jacked. Oh, thank you. He does. I wish I had his voice. Oh, well, I appreciate that as well. Thank you. This is just, I'm going to destroy his life and livelihood and then have sex with his wife. That was 7 days into this whole thing. So there we go. This is really, yeah.
He rebuffed.
Anyway, so that's what's going on.
Any and all attempts at civil discussion and made it clear he'd already decided to kamikaze himself into me. Crabs in a bucket, I guess, which evidently greatly infuriated him, as he has since
list of grievances.
Falsely accused me of being a neo-Nazi, falsely accused me of being a Zionist, falsely reported my YouTube channel for terroristic threats, instructed his followers to falsely report my YouTube channel for terroristic threats, falsely claimed I was a pedophile, threatened to rape my girlfriend, told people I was a skinhead. Nope. I'm a hairhead. Told people I worked for the Mossad. Stated that his goal was to ruin my life and livelihood. Told a bunch of pro-Palestine accounts on Twitter that I said that nobody should be allowed to protest for Palestine, which was particularly diabolical because that wasn't exactly a group interested in hearing my side of the story. Told people I was a Zio-Nazi. Told people I was a Satanist child molester. I repeat, threatened to rape my girlfriend, stalked me to figure out who I am, and started leaking bits and pieces of it to try and scare me away from fucking with him. You want to know how I approach hostage negotiations? Like Russia.
So it's pretty frightening. It's pretty frightening what people can do online like that. You know, they just get unhinged and very, very hung up on trying to, you know, get extremely personal and attack in that way. It's wild. You hear those horror stories all the time. And again, it kind of butts up into some of that conversation of when we talked about like the whole Ethan Klein Hassan stuff a few months ago. Very similar to that. And it's like, man, that is wild that someone would act like that, right? What do you do? What do you do well? And it's like you could take the position that Ethan Klein had and try to sue everybody and everything, or try this.
Remember section 3 of this video? Analyzing extreme outlier reactions to things and the people in whom those reactions were observed, in order to reverse engineer what caused them. Well, I added something. So something that AI is very good at doing, but people are very bad at consciously picking up on, is mimicking writing style. Now, I can finally reveal something that I've been itching to for a while. You know those posts on Twitter that you kept making fun of? The ones making some pretty rudimentary philosophical point in like kind of a pretentious pseudo-intellectual way. You know why those got under your skin so much? Do you have a horrible sinking feeling in the pit of your stomach? It's you, Jay. It's written in your voice. The logical points were designed to annoy you, but those points were translated into actual writing by an instance of Claude trained on writing samples from you. Not from your Twitter, no. This is trained on comments that I saved from your now deleted Reddit account and your many, many posts in the Subliminal Jihad Discord server.
Do you catch what he just did? AI is fantastic with that. It is great if you give it a lot of information because it's supposed to help you, right? I use it to a degree. What I will do is usually it helps with like emails and stuff, and I submit stuff that I write so it understands my voice so it can match it, right? Now, I don't use the high-tech one. I just use the ChatGPT, so it's very similar. But Claude is actually very, very, very good at doing that. That a lot of people use that to go over like legal documents and things. So now think about this. He's gone through and was able to figure out his Reddit accounts and stuff, especially if he's got an insight on who they are, and gave it all of that, was able to mimic his writing style, knows exactly what things irk him, and was then able to then continue to then say the thing in the same writing and in the... Did you hear about AI knows your profile? So if you ask it what the most important things for people to know, it will only tell you things you want to hear, and it knows it. True, yes. Depends on how you do it, though. But if you want to have it just mimic something, it's a great autocomplete, right? But anyway, my point is he's done that. And now he's able to go, and that's the thing, man. That's the thing. There are so many. So this butts into something that I've been looking at for a minute. Well, let's finish this before I get into this next tangent. But so he's found this person who's been fucking with him for months. I mean, that goes back to February. And he's been able to do that and then continue to figure out who he was and still fuck with him back.
About to get turned into the subliminal salt pit. I call this Liquid J. It's you, but stronger. So I could be a total lunatic online and AI will feed misinformation about me? No. No, the person he's talking about is a real person. The person he's talking about that was fucking with him was a real person. It was not AI. He figured out who he was, and then he was able to go and target him more specifically to continue to rile him up
because he found all of his found all of his writing in Discords and on Reddit, and then was able to then take that and then figure out the talking points that would go and agitate him in his own voice. Oh, I guess you know what? As I say that, now I understand more of what you said. I thought you were misinterpreting it. I misinterpreted what you said as a misinterpretation. But you're right. You're absolutely correct. Yes. So AI could learn all that and then go and start talking like you, but saying different things. So yes. Yes. So then you are correct. Forget what I just said.
Server. About to get turned into the subliminal salt pit. I call this Liquid J. It's you, but stronger. So, originally there was going to be a
Maxim Retro. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
segment here, kind of laughing off the beef and offering a truce once again for like the millionth time. But due to recent events that have transpired, that is no longer an option. So instead, what I'm going to say is, Jay, you are doomed. Now, it's funny, that song that was playing during that montage was actually what wound up getting me doxxed, I believe. So, useful OPSEC tip, if you have any music out, remember to check the credits. But hey, it gives me an excuse to chill out on the main channel at least. So I'm gonna close this video out with another song, because it feels relevant. It's called I'm Better.
So that's what he did is he was like, oh, great. So what I can go and do is I can start posting as a better version of you and doing a counter argument. So yeah, that's the takeaway. But so the element that I found that intriguing. First of all, I found that intriguing that he was able to be like, oh, okay, you're going to do that to me. Well, great. I'm going to basically clone you, but I can make a version of you that is going to be able to be counter to everything. And on top of that, I have, he has all of his info on him. But the part that I found interesting, because this is something I was meaning to touch on for a while. Yeah, like an evil twin. Yeah. Now, this is something I've been meaning to touch on for a bit because I started noticing this a few months ago when we talked about the Hassan Ethan shit, right? Now, there's a few things I want to cover with that I find intriguing. This is why I waited till the end of the night to do this, because I know that this is not super, maybe not everyone finds this intriguing as I do, but I do. I find it very intriguing. So Dave Chappelle has a joke about it with Cat Williams. Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah, it was a fake Cat Williams. And wasn't it like, was he really on Twitter? Were they just two fake accounts arguing with each other because he didn't have one? I forget, but it was something like that. Yeah. So, let me do this. So there's a few things I want to break down here. I will say this before I get any further into any sort of explanation. He followed the fake account because he was funny. That's what it was. Yeah, he followed the fake account because he was funny. And then realized, how did it go? Then he started beef with Cat, and Cat hurt his feelings. Yeah, I can't remember. Anyway, I get the point. Look it up. Somebody Google it if you want to go see it. My point is, though, there's a few things going on here. So I can start with this. Let's start with this. Before I even go and dissect like the Ethan Klein stuff and the Hassan stuff and those lawsuits, let me dial it back a little bit and kind of explain something with like how some of this stuff works. So we're going to talk about Reddit for a minute, because let me be honest with you. Reddit is, as far as anywhere that people can easily be manipulated on, is Reddit. But also, Reddit is a great tattletale. It tells on everybody. I made a tweet about this a while ago, where it's interesting when you see, I don't spend much time on there. Usually it's just to look up like, hey, I'll Google something like, what is the difference between an i7 processor and a new Ultra 7 processor? And I'll do Reddit, because Reddit usually has a discussion and you can kind of get... So I'll do stuff like that. Or occasionally, what drove me to it was the fish tank stuff and then all the fallout that came from that. But then you start... I had to like unplug from it because it's just nothing but a waste of time, really. It's really gay. But I would see the posts on there, and they would just say dumb shit. And then you can click on the user, and you can see their entire post history. And it's interesting because sometimes you'll see that and then you can kind of like go through and you're like, why am I taking this guy seriously on his speculation on that fish tank was a fucking rug pull? When then all of a sudden he is nothing but posting himself jerking off and coming in some goon subreddit. Like, this is the same guy. This is the same guy that's wrote a detailed description on how, like, this whole thing was a scam. And yet he spends the rest of his time jerking off and filming himself jizz. Like, what are we doing? So, it is... I highly encourage that. If you ever go on Reddit and you see some dumb shit, just click the user. Just kind of see what else they like to post in. But it is also interesting because it does tell on you for the same reason of writing style or even references or even, definitely take it with a grain of salt. But it also will give you a lot of insight on the type of person it is or maybe who it is based on those things, based on the things that they talk about, the places that, they interact with or maybe the jokes they make and things like that. It's very telling in that regard. But anyway, regardless of that. So, there's a new thing where it's a new thing, and I heard a lot about it. I first heard about it with the Ethan Klein stuff, but I guess it's been a larger problem for a while. And it's these subreddits, and they're called snark subreddits. Okay, and these snark subreddits are like, they're like Kiwi Farms. Okay. And if you're familiar with Kiwi Farms, you know that it is an old school style forum. Kiwi Farms is an old school style forum where what they do is they will track lolcows and other e-celebs and celebrities and things like that. And I mean, that's where I got the information when we dove into Steel Toe, as I went there. Now I don't bring the website up because I don't know what the rules are with the different TOSs, because it's a site that's a little, it's run into some problems. Or the Destiny stuff, when we talked about the Destiny DMs and things like that. That's where I saw that stuff. That's where you find that stuff. Now, that was always seen as a very, like, there was a big campaign to try to take that down a few years ago. And it was because it was labeled as like, oh, these are all a bunch of racists and, they dox people. And they do. And I'm sure there's some racists there as well. I'm not saying it's a great place. Okay. But I'm just describing what it is. But what's funny is over the last few years, there's been this uptick of snark subreddits, is what they call them. They call them snark subreddits. And they're subreddits that all they do is they just hate on something or somebody, mainly somebody. I've come across a number of them after knowing about it. Again, Ethan Klein one was really big, and he's been fighting against that for a while. But there's other ones. There's been, like, for podcasts. The original one, the OG, and we've talked about this one before, was the Opie and Anthony subreddit. That one was the biggest with all that. Apparently a large percent of Reddit is bots. That is true, but there are people that aren't bots. But I'm gonna get to that. Let's see. Any time you get a large group of people together, there are going to be some douchebags per capita. True, absolutely. Stuttering John. Thank you, Baba Booey. Stuttering John is another one, and all the things that go along with that. And there's the Steel Toe, and then there's the Fighter and the Kids subreddit, and there's the there's a bunch of these that have been going on for a while, but now they become really big. And what's happening is they're really starting to get pretty bad. Like they're like doing things where they're like really fucking with people in real, not just talking shit and making fun, but they're like fucking with people in their real life. They're crossing a line, a threshold. I mean, just in the Ethan Klein story alone, I mean, they're getting like CPS called on them to harass them, as a form of like a swatting attempt. Instead of the SWAT team, it's CPS to check on their kids all the time, or, mailing them human remains and stuff. And you see other stuff about Stuttering John. I mean, people will fucking literally harass him in real life. And it goes on, and that shit gets crazy, and it's an epidemic over there. You'd hear about something like that would maybe happen on like a Kiwi Farms, but Reddit has become like this new home for it for the last few years, and it's become really big. So anyway, I'm telling you all this because I found this intriguing, because I've been kind of paying attention to this over the last year or so. So then there is this format what happens is you have like these subreddits that are like this, or even Kiwi Farms, we can even say. But again, Kiwi Farms is one place, whereas in these subreddits, there's like dozens and dozens, and they just keep making new ones. And what'll happen is, let's go to here. Let's pull out the old paint so I can give you. Maybe I'll learn how to use this one of these days. There we go. There. So say you have like a, whoops. Say you have level 1 here, right? You got level 1 here, and this is going to be like a Kiwi Farms, or a Snark, right? You got that. You got this box here. This is level 1. And then then there's all of this scuttlebutt of people just being miserable here. Then you have like this next level over here, which is like, you have these like, these are like the low level, we'll call them like influencers, podcasters, streamers, whatever you want to say. Okay. So this is like your low level people, right? So these are going to be like your Patrick Meltons in the podcasting world. You're going to have your, you got some of those people we talked about, the streamers, like those Mike from PAs and the Frogans and all that other shit, right? That's this level over here. Then you have the upper levels, and these are like the, top of the top. These are going to be like your Hassans. These are going to be like your Ethan Kleins. These are going to be like your Asmongold's. We're going to call him Azzy for short because we're buddies. That's what's going to be these people, okay? And so what ends up happening is this generates a bunch of drama. Then these people talk about said drama here because they can get some quick clicks and some attention to stuff. And then if there's enough here, these people will then talk about it, right? And then what ends up happening is then bad shit gets out of, and then when these people talk about it, it emboldens these people down here to talk about it more and brings more attention. And then when this gets too wild, right? When these people down here get too crazy and they start fucking with people in real life, and then these people get blamed, they say, well, wait, I don't do any of that. I'm just talking about what these people are talking about and these people are talking about. And then they'll stop doing it, but this goes on forever, okay? As he can't even drink water, that is true. Red Bar's watching. Yeah, Red Bar is like one of these. And honestly, his fucking, I'm in his Facebook group, and those people are so fucking cringe. I'm gonna be honest with you. And Red Bar he's not even active in it anymore because they're so cringe. Like, they don't take the hint. But the fighter and the kid Reddit got crazy. Yeah, they're all kind of cut from the same cloth, right? So anyway, so this is what's going on. Break this cancer down, Melvin. Break it. This really is cancer. This whole thing is cancer. But so anyway, this is how this operates. And that's what's going on with the Ethan Klein Hassan stuff. These people were getting unhinged toward Ethan. And then you add in the politics of it, which then emboldens people, right? And then that's where these people start to grab hold, because now your politics don't align with us, right? So then these people say, hey, this guy's a piece of shit. They're trying for a quick buck and get some cheap heat. They're like, Ethan Klein, his politics don't align with us. So we're going to shit on him. And, oh, wait a minute, these people have a bunch of personal dirt? Well, we're going to talk about that. And then it works its way up the chain. And so that's when you get to a point where, and again, I hate all of these people. I want to be 100% clear. I watch this, okay, as I've always told you to do with these types of people, okay? I sit and I just, because they all telling themselves they're all going to do something. And we talk about the grifters, the bigger ones, the Destinies, the Sans, and the whatevers, the Candace Owens, and all the other Wes Watsons, but they all telling themselves, okay? And but it works even at the lowest level, that you just sit and you fucking watch, okay? You just watch and you learn from it, because a lot of this stuff can be applied into your day-to-day life if you understand this. I'm not saying to do what these people are doing, but I'm saying if you understand these patterns, you can kind of navigate it and make sure you don't get caught up in it or affected by it. So anyway, my point is, It's like stop killing games and pirate software Thor drama. So many people getting pissed at somebody for having a different opinion. Exactly. They don't like his opinion, but now they're emboldened by that. And they're like, oh, wait a minute. What about all this other controversy from years ago that these people have been kind of ginning up for a long time? Again, it applies to everything. It applies to everything. Okay? So we're going to go back to the Ethan Klein Hassan thing because that's been playing out for a while, and these are names that people recognize. But if I knew more about pirate software, we can make the same comparisons. But so we'll say this. So then Ethan's kind of like fighting with Hassan. So this is how this played out. We've kind of given updates on this as it's gone on. But Ethan goes and debates Hassan. They have this political disagreement, but these people are just fucking with Ethan constantly, still doing it more and more and more emboldened and so on, right? Because Ethan and Hassan are not getting along. So then they're doing all this. But what I found interesting that Ethan did, now he took a different approach. So what he did is when he made the Hassan video, he went and registered it with the Library of Congress, right? For it to be copywritten, like a movie would be, right? I mean, technically it is like a hour and a half, 2 hour film that he made. I wouldn't go to a theater to watch it. It was a struggle to watch it myself just to understand what was going on. But that's what it was. And so he knew, because these people are so, riled up between this feud here for other personal reasons. So he puts out the video. So on Reddit, you have the snark subreddits. And what he had uncovered also, so Ethan's been digging into this for a while. Again, I don't like him, but I find this intriguing. He's been digging into it for a while, and they've kind of found over time, and not just him, but there's other people that have been investigating this. All these snark subreddits, a lot of their moderation are all the same people across all these different subjects. It's like these are people that thrive on just being a crab in a bucket and just living in hate and misery and everything like that. And so what he's been trying to do is trying to uncover. Reddit won't reveal who these people are, but what he's found is a backdoor way to do it. Kind of like what Flesh Simulator did to that Twitter guy. Found a backdoor way to figure it out. So what he did is when he went and he registered his video and copywritten it, right? He then announces he's going to post it. What do the Reddit mods do? Well, they're spiteful, and they are petty, and they're just full of misery, and they're looking for clout with every post, because every post gets a lot of engagement, and they all of a sudden get their dopamine, even though they really don't get nothing out of the whole thing. These are the people that are profiting, not these people. These people are a bunch of fucking losers. They don't make anything. Kiwi Farms, bro, these people, and it's been called out before, Kiwi Farms and the snark subreddits, they spent all this time to do all this shit, and they receive nothing because these people in the mid-tier come along, scoop it all up, and are able to profit off of it. What do you think people like Turkey Tom get the information for their videos to make millions of dollars? Right? So anyway, Reddit is a very lonely and scary place. Oh yeah, it's a place of misery. But anyway, so what he does is he copyrights that video. The people on Reddit go and they're like, hey, here's a list. They go and they promote a couple of these people up here, and they're like, don't give him any views because they're so spiteful, so hateful. And I really want to preface, I like nobody in this, so I'm not rooting for anyone. I'm just loving this, watching this play out. So they go and they say, very spitefully, don't watch his video directly. Go and support these approved streamers here that are going to watch it. So you can steal the views. And they're that outright with it. And then a lot of these people, like the Frogans, the people he's suing, the Frogans and the Denims and some of the other weirdos in there, they went and they literally watched it and offered literally no commentary and was really just farming donations and everything to say, hey, subscribe to me and throw me bits because to show how much you don't like him and how you'd rather just watch it on my channel. And now you could say to yourself, well, wait a minute, Ethan Klein, if you know your YouTube history, Ethan Klein won a fucking landmark copyright case like 10 years ago for fair use, saying, hey, you can use other works as long as you are offering commentary and it's not a replacement for the original product, right? So he's not going to go backward on that. I mean, that's his own case. He's going to have his own case thrown at him if people are just commenting on it. You know, like Hassan tried to watch his entire video and never even finished it, and he did like a 14-hour stream. So, by the way, I just want you to say this, okay? For everyone that bitches at me, that it's like, oh, it takes you fucking an hour and a half to watch 10 minutes. Bro, the guy tried to watch an hour and a half. It took him a fucking marathon. He didn't even finish it. But my point is that guy can't even, he's not going to sue him for that because obviously he is not a suitable replacement. But these people were, and they were profiting directly off of it. So he's suing them directly. Now that's just spiteful, and a lot of these people are, don't make a lot of money at this level. They're not up here. They're, 6 figures at best, probably less than that, right? But he's also suing the Reddit mods that encouraged it because they also took part in the crime because this is a federal crime. Now, he's not going after them legally. He's suing them civilly. But what he has to do is he has to then figure out who they are. But because these people did commit a crime and he's going to go after them civilly, he now can what? He can go and subpoena Reddit. He has to subpoena Reddit because, well, listen, there's people here that are violating copyright laws. And you keep your Section 230, which if you don't know the laws, Section 230 is what allows platforms, because Facebook and YouTube and TikTok, these are platforms, these are not publishers. So as long as they are they aren't facilitating in the act of copyright and they have ways to crack down on it, they don't have to worry about just all these impending lawsuits. So what they have to do is they have to acquiesce to this, and they have to be able to provide on that subpoena, and they have to be able to help crack down on anything that is violating laws such as copyright, right? Are you following along here? So now he has found the solution, all the while making a ton of money off the views and streams and everything with his battle with Hassan. But now he's actually able to go back after the root cause because these people were so spiteful and these people up here were so dumb they couldn't keep their mouth shut that he's able to go and now find out who these people are and is one step closer to, going after the people that have been harassing him so incessantly for so long. So I find that interesting. So I explain all of that to explain that this is the source of what got me interested in the video in the first place that we just watched. It's a good tiny hit trick. Yeah, wow. But it's a good trick nonetheless. It works, right? Now, not everybody is going to go and sue, right? Not everybody will do that. Not everybody's got a bunch of money like that. They have lawyers on hand to do like 6 different lawsuits at a time and subpoena people and so on. Not everybody's got that. So you take someone like Flesh Simulator, and now you can go and find all sorts of things like, and really combat at somebody. And you can go and you can kind of not only figure out who the person is, but now you can go and make a better version of that. And that's the takeaway. Is over the last few months, as I've been kind of, for various different reasons, seeing it because of all these different scenarios of Fish Tank or the Ethan Klein stuff or all this other, and just seeing that there is just so much there's these people that are just so miserable, right? There's people that are just so miserable and so petty and spiteful online. And you can go and they don't, they're so like, what's the word I want to use? They're so, thank you for the follow, Ramil Christo. Thank you for the follow. I don't know what platform that is on. I think that's YouTube. No, YouTube isn't followers. They're subscribers. So Twitter? Maybe Twitter? That might have been Twitter. That sounds like a Twitter. Whoever you are, thank you. Or wherever you are. I know who you are because your name popped up. So the internet truly does ruin people if they let it and aren't smart enough to see the trick in it. Yes. So, oh yes, that's what I was going to say. So these people are so blinded with hatred for people that they don't realize that over time, by just letting them exist and letting them kind of run their mouth as much as possible, they're actually telling themselves more and more every day. And it's going to get worse and worse. And you think that like, oh, well, we do it on Reddit or we'll do it in a... Reddits and Discords. This is why I'm not active in Discords, because nothing really generally comes good of that. I mean, how many times does Discord come with the news? I mean, there was that story about the fucking soldier that went to prison because he was trying to impress his Discord buddies by giving away fucking intel that we had. And then he got hit with an espionage. Because all that shit, it stays forever. People see it. People take screenshots. People record things. People do all that stuff. So nothing, and if you're saying something on a Reddit or a Discord, or even in DMs to something, understand that all of that, if it's spicy enough stuff or it's engaging enough stuff, it gets passed around. It does. It gets passed around. Nothing's safe. It all gets passed around. And really the only solution is I'm not really trying to say this to be like, oh, you got to be scared all the time. But I think really the true solution to a lot of it is just try to be as authentic as you can. Because a lot of it is always trying to be, WhatsApp claims to be confidential. WhatsApp, yeah, maybe. They say that. It's Meta, though. Facebook, like, they track everything. But even then, WhatsApp isn't controversial because all someone has to do is just screenshot their phone. That's all they got to do. That's all they got to do. And it gets passed around. I mean, whatever you're saying, if what you're saying is that important, I'm not saying everything, but I'm just saying, like, it all kind of leaks out. Or if you're on Reddit, it's like, okay, look at the post history. Look at what he did to that guy. He was just able to go and just like, oh, based on your posts here and this, that, and the other, I'm able to kind of figure out, like, you know, you can figure out a lot about somebody. Not only the way that they speak, but you can tell a lot about who they are. I'm not even talking about like location stuff, just like personality and all that stuff. You can figure it out. So if you have an inkling of like, who is this person? Is this person somebody that I think it is? Just read enough of it and you'll figure it out. And that's the other thing too. Is like, you know, I think there's going to be a future here coming up where a lot of the people are always afraid. I think people are that are afraid of, like, how do I explain this? Like, I think there's a lot of people that are afraid of like canceling, right? I think a lot of that. There's a lot of people thinking like, well, I don't want to lose my corporate job. I don't want to lose my corporate job, my 6-figure corporate job. So I don't want to say anything online. I got to really be, you know, careful. But actually, with the upcoming like economy, like you're losing that. You're probably going to lose that corporate job with or without that. So here's what's going to be interesting. I think this is my prediction. Okay. Now this is where I get to go. It's conspiratorial. None of this has been conspiratorial so far. This is where I get to go conspiratorial. So, yeah, you don't got to worry about trying to save your corporate job because you're going to lose your job anyway. And you either be replaced with AI or an indentured servant, a.k.a. an H-1B visa that doesn't get to actually be a citizen but has, you know, their ability to be able to live in this country held over their head. So that's what's going to happen. And so once that happens, enough people aren't really they're not going to give a shit so much. So that won't be something that will be able to be controlled. And I think people are going to start, as they should, believing less and less of what they read online as more and more this becomes evident that, like, yeah, how easy is it to be caught up and affected by what you're reading and the rage bait and everything? You know, because right now, rage bait is in. Rage bait is in so good. I started seeing the new trend, the new meta that I'm starting to see like on TikTok.
You are fake news. Sir, go ahead.
No, this is real. This is what I'm talking about. Is real. Well, I mean, the internet will be fake news, 100%. Everyone's going to be saying that about everything that they read. So the only way that you're going to be able to be engaging is to be somewhat authentic. Right now, you're able to get some attention by saying something edgy, right? That seems to be what's what's popular. What I'm seeing is the new meta that I'm seeing on TikTok is there are people that are now trying to preemptively cancel themselves, but they're doing it in a very safe way. So it's not going to work, but it's an attempt. And the first few that do it will work, where they're basically saying like, yeah, you know, when I was younger, I said this and I did this and I also said these words that I know I can't say, but since then I've kind of grown up. So if I ever get famous, just, hey, it is what it is. And that's going to be more of the attitude going forward. Right now, it's an opportunistic ploy to kind of get attention. But I think overall, that's what's going to end up happening. Is more and more people are going to be more open like that. And I think that looming thing isn't going to be... And here's the other thing. You have a lot of people sitting around not working, if that's what the future is going to be. What are you going to do? Like, you know, oh man, I did something and the internet's mad at me, or not even the internet. We're going to say the fucking paid bots, the paid AI that is here to try to fucking suppress my living conditions is mad at me. And what? Oh man, I'm going to lose my McDonald's job that pays me minimum wage. Fuck, man, what am I going to do? Oh, maybe I'll just go work at Walmart or Burger King or Wendy's or Subway or... Like, it only works as much as you have something to lose, that it actually works against you. So, I was Homie the Clown for Halloween as a kid. There you go. UBI, I guess? Probably. I mean, we already have kind of a version of it to a degree. If you make less than $50,000 a year right now. As long as you're not a permanent prick at the moment, I'll allow room for growth. Yeah. No, I get that. Let's not get too caught up in that stuff. But that's why my point is yes, you know, being an authentic person, a real person, like people were before the internet, before everyone thought they had to kind of like gussy it up. You know, look, I get it. Look, spoiler alert. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not too different than this in real life. Are there certain things that are exaggerated for funsies and artistic expression? Yes. But this is, you know, if you meet me in real life, it ain't too drastically different. So if you like me, you like me. It is what it is. I don't have to go and like pretend that I'm something else. Because you know what? If I did that, you probably wouldn't like me anyway. Because you would see that it was inauthentic. As humans have an innate ability to be able to identify that. But as AI gets better at doing that, the written word or even the visual, you know, might be tougher and tougher. So, I mean, you got to have that entertainment value, though. That's true. You do. I mean, there's something there. And that's what I mean by authentic, though. Because you can't pretend. It really kind of goes back to the subject of all those music videos before. Those music videos we watched were people that were authentically good at one thing, which is acting. But you can't act your way into musical artistic expression. You can't. You can't. You're good enough to say, oh, this guy is playing the role of a singer pretty well. But you're not looking at them and saying, oh, they're a great singer. Autistics see the mask. Well, maybe I am autistic. I don't know. There might be some tism in me. I don't know. People have said it. Maybe I'll start believing in it. It would be a bitch to keep up an act for 6 hours, though. People try to do it, though. That's what I'm saying. People try to do it. I see it on TikTok's the worst though. Those are the worst of the worst people. That's the freak show of everyone trying to get 15 minutes. Oh my God, there's this guy on there who goes by Good Trouble. Oh, he's so bad. He's like, I'm trouble, but I'm good trouble. And he was always making this face, this little smirky face, as he's saying some smarmy political thing. Don't tell RFK. Don't sign any papers. Oh, yeah. So, anyway, so I just thought that was very intriguing. And I really find that interesting. Oh, and this is the other thing I was going to say. So, yeah, going back to, again, it's a little scary, but what eventually calms me as far as what's scary is the fact that, oh, if one person can do this, what if a government agency or a large corporation tried to do this, which who knows, maybe they've already done this. Here's a great example. Does anybody remember, I think it was called the Arab Spring back in like 2010-ish? I remember I was in college when this happened, so I remember learning more about it later. But it was basically this revolution in Egypt, I want to say. And a lot of it was attributed to Twitter. The fact that they were all able to communicate on Twitter, right? And it was like, oh my God, look at technology. It's able to liberate people and change, totalitarian regimes and this, that, and the other. You don't think anybody noticed that? You don't think anybody noticed that to the extent that I believe it was Cuba wanted to instill their own social media. So what I think it was the CIA did is they created a Twitter clone, and under the guise of, they were able to get in there. I want to say, I might be butchering. You know what? Let me pull it up because I don't want to butcher this. This is too good of a story. McDonald's did it to a woman suing them for melting her head off with two. Yeah, I remember that. It made its way into a Seinfeld episode where they were mocking the fact that a woman scalded her crotch with hot coffee that was actually burned her, and everyone laughed it off of, oh my God. And that was in the 90s, before what we have now. So imagine what happens. I mean, think about this thing with United Health. Like, it's only a matter of time before enough pressure comes at a company like that where they're able to go and like, what kind of tactics can we use to sway people against us? Like to sway people like from being against us, I mean. So, CIA, let's see. Yes, the U.S. secretly created a Cuban Twitter to stir unrest and undermine the government. All right, so let me just, how long is this? I'm not going to read this whole thing. This is going to take too long. So basically, I'll give you the cliff notes of this. Summary. You know what? Google's got AI. Okay, so this is the summary. The CIA was not directly involved in the Cuban Twitter, but the project known as Zunzanillo was a U.S. government initiative designed to circumvent Cuban government control over information and communication. It used a text messaging platform similar to Twitter. It was basically a Twitter clone to connect with Cubans and potentially incite political dissent. The project was run by USAID, which I think Trump got rid of, through front companies to conceal its U.S. origin. So basically it did that, and it was you want your own Twitter? Well, we had this organization that was backed by the government through that USAID, right? And this all came out recently, within like last year. And they went and they funded this so that they can, because it starts with simple requests of like, we'll just give you the weather, and it gives you traffic, and people can maybe talk about, ask questions like a Reddit. But it soon started to talk about like opinions, and it's easy to inject just a couple of interesting people. All it takes, it doesn't matter. It's not very hard to infiltrate these things. It's not very hard to infiltrate a Twitter community or a Discord or a Reddit subreddit and just start stirring the pot up a little bit. It's not that hard. Or it's not that hard, just before you stir the pot, just sit there and just absorb all the information they think that is so either secret or just telling, right? It's very, very interesting. So, but yeah, that's what they did. And then eventually, I think Cuba shut it down. It was founded in 2010, same year as the Arab Spring, interestingly enough. So there you go. So anyway, I just say that because it's kind of scary. You think about that, right? Here's my 2 cents. If AI and fembots replace my gig, I think that people should get the productivity value. It should be shared instead of a billionaire getting the cheese. There was a chat called Fire Chat that worked without internet, worked on Bluetooth, that was big during the Arab Spring. Yeah, there was that, but it got shut down because of it was primarily used a lot for drug deals and like stalking. It was misused a lot and is done away with. But I think what's his name who started Twitter? That Jack. I was gonna say Jacksepticeye. That's a YouTuber. Whatever the fuck his name is. Jack Dorsey. He's basically trying to make a version of that. That's not scary, but then again, I know too much. Oh, okay. But anyway, so my larger point in this is like you worry about that as like, oh man, people are gonna be able to influence this through these social media and everything. And I think this next generation's fucked, what they call the Gen Z, because they are technologically stupid for the most part. And they don't have a lot of social cues, so they're very malleable. But I think the generation after that, it will be less effective on. Hopefully things don't go too bad during that time. But I think what'll happen, it'll be just like in the 90s with like the Gen X generation. Advertisers had a hell of a time trying to be able to reach them. They could never really reach them. That's why advertising was so fucking all over the place in the 90s. So they had a hell of a time doing that. So I think the next generation after this Gen Z group, whatever that is, that one is probably going to be less inclined to be susceptible to this. So, see, Gen Alpha's the future. They're bringing back the R word, the F word, and calling things gay. Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Those words aren't going to mean anything here soon. Oh, they're going to mean things definitionally, but they're not going to mean anything as far as societally, because it's like, oh, what are you going to do? Okay, so I said that word. Okay. What are we going to do? Now it's like, well, you can get outraged and try to steal their job. Okay. Cool. So now I lost my job with Walmart, and I'm going to sit on unemployment for a while, and then I'm going to find another job at Kroger or McDonald's or whatever the fuck, you know? And I use that example because I think we're coming up to the biggest white collar like layoffs ever seen. It's going to be similar to the blue collar work in 2007, 2008. So Gen Alpha don't give a fuck, and that's something I'm glad to see in them, to be honest. They have largely Gen X millennial parents. Yeah, I can see that. It's wild how much people are relying on AI and not actually holding memories because they can just re-look it up. Yeah, I know. I've done that with Google enough before AI, so. But anyway, there's that. Oh, but this is the other part. I keep not getting to this. So the other thing is in the meantime, if it would be very unwise in this day and age, with anyone with a little bit of knowledge and a lot of time and a little patience, to really try to, I guess, well, as we just seen in the Flesh Simulator video, okay? In a scenario like that, it's very unwise to be that unhinged or be anywhere near that unhinged when all it's needed is a little time, a little patience, the inclination, and a fucking rolling ball of shit will just roll back on you. Because there's a part of that video where he said he was just going to laugh it off, like, hey, you know what? Now that I've done this and I know that, like, hey, let's just be buds, or let's just let bygones be bygones. But then apparently something else happened, so that he's not going to do that anymore. And I'm sure we'll hear more about it in due time. But that's the thing, is that Reddit and Discord in particular, those places, everything is stored and everything can be accessed one way or another. Or it can be, because think of it this way. Discord's a little tougher because it's like closed groups. But I don't know, it's pretty, you could probably infiltrate a Discord group pretty easily. I'm sure I mean what the purpose of a Discord group is to be, a lot of them are you join in, right? And then there's private groups within it, but just a little time and patience, and you're able to kind of vibe out a situation. They're always going to be like, yeah, I like this guy. This guy's always writing positive stuff and being helpful for the last 6 months. This is great. Let him go and see all the, let's invite him into to this conversation, It's very supportive stuff. Come on, buddy, stop. Very supportive stuff. Let's invite him in. Let's let him hang out. What do you know about him? Well, he just seems supportive. I don't know anything about him. It's, you know, he's posted some pictures. Where'd those pictures come from? Where'd those pictures come from? You ever do an image search on those? You ever try to figure out, like, who that person is? I mean, we've seen the show Catfish how many times? You see these people get catfished all the time. How hard is it to get into a fucking stupid Discord group or a fucking Twitter chat or a fucking whatever the thing? I don't know. There's other ones. Facebook group. That's another one. How hard is it to do that? Let's be honest. The government has a backdoor to all mainstream chats. True. But I'm not even talking about the government. Anybody here could do that. Just a little bit of time, a little bit of patience, dedication. And you could easily just pretend to be a contributing member of, you know, of a community. And little do you know that you're just able to kind of absorb and get all the information from whatever's going on. And just wait. You just wait until somebody does something unhinged. Further. Right?
What the hell?
I know.
Was she good at sucking it, or what?
Well, that's the other thing. Is that you gotta keep tabs. I have this belief. You gotta keep tabs on your crazies. You gotta keep tabs on your crazies. You know, that's been a motto of mine for a long time. You gotta keep tabs on those crazies. And sometimes it's good to know. There's people that I haven't talked to in years, but I don't trust them. So I always have a little like, what's going on? I'm not spying, not a stalking, not a thing, because I don't want to, but I gotta know. Because if they're gonna get a little fucking, they want to get froggy, I want to know when they're gonna jump. You know? That's all. It's a good defense. Speaking of crazies, what about? So anyway, I just thought that was interesting. That's why I saved it for the end tonight, because I know that was a bit of a dive into the unknown and conspiracies and whatnot. May not be everyone's cup of tea, but I just thought that was very intriguing. And I find that stuff just fascinating. I really, really do. And, you know. And the thing is a lot of the people online that are affected by this, that are either in some cases in the snarks and the kiwi farms type of stuff, these are kind of just these are people that aren't running logically. They're running very emotionally or spitefully, or they're envious, or they're whatever the thing is, and they're just kind of taking it out on that. And then, you know, and so they make it very, very, very easy to just see or hear, you know, what the narrative is, you know. And then once you kind of understand that, you say, okay, that seems to be the narrative. Okay, well, let's just play that out and let's just wait. And that's what I think what Ethan Klein did. He just waited and he's like, okay, I know you guys are going to do something, and we'll just wait for that to happen. And then in his case, he did a lawsuit. In the Flesh Simulator's case, he built an AI clone of the person, you know. Doesn't even always have to be that dramatic. Now that you've seen more, who was the real crazy, Destiny or the girl? Which one? Oh, you're talking about that Anna girl? So I think that Anna girl was a little crazy to begin with, but I think that he really was gaslighting her. I think he was really, that's again, it's a wait and find out type of thing. That one took years, but I was like, oh man, I knew it was worth watching this. Let's see. Nothing is truly encrypted without a third party able to intercept it because of regulations and different contracts for operations between tech companies and the government. True. Remember they made a big deal about getting access to the Boston Bombers phone? That was just to make Apple appear like they care about privacy. They had access from the second they asked. Oh, yeah. No. I mean, it eventually led to me buying an iPhone. Because they're like, no, we're not going to hack it. But yeah, it came out. Shit, I want to say it came out like in 2017 that they had backdoors to all that shit for years. Yeah. I think it was like 2017. 2018, some around that time. Want to see a weird video? It's long, but you don't have to watch the whole thing. Just get a taste of it. I like that you're coming in here like a drug dealer. Like, no, just take it. You don't got to do the whole thing, but just take a taste. Just see if you like it. Just take a little taste. This is long. Meryl's Pretty Pink Panties, 2-hour Shawniversary with Rick Claypool. What the fuck is this? Skipping through it. Is this an old lady? Anyway, but yeah, I guess, did I have anything else I want to say on that subject? I think that's it. But I again, to reiterate, I just think it's very intriguing from the standpoint of, if you know that exists, or you know that that's how that shit can work, just remember that. Just remember that in case a fraction of that ever crosses into your life. Because yeah, there's crazy people out there. Believe me, I know. There's crazy people out there, so you wanna. Yeah, there's a way there's an example I'm trying to think of, but I'm trying to like. Just give everyone a taste of that crazy I sent you. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Speaking of crazy, let's take a look at this. All right, so let's we'll take it. We'll watch the first minute because it is 20 minutes. I don't have time to do 20 minutes, but. A nice ASMR experience.
Get in here. 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 Keep going. Keep going. Thank you, Rick.
Anything for you, Meryl.
What is going on here?
Help me. Help me.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Help me. Help me. I'll help you. I'll help you. I'll help you. I already did all the praying for you here. I already did all.
Just give it what it. They will send you disturbing videos on the internet. They will. They will. This is the goods. This is the goods. Wait. Why is he just taking his pants off? What's going on
I
here?
know what God told me to do. Okay, you're fine. Now, I've got it. Now, go ahead. Right over here.
Whoa.
Now, back up and sit down.
Yeah, I know how to actually sit down.
Back up and sit down.
I know how to back up and sit down.
What is going on? Why is this guy out of breath?
I know what it was.
Okay. All right, just a moment. Let me get this for you.
She's about to take her teeth out?
Keep your shirt on.
What is going on?
They got a bomb. It's up my anus. They're going to
Oh, shut up.
Shut up. Everybody
Shut
wants to
up.
tear my ass
Shut up.
They're going to try to
Shut
stop
up.
me. Bora.
Silence.
Bora project.
Silence. Stop
Everybody's
spitting
going
on
crazy.
me.
Everybody's going crazy.
Shut up.
Danny X.
Stop! You want to get nuts? Come on! Let's get nuts.
This is nuts. Everyone in this video is fucking nuts. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Bora. Yeah, what the fuck is this?
Silence. Silence. Take a deep breath. Say Yahweh.
This feels. You say Yahweh. This feels like a This feels like a scene out of like a David Lynch film.
Yahweh. Yahweh. Way. Way, say way. Say way. Say way. Say wah. Say way. Say way. Say Yahweh. Yahweh. Yah. Breathe in. Yah. Breathe out way.
Hi, Mel. How you doing? I just came back from Satan's mansion in San Francisco. We were having just
silence.
Everybody was just at the sound of it. It was just
What is going on? What? What is this channel? Soup Porter. Is this the guy? Okay, this is Total Blue. Yeah, this is definitely Blue. Oh yeah, this is All You're Missing is the song, but this shit. This is the energy. This is 100%.
Damn. Next! You out of the
Is
car!
it this one? Oh yeah. This is where he takes him out of the car.
Get him out of the car, Raven! Shut up! Shut up!
Don't be a good neighbor. Yeah, don't be a good neighbor. You don't be a good neighbor to her. I'll send you a love letter, fucker. This is the type of shit. This is this.
hell of a nightmare. I was taking it in the air.
Silence.
Everybody was
Sit down.
on my car.
Sit down. Sit down.
Frank! Frank, leave him alone! Frank! Frank!
The fucking smiling faces and shit.
Candy colored clown.
I need my music. Yeah, play my Roy Orbison for me, please.
You're fucking lucky to be alive.
Candy colored clown, they call the Sandman. Tiptoes to my room every night. Just to sprinkle stardust and to whisper.
Wait, is that background music supposed to be there?
Go to sleep, everything is all.
Yeah, this woman just dancing on the hood.
I close my eyes, then I drift away.
Don't be a good neighbor to her. I'll send you a love letter. Straight from my heart, fucker! You know what a love letter is? It's a bullet from a fucking gun, fucker! You receive a love letter from me, you're fucked forever! You understand, fuck?
Yeah, this is the type of shit. It's me and Fortnite on the hood. Yeah. Yeah, it was this one or the other one where it's just like just this weird group. Like just
Candy colored clown, they call the Sandman.
he's over there crying. He's just it's so beautiful though.
I close my eyes, then I drift away.
This guy can't get enough. We're all watching it, fucking like it's. This is high art. I wish I had a song I loved that much, where I could just watch someone just sing it and I could cry to it. They're not even singing it; they're just lip syncing. Anyway, that's what. Listen, this is. We'll dive into this. This is lengthy. I don't know. This is a dive on its own. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. There is a lot to unpack. So, with that being said, we have one more thing. I know it's late. We have one more thing. Okay? We have one more thing we need to touch on. And I had it set aside here. And it actually relates to the title of tonight's stream. So we pulled this out, I think, last week. These are the daily laws. Okay, it's written by Robert Greene, who wrote the 48 Laws of Power. And I feel that what would it be? It wouldn't be right if we tried to have an educational stream such as this, and we didn't try to make sure we were taking in as much information as possible. So, this was originally on the 13th, so we'll read that, which is the I didn't think I was going to go on this late, but... So it is make use of contrasts, okay? Now, again, I don't like the way he writes in these books because it comes from a very negative place. He'll use the words like, victims or fucking targets. I don't like that. I think that there's a positive way that you can use this stuff, but it is very useful to some degree. So... make use of contrasts, okay? Careful exploration of people who are dull or unattractive may enhance your desirability by comparison. At a social affair, for instance, make sure that I don't like this part. Make sure that your target has to chat with the most boring person available. Come to the rescue and your target will be delighted to see you. In The Seducer's Diary by Soren Kierkegaard, Johannes has designs on the innocent young Cordelia. Knowing that his friend Edward is hopelessly shy and dull, he encourages this man to court her. A few weeks of Edward's attentions will make her eyes wander in search of anyone else. And Johannes will make sure that they settle on him. Johannes chose to strategize and maneuver, but almost any social environment will contain contrasts you can make use of almost naturally. Who? Oh, Edward? Yes. I thought you said N-word. Yeah, his friend yeah. He called his friend an N-word. So daily law, make use of contrasts. Either develop and display those attractive attributes, humor, vivacity, and so on, that are the scarcest in your own social group, or choose a group in which your natural qualities are rare and will shine. So there you go. That is... He's going to cheat on him with Jimothy. That's why semi-okay looking chicks go with slugs, so they look like a 10 compared to them. Yes, you could tell a lot about a woman in two ways. And I'm picking on women here, but the idea is women are more naturally attuned to social situations than men. So that's why a lot of men gravitate to this type of stuff. But it isn't, and unfortunately, again, I don't like the way he writes this because it's very negative. It's very negative. But there is useful information in here. But women already know this intuitively, and smart men will understand this. Where women will go out, they tend to, there's always going to be attractive women that will hang out with not attractive women. And the not attractive women want to be validated to be thought of, and this is, I think we talked about this last week, actually. They want to be validated and thought like, I can be amongst the company of an attractive woman like this, so therefore it may make me look good in comparison. Because an attractive woman would only want to hang out with other attractive women. But the attractive woman is smart enough to know to say, wait a minute, this girl isn't as good looking, so by comparison, I'm going to look even better. Right? And there's different scales of that. We're not talking about a 10 and a 4. We're talking maybe about an 8 and a 6. You know? And I've seen men do this, but it's more about personality-driven stuff. I've seen people that have a very strong personality. They like to surround them. They don't like. I'm not going to say they don't like to, but I've met people in my life that they'll have a strong personality, but what they rather do is they surround themselves with a lot of people that don't have a strong personality, and it's natural. I'm not saying it's even planned. It's just naturally occurring. You know, And it's smart to do that, right? And then the people, again, it goes back to the other thing we talked about last week where it's like, well, if you can make the other people, that if the other people that you're around look at you as someone that is valued by others, then your mere validation of their existence and allowing them to be around you, they'll take that as a compliment and they'll enjoy it even more. So, anyway. What I'm trying to say is I'm trying to make you a better man or woman. The fridge? Yeah, the old fridge. That's why the fridge tries to get involved, though, because then they get envious. And then they get kind of jealous of it. And envy's something nasty. We're gonna do a stream one of these days on envy. Just the subject of envy. You haven't done one of those in a while where we just take one subject and really just kind of go in on it. But the subject of envy is something that is it's a little bit different than jealousy. Envy is a little bit deeper than jealousy. Envy is like, it's like, a term that people don't use enough? To coveting. The last time I heard it, not in a religious...
You are fake news.
No,
Sir, go ahead. Can you
Ow! I was trying to give you a kiss, buddy, but then all of a sudden you're freaking out on me. What are you doing? Relax. And then you're going to bite me. Get the fuck out of here. I don't know what's up your ass. I'm trying to give him a kiss on his head, and all of a sudden he jerks as if I'm trying to kill him. But it's like, the last time I heard...
Duck!
I know, that's just him. That's the way he is. The last time I heard the word covet, to covet, outside of religious context, was fucking Hannibal Lecter talking about Buffalo Bill. Like, he covets calories. He covets. You know what he does? He covets. But there's a reason for that. It's like it's a deeper, like, they want something so bad. That's why it's a sin. Yeah, it's not a desire. It's not a... Here. Yeah, coveting implies a strong, often excessive, and even wrongful desire for something that belongs to someone else. Whereas in, like, say, desire can be more of a general term for wanting something without those negative connotations. That's what it is. With hell or high water, I need that, and I think it's more in line with, and it's really just the envy is more of the feeling of the feeling of discontent, resentment towards somebody, and then the coveting is much more stronger and it's active. So they kind of go hand in hand there, but one leads into another, and that it gets crazy. And when you start to really see that, and you see the weird shit that can happen because of that. I mean, look, someone might be willing to just, because if they're envious and they're so coveting of a certain thing, they may abduct you and throw you in a well and try to skin you. Or maybe, all they want to do is, or maybe all they want to do, this is a good example. Here's a good example. God damn it, stop. What the fuck is wrong with you? Clawed my foot. I don't know what crawled up his ass today. Good Lord. Yeah, here's a good example of he's, you know what he is? He's envious of your attention of me. Or he's envious that you get my attention instead of him. That's what it is. See, perfect example. But then there's always...
You are fake news. Sir, go ahead. Can you stay...
Still haven't bitten him yet, have you? No, I haven't really bitten him. You're walking along, doodly-doo, all of a sudden you step and poo. You're a pussy, and he bullies you. He's the pussy, literally, by definition. But yeah, you know what? Nobody ever thinks about it this way. This is a pretty... There's a envious You know? You know? Really, I just want you... This is what his problem is, to a degree. He's like, listen, all I want you to do is just acknowledge me. Just acknowledge me. Acknowledge that I exist. I wrote you, but you never even read it. You're not even validating my existence, right? And it just angers me toward all get out. We're with him. Why do you keep yelling into this light up here? Why aren't you petting me and giving me treats? You know? Yeah.
I have pushed thought to the point where it is no more use than a head full of car horns. Don't terrify me that you have paid no attention.
I know, we're going deep tonight. We're going deep, but I'm just saying. So anyway, it's a very interesting thing to explore. Some of the people just do the craziest and meanest things just because they want something so bad. So anyway, I think that's a very intriguing topic to discuss, and we'll do that sometime soon. I'm working on it. Now he's meowing from the top of the stairs. He doesn't know. My cat attacked my foot one time, and I made sure he learned to never do it again. Well, I don't want to hurt him, though. That's the thing. Because here's the problem. If I hurt him and it's bad enough, then I got to pay for that. I got to take him to the vet, and that's going to cost me money. So then what? Then who really loses there? So, all right. With that all being said, I think we did a lot. My mother shot me once. Just once. We did a lot. We covered a lot. 7 hours. This is a long one tonight. I try to make them count on Sundays, which I spend some time on these ones because I have time beforehand. So this week, here's the plan. Here's the rough idea. I said last week, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays get tricky. So if I ever miss a day, it's probably gonna be one of those. And this last week, it was Saturday. Thursday we were on, but it might be a Thursday. I don't know. So I can't say, my goal is to try to be on 7 days a week, but if it's only 6, it's only 6. I will say we still have some other stuff that I have set aside here we didn't even get to, which is fine. I also would like to get back into that Schedule 1 game later this week, so maybe we'll pick maybe a day where I'm busier during the day and I don't have anything planned. We can do that. We'll start to continue to grow our crime empire. And then... what else? But yeah, I think probably Tuesday we'll debut a couple new things too. We have a couple things. I think Tuesday will be a good day. You do multiplayer? Right now, I'm just doing the single player because I didn't make it very far. Like I'm still I just bought an apartment, so I'm just trying to operate out of an apartment. You're gonna steal all my stuff? Yeah, don't do that. I've worked too hard. That's why I'm not multiplaying yet. I'm just trying to build my empire brick by brick. I need to get to a safer place before I start letting people in. I learned that with Minecraft, oddly enough. Space Creep knows how to play nice with others. As he says, I'm going to steal all your stuff. Yeah. But yeah, Schedule 1, we're going to work on that. I like that. I think I like that I like the musical, I can't talk. Either the music request or we can go and cake horn it a little bit too. I have some stuff I'd like to kind of show you guys on a chill night, but it depends on the night, Depends on the type of night. So I know. Oh, and that's another one. So I meant to say this earlier. So this is another couple things I've been kicking around. So I sat the other day and I went on my calendar upstairs and I marked every single live event, concert, everything that I'm interested in and could possibly go and do. There's some interesting ones coming to town. I wish I knew Deltron was coming to Detroit. They're sold out. I would see it was Del the Funky Homo Sapien, Dan the Automator's going to be there, but it's completely sold out. There's only like a $30 ticket too. It's crazy. But they're going to do an entire Batman performance at the Detroit Symphony or whatever, orchestra, whatever the fuck it's called. I think a decent ticket costs like somewhere between $40 and $60. So I think I'm gonna go do that. So I'm planning on some stuff like that. But here's the thing, I've been to enough events and things. I'm fine going alone. I don't care. I don't prefer to do that. So the other thing is we're gonna get on the old date naps. Okay, we haven't done that in a long time. I think we're gonna use Twitter on that one. I was gonna use the Facebook dating, but the problem with that is it like links to like people's Facebooks, and I don't want to be that guy, and I don't want to be putting people's face. You know, Tinder's one thing, but like that's a different thing. So, what is that in Hockeytown or whatever? Oh, you've been to a couple shows? Live stream the Batman Orchestra one? I might be able to do that, yeah. Hinge is pretty good. You know what? I got banned on Hinge. I don't know what I did. I got banned on there. I wasn't even that crazy. It's not like I was sending dick pics. There was a period where I was sending kind of like sarcastic messages, not shitty ones, but I was like kind of like making jokes as like an opener. And I think someone probably like banned me. So I'd have to. Well, now I have a separate phone number. I have a second line. So maybe we can make a new Hinge. It's a dating site. So, but yeah, we're going to try. I think we'll try. What we're going to do is we'll do a rotation where I'll buy 1 month of premium on each site and we'll rotate it. So I think we're going to start it. We'll start one sometime either later this week or next week, and then we'll rotate the dating app. But that'll be a constant thing we'll check in on. So it's like Grindr, yeah, but for. Well, I was going to say, but for straight people. But no, you can gay date on there, too, if you want. I just figured out Instagram, like, last year. Oh, yeah. Bumble and Hinge is where the real girls are. Tinder, Facebook dating, and PRF are where the train wrecks are. I will say, Bumble... I mean, this year, Bumble's served me well, and I have not really been active. So... Because the women are more motivated. So maybe we'll do a Bumble. Maybe we'll start with Bumble, and then we'll see, you know... I don't know. My mom won't let me on the dating apps anymore. The Hinge swings both ways. My Hinge is not swinging both ways. My Hinge is shut. It ain't nothing's open in this. It's staying shut. So if you have shirtless pics, you can get banned. No, I don't have shirtless pics. So, some of my picks are a little bit older, but I'll let you guys be the judge if I still hold on to my youth. They're not that old. We're talking about a couple years old. But I'll let you guys be the judge. We'll build the profile together. Saying one of my friends found his wife there on Bumble. It must be at Melvin sending people nitpics. I do. I have my high school pics. Yeah, they're like, what? I thought you were like fucking 18. Now I'm 38, 20 years off. So, anyway. All right, so that's the outlook this week. Tomorrow I have a lot of shit to do. I probably have like $200 worth of returnables I got to do. I got to do all my grocery shopping tomorrow, and I can't do any of that until like 5 o'clock. So, tomorrow we'll be on, but it'll probably be late and it'll probably be short. Okay, Tuesday, we're going to dive into some newer stuff. Can the Gator. I hear you. I recognize you. Tuesday, we'll dive a little bit deeper into some stuff. We got some new segments I want to do, plus number one story, of course. Wednesday will be a mixed bag. I think last Wednesday we did the Taco Bell thing, but I don't think we'll do something different. And yeah, we'll just figure it out from there. So those are at least the next couple days. So. I'm 21. I am 21. I just age horribly. So, all right. With that being said, I think everyone's over on the Twitch side tonight. I don't think anyone's over on Kick. So I think we can just do a single raid, which is fine. Yeah. So we'll do a single raid. Before we do that, though, I do want to say, I got one more thing. Just one more thing before we do anything drastic. Melvin sent a lady of his nipples and said, I hear you can milk anything with nipples. Can you milk me? And then he called the lady Greg. People mistake me for 25 and you're 37. People say that I'm 38. I don't know. I'm going to ask this question, and I know what I'm opening myself up for, but I've had people tell me that I'm younger. Is that true, or is that way off? So, and here come the meme answers. Same, we're studs. When did Kick become a streaming thing? I thought it was a chat Brit used. No, it's Kick. KIK was for chats. KICK is a streaming site owned by the gambling site Stake. So it's a competitor to Twitch. Coincidentally, they actually pay Amazon to use the infrastructure to compete with Twitch, which is intriguing. But you look way younger. Like I said, above. We're millennials. We age well. I may have missed that. Take my hat off. But that's what ages me. It's nothing but solid baldness up here. I'm pulling a Hogan. There's nothing here, and it's all just sideburns. It's all takes hat off. No receding, full head of hair. I've been scalping myself out of spite. No, I'm pulling the Keemstar. I always, you never, Keemstar, and then what's the other guy with the beanie? Tim Pool. I'm Keemstar Tim Pool, where you're like, no, you gotta be. Well, actually, I think Tim Pool, people have seen him without a hat now. He was very mad about that, but I've been using product Grow Mine back in. It's actually quite thick and full. Yeah, I've used like shampoos or whatever just to kind of like retain it. I won't take the pills though. I won't take the finasteride or whatever. I'd rather lose it. I'd rather lose it than to deal with all the fucking like emotional stuff, because you're messing with your hormones at that point. So I've heard too many people, and then there's people will complain about erectile dysfunction too, but I'm not even worried about that. I just don't want all the other mental shit. Little droppers. Oh, like the Rogaine, yeah. Yeah. Could this be the summer of do-rags and bandanas? You know what? I think I might start do-ragging it. I might just start do-ragging it. Pills kill your erections. Yeah, that's what I heard. I just don't want to fuck with that. It's just not worth it. I don't care. I don't care about my hair that bad to take the pills. And if things go well over the next couple of years, then I'll just go fly to Turkey and I'll get it all replaced. So there we go. But I think you got to take the pills if you do that. So I may not even do that. I think you got to take the pills. So Africa jacket and a bandana, yeah, that's the way we'll do it. Who is just don't have the head? I just don't have the head to be bald. I'll do surgery and I have to. Yeah, so I shaved my head was it a year ago? I think I showed it on stream. I actually took it off. I showed it. I have a round head. It's not lumpy or nothing. So that's why I'm not worried about it. I'm like, all right, well, whatever. So if it gets short enough, I'll just shave it again. But I remember I got to a point where I had this, the barber I was going to was a Chaldean guy. He doesn't speak a lot of English. But for a while, I went to him for a few years. And at first, he was doing a great job. And then he just got really lazy, and it was making it look really bad. And it would actually made it look like I had way less hair than I had and shit like that. I was like, what is going on here? And so I got and I was like, fuck this. I ain't going back to that guy. I was like, well, if it's this bad, and I just shaved it all off. And then it gave me the confidence to be like, oh, well, I'll go bald if I got to go bald. I don't care. And then it grew back, and I've just been cutting myself ever since. It's pretty easy. But I don't really do much with my hair anyway. I don't have to dress up for much. If I have to dress up, I cut my hair in a way that it's easy to put something in it, and I can go take a picture for something, and then that's it. But it's just a series of razors I just use. I use I have like a super long guard. It's like a inch and a half guard for the top of my head, and then I do that every few months, and then I do the sides as like a fucking 2 or a 3, depending on the time of year. Let's see, I got a dino crest because I'm fucking prehistoric. A dino crest. I've seen you. You got a round head. What are you talking about? You rock it. You rock it solid. Well, because you got the beard though too. So I don't have the beard. If I had a better beard that I was able to grow in, bro, I just go bald. I would just shave it constantly. Yeah. No, you got a perfect head for that. But the beard also, you get a big enough beard that people don't even, it just makes sense. They're like, of course, the hair's here. You don't need it up here when you got it down here. So, anyway, I was going to do something else, but I got way off track. You're about to cut it? Oh, man. Well, hey, it's up to you. To each their own. It's going to be a problem. Yeah, you're going to have to go at it a few times. If you're going to get rid of all of it, yeah, you're going to have to trim it down before you can even buzz it. Then after that, then you got to trim it, then you got to buzz it, and then if you want to go clean, then you got to pull out the razor. Oh, it gets caught and shit? Yeah, I can see that. Honestly, if it's patchy, you probably look better than you think. If it's patchy, my beard, it just grows in like this. This is how it grows. I don't shave. This is all just. I shaved on Friday. This is how it grows in. So it will. It takes a long time for anything in here to grow in. It does, but it takes a long time. It's just not worth it. So, never mind. Yeah. So yeah, this is it. This is how it goes. A friend of mine had a beard like Space Creeps, and one day he cut it for charity event, and when I saw him, I barely recognized him. Yeah, that's I've seen like videos of people that do that, and then they look completely different. It's amazing, like what that can do, like shape your face and stuff. You look like a crack. All right, listen. This is what I meant to do earlier. So we were going to do a raid. I closed the raid box. I got to reopen it here. I don't know who's still on at the moment. Let me refresh this. Reload. Who am I following? Let's see. You know what? You ever do that where you follow enough people and you forget? Or maybe they change their names. I don't recognize some of the people. T-Pain is... I'm not raiding T-Pain. He's got like probably 1,000 people in there. For real, the Rocka Do-Rag and Africa Jacket for the next Schedule 1 stream. Oh, yeah. No, we're bringing the Africa Jacket back out for Schedule 1, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, I'll dig out some shit. 659? Okay, close enough. Isidore? Oh, yeah, he is. We can do Isidore. We can get Isidore up. What the fuck is he doing over here? Is he watching a movie? Is he watching Star Wars? What the fuck is he doing? Oh, he's got media share on. Oh, he's doing a media share. Okay. These are good. I always want to do them, but then I don't know. I never can find the right app that I'd rather use. But anyway, we're just fucking going on and on and on. What about Zoomy? She's cute. Who's Zoomy? You can compare. I don't usually raid like big channels. So if she's not like a huge channel. Zoomy? Yeah, she got like 700 people in there playing Elden Ring. Media share streams can get wild. Yeah, so let's go check out Isidore. He's always got something going on. I mean, this dude's like waterboarded himself on purpose. So, Cute. Melvin instantly searched. Well, of course I wanted to see. Yeah, she's cute and all. Yeah, she's a cute patoot, but she got 700 people. Whatever. All right, so yeah, let's go. We'll go say hi to Izzy. Before I do that, though, I did want to say this. This is what I was trying to lead up to the whole time. I do appreciate everyone. We've been on for 7.5 hours. I appreciate everybody spending their Sunday with me, going through all of this. And I truly appreciate it. Staying up this late. Oh my God, it's 4. Yeah, I gotta go to bed. I gotta be up in like 5 hours. Truly appreciate it. I'll be back on tomorrow at some point. Probably late. It's probably late. I would say probably like 11. Probably a late one. Like 11 to 1 type of time frame, Or maybe not. Maybe we'll be super early. Maybe we'll do a short one early, and then I'll go handle all that stuff. Maybe we'll do one at like 5 to 7. Actually, you know what? That wouldn't be bad, because I don't want to... I could avoid the rush hour. And I can get all this shit done afterwards, because everything's open till like 9, 10 o'clock. So we do a short one like 5 to 7. Actually, that might be a win. So I think that's what we'll do. I think we'll do that. I think we'll be on early tomorrow. It's a quick one. Number 1 story, and take a look at something I got set aside here. I like that. So yeah, I think 5 to 7 would be better. And then at 7, I'll end. I can go fucking take back this immense amount of returnables that have filled my garage. I got to get rid of them because now the bugs, I went out there's like bees and shit because of any of the sugar or whatever. And yeah, I think that'll work. Then I'll come home. I'll eat dinner. I'll go to bed. It'll be nice. All right. But before I do that, I do want to say I appreciate you. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you hanging out with me. I appreciate it so much. So much. Fucking Yellow Jackets in there. Oh, fuck yeah. And I appreciate you so much that, say, hypothetically, say that if you threw a party, right? Yeah, invite everybody. Go ahead. Say thank you for being a friend. Thank you so much for being a friend. I truly appreciate it. Don't think I just say that just to say it. I say it because I mean it. I'll see you tomorrow, either 5 to 7, 90% sure. If something throws that off, then we'll be 11 to 1. Do something like that. Probably 5 to 7. Anyway, all right, let's go say hi to Isidore, send him a raid. Truly appreciate you. Alright. If you're lurking elsewhere, find something to do. Bye-bye. See you later.